Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today we are going over psychics that solve cases. Coincidence theorists often ask for examples of when have psychics ever solved cases. Well, there's actually a whole bunch that they solved. Now, whether they solve them because of psychic ability or just intuition or just flat out guessing, I mean, that's another matter. But people claiming to be psychics have solved plenty of cases. So this is actually a curiosity that does not get addressed in the mainstream that much, but that's why you're listening to Mindshock. Because we tackle all of these topics with logic and reason at the forefront without falling for any of these silly logical fallacies that most media seem to just revel in order to push their points. And of course, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, who cannot actually do any objective, logical inquiry into any of these subjects, but they're amusing in their own way and for educational purposes, which we can take a look at when examining a lot of these topics. If you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support Mindshock. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there and bring logic and reason to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, particularly in triggering topics for authority-worshipping cultists, scientism cultists, and just various cultists who do not understand how the scientific method and controls work and just get triggered anytime someone brings up a psychic or anything so-called paranormal or supernatural. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to members-only streams and chats. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or request. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You could also just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So most coincidence theorists will maintain that any kind of so-called psychic would have accidentally guessed things that turned out to be true. They're too mentally weak to consider any other possibility. I am not alleging psychics are real, psychics are not real. Without enough information and proper controls in place, it's not possible to make that determination. Now, silly goofs, of course, who deny the possibility of psychics, they will hallucinate that they have enough information to make that. They will disregard all logic and reason in order to make that determination. Now, what's interesting, the CIA has employed psychics. They've actually paid them for services, which is interesting. Edgar Cayce was officially recognized by the U.S. government as a psychic. Now, I am not claiming that was or wasn't erroneous. I am simply stating that plenty of government agencies and officials have officially recognized psychics as legitimate in some way. That's the point there. Now, the exact methodology on how they operated, that's, of course, all up to debate. But it's very, very easy to show how clueless these coincidence theorists are when they claim that there are no so-called official psychics or they've never worked in official capacities with law enforcement or to solve cases, when clearly they have. One of these guys is, of course, John Catchings. Psychic John Catchings was used on many cases that left police without any clue to who committed a crime or in what order the crime was committed. Catchings, who was successful about 60% of the time, so that's of course not 100%, believed that psychics could never be 100% right about any crime. His mother, Bertie, was also a psychic that gave many predictions and predicted back in 1985 that road maps would be replaced with dashboard computers, which came true with the invention of the GPS system. The Lake Waco murders in 1982 left police with no leads. Several psychics gave little bits of info and here and there, but it wasn't until Catchings was called in that police got the clues that they needed. The 3 children were buried and their families wanted some answers as to who was responsible for taking their children from them. Lake Waco police called in Detective Catchings, who visited the crime scene and saw 3 men, but only one kill the kids on a flat-bottom boat. He then went on to inform the police that a woman with dark hair and in her 20s would be able to help them with the identity of the three men. It just so happened the police had already suspected a 19-year-old woman with brunette hair as knowing more than she had told police. The woman was a known liar and knew a man named Munir Deeb what a name, through her imprisoned boyfriend David Spencer. Deeb had told a friend that he knew one of the victims that he had killed the trio. However, investigators questioned him and he passed the polygraph and was released. As it turned out, Deeb was the murderer. Detective Truman Simons was able to piece together everything after collecting more information from other psychics that also gave information about the case. In 1989, a 12-year-old Hallsville, Texas girl disappeared, and Catchings predicted where they would discover her body in 1990, a year later. He said that the body would be found buried in her parents' driveway. No body was found, but Catchings gave police 6 more places that turn up nothing. As he had said, predictions are not 100%. Interesting. The unexplained is what people cannot believe. Catchings helped with solving the murder of an 18-year-old girl that was abducted in 1982. Sherry Eyerly was a pizza delivery driver in Oregon when she disappeared. Catchings had reported that her ghost appeared, and this led to the probable murder suspect. Although Catchings has helped with many cases, one Maryland police sergeant does not believe that Catchings was psychic, but highly observant when he helped to solve the case of murder. Mary Cook was murdered in the 80s, and John was called in to help with the case. Sergeant Stinnett believes that Catchings would have made a good detective, but did not think that he had any powers, supernatural or otherwise. So what's interesting here, let's say Catchings is not psychic. I mean, what does that say about a lot of police departments? That they're just that incompetent, that these random psychics with no training that just happen to be observant or just happen to have some kind of intuition, they can solve cases far better than the police department can? I mean, that's weird. That is weird. Psychic powers or not. Another thing I'm going to touch upon here, which I've touched upon before, a lot of goofs hallucinate that if psychics are real, there is only one methodology by which they would operate, which is just absolutely clear and concise answers from either the dead or the Akashic record, the cosmic consciousness, whatever you want to call it, that they can tap into, if they can, that they would always get clear answers. I never understood that level of goofery, because in no profession does anyone perform with 100% perfect record in a clear fashion. In fact, a lot of professions have a less than 50% performance rate. I mean, look at batting averages in baseball. I mean, just because someone's a professional baseball player, that doesn't mean they can hit every single pitch, a home run off every single pitch perfectly every single time. They miss, they strike out. I mean, there's accidents that happen. They might get hit by the baseball, they get walked, they might get an injury on a swing and have to pull out of the game. I mean, it's weird how coincidence theorists are so triggered. They think that if psychics would be real, they would have to have 100% clear answers from the dead in all cases and know the exact details every single time and be able to instantly recall them. I mean, this level of silliness, nobody really calls it out, but this is Mindshock. I have to call out this level of goofery. Because this is what coincidence theorists are like. When they get triggered, they just make all of these assumptions and hallucinations and straw man arguments that things can only work this way or they're all fake. And then the other point is, of course, even if, let's say, 95% of psychics are charlatans or complete fakes, is it possible 5% are real? Same thing with any profession. Every profession has frauds. I mean, there's people convicted of impersonating a police officer. They're not real police officers. There's people who get arrested for practicing medicine without a license or whatever. There's a lot of people who fake being a certain profession that they are not. Why would the psychic field not be prone to that? If anything, there would be a much higher frequency of fakes because it'd be a lot easier to fake it in the psychic world. Because things you could just claim paranormal or whatever that you can't really do that in other professions. So again, this level of goofery that coincidence theorists have when they dismiss any and all psychics, it's some of the most illogical nonsense one can come up with. And again, I reiterate for all these goofs who will no doubt flood the comment section, I am not saying psychics are real. I'm saying psychics, like anything, should be examined with logic and reason at the forefront. So let's look at actual cases here. So we're going to go over a bunch of cases. So Nell Cropsey. Nell Cropsey was 19 years old at the time of her disappearance, November 21st, 1901. She was referred to as Beautiful Nell, having a chestnut hair and dark blue eyes. She lived with her family in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and had planned to visit family before Thanksgiving. She never arrived, and her boyfriend, Jim Wilcox, was the last one to see her. According to Jim, he went to see Nell and broke up with her on that night. However, Nell's brother and father insisted that she did not return. Nell's sister had seen Nell out on the porch at 11 p.m., but did not see her return inside the house. She presumed that she went inside quietly. However, later, Nell's family was distraught when they found out she was not at home. They went to Jim's house thinking that maybe the two had eloped. I guess back in 1901, that was a common thing. Anytime a teenage girl doesn't come home, she might have eloped. But Jim said that he had broken up with Nell and that he thought she had returned inside her house after leaving her on the porch. During Jim's interrogation, his story was a different version, and he was arrested, but was later freed. A psychic named Snell Newman had sent word. You know what's weird? The psychic's name is Snell, and the girl's name is Nell. I mean... see, these kinds of coincidences, I find them a little weird. Most people, especially coincidence theorists, will just immediately write them off. But is this some kind of synchronicity that defies common understanding? Either way, continuing on here, a psychic named Snell Newman had sent word that Jim had killed Nell. On December 6th, the psychic came to Nell's residence and identified the last few hours of Nell. According to the spiritualist, Jim had used chloroform to wrap Nell in a blanket and had driven her out in the country to kill her, and then threw her down a well. When the well was inspected, no body was found, but 2 days after Christmas, the body of Nell was floating in the river. The body had bruises on the forehead that indicated foul play. Jim was arrested, tried, and had received 15 years of imprisonment. That doesn't seem right. So was the psychic wrong? So this is 1901, so I'm guessing there was no toxicology report, whether there was chloroform or not. And that's interesting, too. I mean, this is 1901 before people had... I mean, I guess you would still guess that the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, husband, or whatever, a lot of times they would be the killer. Even you wouldn't necessarily have FBI statistics to back that up in 1901. But interesting case. Next one, Maria Scott. Maria Scott had gone missing, but the police had lost interest in the case since she was a prostitute. 7 months after her disappearance, her decomposing body was found with 5 separate stab wounds. 29 men were named as persons of interest in the murder of Maria Scott, but authorities believed that a person named Mark Brown was the killer. Maria had met Mark in a rehab facility. However, what makes the story interesting was that Brown had already left to Queensland. 4 years after the murder, the detective on the case, Senior Detective Jeffrey Little, had asked Debbie Malone, a psychic, to help with the case. Based on the psychic account, Maria Scott had died in a cabin on Triple Care Farm in Robertson. Through the help of the psychic, the police found the dead body of Maria in the cabin in October 2003. I mean, that's a really specific claim by a psychic. Though there were many changes to the cabin, the psychic was able to locate the exact knife used in the murder. The knife was still in the drainpipe and it had remained lodged there even after sink renovations. Malone was able to share lots of details and events that were related in the murder. She had a strong feeling that only ghosts can have that effect on her. It was later known that the murder suspect had committed suicide after reaching Queensland. That's an interesting case. Let's look at more specifics of this case. Grunge.com here by Amy Lemereau, January 27, 2022. In the early 2000s, a young Australian woman named Maria Scott was a resident at Triple Care Farm Youth Rehabilitation Center at Robertson in the Southern Highlands. While she had previously struggled with drugs, she had been working on improving her life at the rehabilitation center until the 27-year-old tragically went missing. In October 2003, her decomposed body was discovered wrapped in a quilt and dumped in bushlands on the grounds of Triple Care Farm, having been badly beaten and stabbed 5 times, according to Illawarra Mercury. For more than 4 years, Scott's killer remained at large. After investigating other suspects, including Scott's former partner, Jason Maher, authorities began to suspect that a man named Mark Brown was involved. Brown was a staff member at Triple Care Farm who had been living on site at the Waratah Lodge in 2003, less than 200 feet from where Scott's body was found. Brown had a history of violent behavior, but without definitive proof, the police were not able to confirm his involvement in Scott's murder. After 4.5 years with no developments in the case, the investigation took a turn when a psychic medium named Debbie Malone stepped in to help with the case. According to the Daily Telegraph, Malone had previously appeared on the psychic investigation television show Sensing Murder, which caught the attention of Detective Senior Constable Jeffrey Little, one of the detectives investigating Scott's murder. Malone was able to describe specifics of the case. Little invited Malone to consult on the case. She was given a bangle that had been found on Scott's body. Simply by holding the object, she was able to give specific details about the case, according to the Daily Telegraph. Malone reportedly led authorities to the location where the murder had occurred, pointing out blood on the walls and even directing authorities to look in the drain pipe where they discovered the knife that had been used to take Scott's life. Even more strangely, she told detectives that she could feel the spirit of the killer walking through her, which told her that the killer himself had since passed on, since she could only feel ghosts walking through her, according to Reader's Digest. This revelation only confirmed authorities' suspicions that Mark Brown had been the killer, since he had committed suicide 4 years before. Her description of what happened was so close to what we had found, I included it in the coroner's brief. I don't know whether he took any notice of it, but she was brilliant. She told us how the body was positioned in the bush where it was found and what Maria was wearing, Little said via the Daily Telegraph, adding, what we hadn't told her was that the key suspect had already committed suicide. I was extremely skeptical at first, but then I couldn't explain how she knew these things when all we gave her was a bangle. And you know what else is curious? See, some people allege that psychics have, I don't know, either pay people inside the police department to get details or whatever. It's unclear what information she had. So did she have details from the coroner, and did those details not, because the coroner might not know that their main suspect had committed suicide. So did she have some of the details, none of the details? I mean, all very, very curious. Paula Brown. Paula Brown was a popular hairdresser who disappeared after partying with friends in Sydney, Australia. Her distraught fiancé had asked for the help of Philip Durant to find Paula. Through the psychic, the police were able to find the body of Paula Brown. 7 days after her disappearance, her body was found by a truck driver passing through the Port Botany. The psychic had used a grid map, plumb bob, and some hair from the victim to help her state the location of her body. Though the body was found by chance, the police had acknowledged the accuracy of the information given by the clairvoyant. She was found less than 2 kilometers from the exact spot the psychic told the authorities. That's curious. That's curious, especially that this prediction was made before the body was found. Melanie Uribe. Melanie Uribe was a nurse, but she had missed 2 days of work. Her disappearance was reported to the authorities, and searches were conducted. Clairvoyant Etta Smith was very sure that Melanie was not in the place the searches were being done. According to Etta, she felt that Melanie was in a place that was similar to the Lopez Valley near the house of the victim. The psychic saw that somewhere in a bush was a nurse in uniform, and she reported all this information to the police. Etta decided to investigate the matter herself. Along with her children and niece, she went to the Lopez Valley and found the dead body of Melanie exactly in the location of the psychic vision. Etta was about to leave the area when the police arrived. She was questioned and detained by the police, but was freed later when the real murderer was arrested. Wow, that's an interesting case. Unsolved mysteries also covered this case, and this is their write-up from unsolvedmysteries.fandom.com. This was December 17th, 1980, Pacoima, California. 31-year-old Melanie Uribe was a nurse at Pacoima Hospital in Burbank, California, and a divorced single mother of an 8-year-old son. On her way to work in her pickup truck, witnesses saw two men abduct her by forcing their way into her truck while she was waiting at a stoplight. When she failed to turn up for her shift at Pacoima Hospital on the night of December 15, 1980, Melanie's employer telephoned her house but got no answer. She was considered reliable and punctual. Fearing the worst, the police were called. By the next morning, they had found her pickup truck burned out and her nurse's uniform. The story of Melanie Uribe, her murder, and her murderers is somewhat overshadowed by the tale of the psychic vision that led to her body's whereabouts. On December 17th, a 32-year-old shipping clerk at the Lockheed Aerospace plant named Etta Smith heard about Melanie's disappearance on the radio and about the house searches the police were conducting. Immediately, despite not having any prior knowledge of the case, she thought to herself, she's not in a house. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, she claims, she had a vision which was like a movie, very, very clear. A canyon and a curving road, shrubbery, hills in the backdrop, and a dirt path leading to something white. Etta believed that the white might have been Melanie's uniform and that it was her body. The vision was a clue to the nurse's location. She didn't know the name of the place, but felt that she knew the way to the location. She did not consider herself a psychic. That's interesting, or at least at that time. Nonetheless, she left work early to talk to the police. Detective Lee Ryan, despite his skepticism, felt that Etta was credible, noting her credentials as a businesswoman and her top security clearance. And he decided to see what she knew about Melanie's disappearance. Etta pinpointed the area where she believed Melanie's body would be found on a map, a remote part of the San Fernando Valley, Lopez Canyon, above Lakeview Terrace. She had a strong feeling that Melanie, dead or alive, was there, and an overwhelming urge to look for her as soon as possible. Fearing that she wasn't being taken seriously, Etta's recurring vision prompted her to search the area that same day with a few family members rather than wait for the police. Cruising slowly towards the top of the canyon in her car, she felt a trauma, Melanie's presence, and became certain in her mind that Melanie was in the canyon. Deciding to drive down the canyon once more, she noticed fresh tire tracks, and she felt the same trauma, and she somehow knew that this vehicle was involved. Further down the canyon, they stopped again when Etta's daughter noticed something strange in the brush. Etta started going towards it, and she saw a body with white nursing shoes. The landscape exactly as it had been in her visions. An autopsy determined that the body was indeed Melanie Uribe and that she had been robbed, stripped naked, raped, and beaten to death. Etta's vision, as she had described it, had been confirmed. However, Melanie's killers remained at large. Suspicion subsequently fell upon Etta. Suspects. Inevitably, the evening after Melanie's body was discovered, Etta was arrested. Etta was questioned by detectives, and they were legitimately suspicious about how Etta knew about the case. After questioning Etta for several hours, they had her take a polygraph test. She passed it, however, the detectives told her that she failed it. And the detectives' sworn testimony is that she was trying to be deceptive, even attempting to control her breathing. The police believed that if she wasn't involved with the murderers, her information was coming from gossip in her neighborhood, or perhaps someone had heard something but was afraid to come forward. They thought her motivation for claiming to have had a vision may have been for financial gain. Didn't she make a lot of money at her position already? While it could be more generously believed that she failed because the trauma of the vision and the corpse hunting excursion made her behave oddly, either way, this left her as having intricate knowledge on the location of the body, yet a very improbable claimed source of the knowledge. The next morning, she was formally charged with murder. Results. Shortly after Etta was charged with Melanie's murder, a police informant said that he had heard one of the killers bragging about the murder in his neighborhood. This man was arrested and confessed, implicating 2 more young men in the crime. Etta was released on December 21st. Louis Carnell Morgan, 20, an unnamed 17-year-old, and Spencer Nelson, 21, were taken into custody. The trio had jumped into Miss Uribe's truck at a stoplight and driven her into the canyon 15 miles north before robbing her, raping her, and beating her to death while she begged for her life. The cause of death was blunt force trauma from being hit over the head with a large rock. The killers were convicted and are serving time in prison. Man, what a terrible case, but at least it was solved. And again, unfortunately, I'm guessing that Uribe did not carry a gun or wasn't able to use it in time. But there's a lot of criminals out there. Another curiosity is that 7-year-old Lisa Rosales was found in the same area dead. Huh. And you know what's really sad about the Lisa Rosales case is that there's almost no information on it. Here's an article from UPI Archives here. Goodbye, Our Little Angel, December 15th, 1980. More than 200 mourners, many of them families with small children, attended the funeral Monday of 7-year-old Lisa Rosales, who was kidnapped and killed while walking home from a school bus stop 1 week ago. Several detectives are seeking clues to the identity of her killer, also attended the funeral and questioned some onlookers outside Mary Immaculate Church. The mourners included many of the little girl's first-grade classmates from Pacoima Elementary School and Roberta Weintraub, president of the city school board. I just pray that this is it and there's no more maniacs out there, she said. During the funeral mass, the Reverend Louis Valbuena urged the congregation to take a Christian responsibility for their actions and the actions of others. We don't take God seriously, he said. Because we don't take God seriously, we cannot take our brothers and sisters seriously. If I don't take them seriously, I can kill them or rob them and destroy them. It's weird phrasing. After the service, Lisa was buried at the San Fernando Mission Cemetery. Her small wood casket was covered by a spray of pink and white carnations and a banner with the message, "Goodbye, Our Little Angel." Lisa was last seen by friends December 8th while walking 1 block from a bus stop to her home. Her body was found the next day in a field more than a mile away. She had been strangled. Police are looking for a stranger seen in the neighborhood about the time the girl disappeared. Officers have also checked out known child molesters and other persons with criminal records living in the San Fernando Valley. And I have been able to find nothing else other than this article on her. So, is it exactly where was she found? In relation to Melanie Uribe, because if these guys are that were responsible for Melanie Uribe, is that their dump site? Because they dumped 2 bodies there within a week or so. I mean, that seems kind of coincidental. So here's the thing about Etta Smith here, though, because Etta Smith was not an established psychic at the time she found Melanie Uribe's body. Here's the write-up from the Unsolved Mysteries fandom about Etta Louise Smith, psychic. Place of birth unrevealed. Date of birth unrevealed. Background. As a young girl, Etta Smith claimed to have odd feelings about future events, but it wasn't until she was 32 that Etta realized she had psychic powers. She had a psychic experience while working at an aerospace facility December 17, 1980. She heard a news bulletin about the disappearance of a nurse named Melanie Uribe, and Etta had a psychic vision of where Melanie's body would be found. A few days later, Etta and her daughter located Melanie's body. Detectives thought she was involved and she was arrested for Melanie's murder. However, the real killers later confessed, and Etta was released soon after. She continues to help police departments solve cases with her psychic abilities to this day. So what's curious here... Oh, and apparently she did have a false arrest lawsuit against the LAPD that she won. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So either way here, it's curious because this is not someone who is even proclaiming to be a psychic. She just randomly at the age of 32, receives this vision, allegedly, while working at an aerospace facility of all places. So a lot of things, so-called coincidence theorists who just are too mentally weak to consider anything paranormal or supernatural outside of current scientific understanding, they always claim these are attention seekers who just didn't accomplish much in life, etc., etc. This is a woman working at an aerospace facility at the age of 32. I mean, she's got a family, she's got a life, and this randomly happens. I don't know. I mean, this is definitely a curious one. This is definitely a very, very curious one. Let's continue on here to Penny Sarah. Penny Sarah was brutally murdered July 16th, 1973 in Connecticut. The detective at the time had decided to call in the help of a psychic. Detective George Mazzacane invited psychic Pasquarella Downey to look into the murder. According to the psychic, the murderer had smelled of oil, had worn a uniform as a mechanic, and had a name tag bearing the initial E. She even predicted that the killer will not be caught immediately, but will be apprehended since blood can tell. Wow, so this is in 73. True enough to the prediction, 26 years later, a man named Edward was finally caught using DNA blood testing and fingerprint matching. He was also a mechanic during the time of the murder. Edward was tried and found guilty of the murder of Penny Sarah, and he received a long jail sentence. So that's interesting. So she correctly guessed the first letter, so that's a 1/26th chance, theoretically possible. But she also guessed his profession. I mean, that's a little harder. There's a lot of professions out there. So when you stack the coincidental level, and then on top of that, she's also claiming he's not going to be caught immediately, which is curious because all of the statistics we have, cases that aren't closed within 10 to 30 days, their chances of being solved fall dramatically. Absolutely dramatically. I mean, I can go to the exact stats right now. This is a Washington Post article, December 28th, 2018. Kimbryle Kelly and Stephen Rich. For unsolved cases lasting a year, finding the killer becomes nearly impossible. So these are the stats here, post-analysis of police department data. So this is 25 major U.S. cities. Most arrests since 2007 were made within 10 days of the killing. Washington Post examination of 8,000 homicide arrests across 25 major U.S. cities since 2007 found that in half of the cases, an arrest was made in 10 days or fewer. The analysis underscores what police leaders and homicide detective experts have said about the passage of time working against detectives. But it also dispels the notion of a 48-hour rule that most cases, if solved, are wrapped up in 2 days. Only 30% of the cases led to an arrest within that time frame, the analysis found. 2/3 of arrests were made within 1 month. For cases that remained unsolved after 1 year, 5% ultimately led to an arrest. Yeah, I mean, the chances are not good. So this particular psychic seemed to have been spot on in the Penny Sarah case. Because even if she knew who did it, how would she know? Like, let's say the psychic was buddies with Edward and he confessed. How would she know he wouldn't be caught until many years later because blood can tell? I mean, that's kind of a weird thing to say, especially the state of technology in 1973. Let's go over all the details of the Sarah case here. This is the New Haven Register. Sarah slaying haunted city, cops never gave up. Randall Beach, September 22nd, 2018. New Haven, this was your urban horror nightmare come true. A young woman using a parking garage in downtown New Haven in the middle of a summer's day is chased down in that garage and stabbed to death in a 10th floor stairwell. The murder of Concetta Penny Sarah in the early afternoon of July 16th, 1973 in the Temple Street garage shocked the city's residents and suburbanites, who for years afterward wondered whether it was safe to venture into New Haven to shop or dine. The fear lingered for so long because the notorious crime went unsolved for nearly 30 years. Before the real killer was arrested and convicted, several other suspects were publicly identified, and one was almost put on trial. John Serra, the victim's grieving father, made sure the New Haven Police Department and the public did not stop thinking about the case. Every year on the anniversary of the slaying, he bought an ad in the New Haven Register showing a photo of his pretty, smiling 21-year-old daughter. The ad carried this chilling message under her name: murdered in Temple Street Garage, downtown New Haven on July 16, 1973. To date, killer still in the New Haven area. Nobody could forget. Henry C. Lee, the nationally known forensic science investigator who, along with many others, helped to finally solve the murder, recalled during a recent interview, John Serra came to me a couple times. He said, "Dr. Lee, you are our last hope." Lee also recalled his final conversation with Serra in '98 when he said he was terminally ill and in the hospital. He called me from the hospital and said, "Please don't forget my daughter." I told him, "We're working very hard on the case. Nobody will forget Penny." Lee had decided it wouldn't be right to tell Serra that they were closing in on a new suspect, Edward R. Grant, a car mechanic from Waterbury. Serra died 7 months before Grant was arrested and charged with murder. I couldn't tell him the case was solved because Mr. Grant might have had an explanation for how his fingerprint got on the tissue box in her car, Lee said as he sat in his office in the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science at the University of New Haven. Lee is officially retired from the State Department of Public Safety, but is Distinguished Chairman Professor of Forensic Science at the University of New Haven. Evidence. The tissue box was a key element in convincing a New Haven Superior Court jury that Grant was guilty. Lee wrote in his 2004 book, Cracking More Cases, The Forensic Science of Solving Crimes, co-written with Thomas W. O'Neill. In 1997, a Connecticut-Rhode Island fingerprint database scored a hit on Edward Grant's left thumbprint. It matched the bloody partial print on the tissue box that lay on the floor behind the driver's seat of the car, driven by Penny Serra. Grant's fingerprints did not enter the data system until after he was arrested in the summer of '94 on a charge of beating his then-fiancée. If his fingerprint was not in the system, Lee said during the interview, we still wouldn't know who killed Serra. There was a second important piece of evidence, a handkerchief that had been found on the ground near Serra's car. We had Penny Serra's blood on the handkerchief, Lee said, and we got DNA there. We tested the handkerchief versus Grant's blood, and it was consistent with being his blood. And it's also curious whether or not the psychic knew that there was blood evidence on the handkerchief or not when making the claim that blood can tell. Lee emphasized he was not the man who cracked the Serra case. I helped. A lot of people worked on this case. I was just one of them. James Clark, who then was a senior assistant state attorney, worked with co-prosecutor Gary Nicholson in prosecuting Grant. During an interview at his North Haven home, Clark, now retired, recalled the case while sitting in his office. On the top level of his bookshelf is a framed New Haven Register photo showing his arm in arm outside the New Haven courthouse with Penny Serra's sister, Rosemary Serra, after Grant was convicted in May 2002. Rosemary Serra declined to be interviewed for this retrospective story. This was probably the most difficult and in many ways the most rewarding case I ever did, said Clark, who noted he prosecuted 35 defendants accused of murder. Clark pointed out the Serra homicide had gone unsolved for more than 25 years at the time he began preparing for Grant's trial. This was a big deal, and it was a big deal for the New Haven Police Department, Clark said. If you lived in New Haven, then you knew about this case and followed it for years. Although Clark conceded Lee's testimony during the trial was important and tied together the evidence for the jury, Clark said, the real heroes were the Bureau of Identification, New Haven's police detectives and other investigators who worked on the evidence. Clark specifically credits Vincent Perricone and Robert Fontaine, both now retired living in Florida. They went in and seized evidence in such an organized fashion. They took photos and preserved a picture of the crime scene at a time when forensics was not such a big deal. It was all about fingerprints and not much else. I mean, that's curious too, because if everything was about fingerprints at the time, for the psychic to claim that the case would one day be solved using blood evidence, I mean, that's really interesting. Then they maintained the evidence in such a way that they could later testify, this is what I seized on that day. That was a big deal because the evidence was what ultimately made the case. That summer day in New Haven, Clark, who still remembers many of the details, said that on the day she was murdered, Sarah was driving her father's car, a blue 71 Buick Electra. She parked it on the 9th level of the garage just after 12:42 p.m. It was a very new, very desirable, Clark said of that Buick. It's clear this person, the perpetrator, intended to steal that car. Penny Sarah had used the car to go to Florida just 2 weeks before this. She had a knife with her in the car, which she had used to cut up cheese and bread. It's quite possible she was stabbed with her own knife. No knives were left at the scene. But we established she had a knife in the car and she would have done anything to protect her father's car. It's pretty clear that she stabbed him, Clark said. My guess is that he lost his temper because she stabbed him once. We know that he chased her because 2 teenagers saw the chase. They thought she had escaped. What he, Grant, should have done was just take the car and let her run away. She went up a stairwell that went nowhere and was stabbed on the 4th or 5th step. She was stabbed just once in her heart. Clark still has the crime scene photos on his computer and he flashed through them. Up came a shot of Sarah's body lying crumpled in a fetal position on that stairwell. After Grant stabbed Sarah, Clark said, he got into her car and drove around, but he got confused about how to get out of the garage, as many people do there, so he abandoned the car on the 7th floor, but he left behind a bunch of evidence. Then he picked up his own car again, he drove down to the exit and handed a bloody ticket to the guy at the gate. Clark still looked incredulous all these years later as he described what happened next. The attendant wipes the blood off the ticket to see how much he could charge the guy, and he didn't get the license plate. But still, there was a blood trail through the levels of the garage, the tissue box, and the handkerchief. Clark credits Christopher Grice, a police fingerprint expert, for his tireless, dedicated work on the tissue box fingerprint search. Clark said when Grice compared the bloody print on the box to Grant's print, it was a eureka moment. Adding the DNA made it a slam dunk, Clark said. He paused and added, that's an overstatement, but it was a very strong case. There's no doubt on the proof beyond a reasonable doubt level that Edward Grant did it. I would have been shocked if they hadn't convicted him. I wasn't surprised when they did. But you always have butterflies when a jury comes out. The trial. The jurors took nearly 3 days to reach a decision. According to the New Haven Register's account of the jury's announcement on the afternoon of May 28, 2002, Grant, then 59, swayed as if he had been hit when he heard the word guilty. But a few feet behind him in the courtroom, Rosemary Sarah wept as she absorbed the news. Soon afterwards, she got out of her seat and, when court adjourned, hugged Clark. Superior Court Judge John C. Blue, who had presided over the 20-day trial, had asked spectators to refrain from making any outbursts at the end of what he had called a long, drawn-out, high-stakes trial. Outside the courthouse, Sarah said, after this many years, my family can finally rest in peace. My father had faith in the system, and now I can too. But the verdict was a bitter outcome for Grant's defense team, who, like Clark's team, had put in years of hard work on the case. Beth A. Merkin, who now heads the Office of New Haven Public Defender, defended Grant with her predecessor, the now late Thomas Ullman, and Brian Carlo, another public defender. On the day the verdict was announced, Merkin said, "It's very sad. We really felt that there was reasonable doubt, and we're just sorry the jury didn't feel that way." Wait, so who killed her then? The guy not trying to rob her? Wait, what? The defense team had focused on the lack of motive for the murder and the lack of any proven association between Grant and Sarah. However, the state is not required to show a motive for a murder conviction. Ullman said on the day of the verdict, "As far as I'm concerned and as far as the defense team is concerned, the real killer is still out there." What? So how do they explain his blood on the scene? So he tried to steal the car but didn't and then ran away and someone else stabbed her? Ullman died earlier this year in a hiking accident. When Merkin and Carlo were interviewed recently about the case, one of the first questions they fielded was, do they still believe Grant didn't kill Sarah? I can speak for Tom, Merkin replied. Tom absolutely believed in Ed Grant's innocence. Merkin and Carlo declined to say how they feel on the subject. Interesting. They said they didn't want to violate attorney-client privilege. But Carlo, who is now retired, said there are pieces of the case that made absolutely no sense. He raised the issue of there being no proven motive. Well, who cares about motive? I mean, it's weird. You can find people with motive but no physical evidence, so it's kind of weird. Carlo also noted forensic experts were not able to say when DNA material or fingerprints are deposited on the evidence. Both Merkin and Carlo emphasized, as they did during the trial, that there were questions about whether the evidence had been degraded or contaminated because it was stored in hot storage conditions, according to testimony. But wait a second. Did the teenagers see this guy or a guy in a mechanic's outfit chase her into the stairwell? Because if they did, even if they can't make a positive ID, that should be enough with his blood and fingerprint, shouldn't it? That's kind of weird. Carlos cited the pressure authorities felt to make an arrest and get a conviction. This was a case that had changed New Haven and changed who was coming to New Haven, so it was a case police wanted to resolve. Carlos said that there are other factors that contributed to fewer people coming to downtown besides the Sarah murder, but this case actually put a face on that concern. Carlo recalls Grant as being very respectful, a very kind person, as was his family. Merkin said the case seemed to be a misfit, with the nice person and nice family involved in a murder case. I am curious, so did they deny he was ever in the car? Did they deny that he ever touched the tissue box and all these things and the blood in the handkerchief? Or did they come up with another explanation? Because these are important details here. But in his Cracking More Cases book, Lee wrote that in the summer of '94, Grant had beaten his then fiancée so fiercely that she was hospitalized. Lee also noted that in '71, while in the Connecticut National Guard, Grant was riding in a Jeep when it rolled over. The injuries he sustained required that a steel plate be placed in his head. The long-term effects of this injury were that he suffered from memory loss and severe mood swings. This contrasts with Lee's description of Sarah in his book. He noted that under her yearbook photo for Wilbur Cross High School, class of '71, she had chosen to say this about herself: a laughing heart and merry spirit. Lee said Sarah was mature for her age. It was not at all surprising then that Penny became engaged for a time to Philip DeLito, an attractive man 7 years older than she, who was distantly related to the New Haven's chief of police, Biagio Ben Dilieto. But Lee said they frequently quarreled and she broke off the engagement. This relationship put DeLito under police scrutiny as a suspect in her murder. But after he provided a strong alibi and his DNA and fingerprints did not match the evidence on the scene, he was cleared. DeLito died in 2008. Here's the thing, though. So if DeLito did want to kill her, would he do it in this garage with a lot of people around? This guy, so he's a somewhat distant relative of the chief of police, etc. Either way, if this is an older guy, a non-criminal, and, that's kind of weird. Would he, if he did want to kill her, would he do it there? I don't know. And then with witnesses around, like those teenagers? And then he randomly planted a mechanic's DNA and fingerprint? Why that particular mechanic? I don't know. That's kind of weird. This relationship put DeLito under police scrutiny. Okay, he died in 2008. Anthony Golino wasn't so easily exonerated. In '84, he was charged with Sarah's murder. Unfortunately for Golino, he had twice met Sarah. In addition, his wife told police that he allegedly told her, "I will do to you what I did to Penny Sarah." Golino denied saying this. See, this is why we need brain fingerprint scan technology. I keep going on about this, but nobody in the true crime sphere really wants to talk about it that much. This is the technology that Stephen Avery was put under. This is military technology. CIA, government officials use this instead of traditional polygraphs because polygraphs are not reliable. The brain fingerprint scan technology bypasses whatever urge there is to either deceive or tell the truth. It simply measures recognition in brain wave responses. So either that information is familiar or it's not. So, I mean, I'll be doing a dedicated episode on brain fingerprint scanning. That one's been a long time coming, but so has this one. I'll get to it eventually. We got a lot of requests on Mindshock here. So, continuing on here, police began questioning and following Golino in 81. July 3rd, 84, they pulled him over on Columbus Avenue, handcuffed him, and charged him with the murder of Penny Sarah. But they failed to test his blood, and Golino mistakenly told police he had type O blood, the same as the killer. But when Golino's trial was about to begin in May 87, the blood test finally was administered, and the result was a shock to police and investigators. Golino had type A blood. So the guy doesn't even know what kind of blood he has. I mean, it's actually not that surprising. A lot of people don't know their own blood type, but they don't necessarily think they have a different blood type than they actually do. So they would say, oh, I don't know my blood type. Why would they? I don't know if a lot of people would just randomly state a blood type that they're not. Attorney Hugh Keefe, who represented Golino through the long years of the pretrial process, recalled in a recent interview seeing then Chief Assistant State Attorneys Mary Galvin stand up in the courtroom and announce Anthony Golino could not have committed this crime. Superior Court Judge Samuel Friedman promptly dismissed the charge. Golino was a free man. Keefe acknowledged he had opposed the blood test for a long period. Asked about this, he said, when you're involved in something like this, you have a list of things to do. Mary Galvin got to it, the blood test, quicker than I did. Keefe said this is a good example for people who favor the death penalty. Tony Golino was charged with capital murder. The death penalty was a possibility, and this was a totally innocent man. Keefe added, they ruined his life. Keefe recalled the conversation with John Serra while Golino was awaiting trial. He never believed for a second Golino did it. He told me he thought Mary was barking up the wrong tree. Interesting intuition there of the father. When this reporter interviewed Golino in 87 for the New Haven Advocate, Golino said, the scar will always remain, the pain will always remain to the day that I die. Golino died in 2008 from cancer. He was 57. Grant, now 75, remains in prison, serving the sentence of 20 years to life imposed by Blue in September 2002. Grant did not respond to a written request from the New Haven Register several months ago to talk about the case. When Blue sentenced Grant, he told him, someone left that beautiful young woman dead or dying in a dirty stairwell in a parking garage. No one can deny what the evidence shows beyond any doubt. That someone was you. But minutes before he was sentenced, Grant stood up in court and said as he fought back tears, I'm sorry for the pain, sorrow, and loss of the Serra family. I can't begin to imagine it. I had no part in this tragic event. However, the jury has convicted me and I ask for leniency. I lived my entire life trying to make life better for my family. Rosemary Serra delivered her own tearful statement during that sentencing hearing. She said her family had spent many hours at her father's grave trying to understand her sister's murder. No prison sentence can quantify the living nightmare I have lived, she said. How could someone leave my sister alone to die? The other thing, though, the parking attendant at the garage who took the bloody ticket, did he identify Edward Grant? Because if he did, I mean, this is a pretty much a slam dunk case. If you have those teenagers who at least can place a guy that looked similar to him, I mean, that alone would obviously prove nothing. But in combination with the fingerprint, the DNA, and the parking attendant and bloody ticket, I mean, and did he have an alibi? I mean, this is all seems very, very damning, and that's without even getting into the psychic. All right, on to the next case, Arthur Herbert. In 1984, a small plane disappeared somewhere in either Massachusetts or New Hampshire. The plane carried 4 people, including Arthur Herbert, the pilot. After the mysterious disappearance, the Civil Air Patrol had called an extensive search, but eventually the hunt was called off. Jessica Herbert, sister of Arthur, did not give up and sought the help of Noreen Renier, a popular psychic detective who was referred by Jessica's former husband, an FBI agent. As a psychic, Noreen gave the exact longitude and latitude of the crash site. She also had given the exact description of Arthur's final moments. This may not be a murder case, but the police had acknowledged the help of Noreen Renier in the disappearance of Herbert. So here's some more info on Noreen Renier, psychic detective. Now here's the thing. This is from her own website, so again, we really don't know the accuracy of the information here. If other people could corroborate, that would be very interesting. But This is a chapter from, I guess, one of her books, The Doomed Flight, A Missing Plane, A Brother Lost. January 28th, 1984, a small chartered plane carrying 4 passengers had mysteriously vanished from the sky somewhere over rural Massachusetts or New Hampshire. The Civil Air Patrol and the U.S. Air Force had searched diligently for 10 bone-chilling winter days before giving up on the grueling hunt. They had a limited budget and then come to the end of what they could do. But Jessica Herbert, the sister of one of the missing passengers, didn't want the search to end. When she asked an official from the Civil Air Patrol what he would need to start up the search again, he replied, "The location." In February, she called me for help. "Good morning, Miss Renier. My name is Jessica Herbert. I need your help." The woman on the other end of the line was clearly upset, and she wasted no time in getting to the point. "My brother has been lost in a plane wreck and they can't find him. It's been days. You've got to help me. I'm at my wit's end. I don't know what to do." A plane wreck. Why she was calling me? Yes. I had located people who were missing. But an airplane, I wouldn't know where to begin. She sounded worried and I didn't want to waste her time, so I explained that I had never been asked to find an airplane. "I honestly don't believe I can help you," I said. "I don't find things. I describe murderers. I work with police on unsolved homicides. Usually I touch something the victims were wearing when they were killed," I told the distraught woman. "I just can't do this in your case." But she was not going to let me turn her down. "Miss Renier," she said, "you have been highly recommended by my ex-husband, Mark Babyak, an FBI agent. You were also validated by Special Agent Wrestler," she added. It would be curious to see if we can get Mark Babyak and Agent Wrestler to corroborate this information. That stopped me. What could I say? Robert always backed me up, especially in the face of skeptics, and recommended my services to the police. Now it looked like I had impressed at least 2 people at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I was flattered, but I still didn't think I could help this woman find a missing plane. "I'm so sorry your brother is missing," I said more firmly, waving my cigarette in the air for emphasis. Too bad she couldn't see it. "I understand your urgency, but I don't normally find airplanes." I started repeating myself. Maybe she didn't hear me the first time. "I work on homicides. Usually I touch something that was on the victim when he or she was killed. We can't do that with your brother. He's missing. The airplane is missing. I don't think I can. Please, you're my last hope. Don't you understand?" I could hear the woman's desperation, and my heart went out to her. "They are all giving up trying to find him. The officials have stopped searching. I must find my brother. He eats health food and he's into physical fitness. He's in great physical shape. He played professional hockey. He could still be alive. Please try. He's my only brother." I gave up. Okay, I agreed reluctantly. This was beyond my scope, I knew, but I could just not say no. "Can you drive out to see me tomorrow and bring me something your brother touched or used a great deal before he disappeared?" It was about a 2-hour drive from where she lived in D.C. to my rural home in Virginia. I gave her directions and hung up. As I stubbed out my cigarette, I thought, what the hell have I done now? Late the following afternoon, as the sun was lazily sliding down toward the Blue Ridge Mountains, I greeted Jessica Herbert at the door. She was beautiful, beauty queen beautiful, with a perfect oval face and a warm, intelligent brown eyes that smiled as she introduced herself. She was expensively dressed in a cream silk blouse and dark slacks with her jacket draped over her arm. The outfit looked good on her model thin figure. She was clearly exhausted, and not just from the long drive down. Her brother's disappearance had grabbed her and wouldn't let go. I led Jessica down the entry hall to my combination library and office, and she sank gracefully into one of the theater chairs. I told her that I made no promises or guarantees, and it would be up to her to recognize and follow up on any clues I produced. As I explained how I worked, I slipped an audio tape into my recorder, which sat next to my ashtray on my old red trunk. She gazed around at the red bookshelves that lined the walls, crammed with books about metaphysics and psychic phenomena. The smoke from a stick of night jasmine incense curled upward in circles, filling the room with one of my favorite scents. Jessica handed me an expensive billfold that had belonged to her brother and began to tell me about him. I interrupted, reminding her that I preferred not to know any details or personal background. Strange as it may seem, the less you tell me, the more I will be capable of telling you. I spoke slowly and soothingly and gave her my entire attention. The room was still. In a private blessing, I envisioned a light-like energy moving from me to her, removing the hysterical edge I felt within her. I pushed the record button on the tape recorder and leaned back in my chair, lightly stroking the wallet in my hand. I explained what I was doing. I'm going to try to describe your brother to see if I'm tuning in to him. Then I will ask you to confirm or deny my impressions. All right, answered Jessica, I understand. She seemed surprised at the authoritative tone my voice had suddenly assumed. Surrendering to the soothing jasmine scent, I closed my eyes. Breathing deeply and exhaling slowly, I began my usual warm-up period, trying to see what her brother looked like. I do this for two reasons. First, to make sure I am correctly tuning into the target and checking to see if my psychic ability is working. Second, it gives my clients confidence in me as a psychic. If this part is at least 75% successful, I continue. If not, I call it a day and stop. I sat quietly for a time before speaking. Okay, I began. I want to see this young man. I want to see Jessica's brother. Let me see. Yes, I see a young man, blonde, straight hair to his shoulders. He is not quite 6 feet tall. He's good looking. I see some sort of space in his front teeth. No, I'm wrong. Something happened to that space. He must be very nervous because I can see he bites his nails. Finished for the moment, my eyes opened. Am I there or not? I asked Jessica. Why, yes, that was very good. Jessica smiled in amazement. Could you give me specifics? What did I say that was right? Well, all of it. You got his hair and size right and the space in his teeth. He had a large space in his front teeth, but 1 year earlier he had gotten braces fitted and the space closed, and it was also right that he bit his nails. He started doing that recently. Satisfied, I closed my eyes and focused my attention on the other three people in the small plane. I described the two men sitting in the front seats and the pretty young woman who sat in the back of the small plane who was sitting with Jessica's brother. Their faces entered my mind so easily that I felt confident I was connected. At the time, she could not confirm my information because she had never met the other passengers. It turned out later, however, that my descriptions were accurate. Jessica was impatient. She wanted me to see the airplane. Where is it? Where is the plane? The clock on the mantel ticked loudly in the stillness of the old farmhouse. I was deep inside the world that had opened to me through her brother's wallet, calmly abiding in a place outside of time and space. Reaching into the unknown, I began searching for the airplane. I saw the downed plane immediately. In fact, I found myself almost on top of it. I was on the side of a hill, but all I could see around me were trees. I felt walled in by them, and I knew no one could see me. This was no help. Suddenly, I remembered the advice of my early mentor, Dr. David Jones. He once told me that if a particular image was not clear, I should try changing vantage points. I had no one here to direct me, so I had to direct myself. This was turning out to be quite an experience. Seeking a new angle, I asked my mind to go higher. Now I was above the trees. I had a panoramic view. In an instant, my perception changed, and I was the plane. It was an impossible, exhilarating feeling. The night was black, and I was circling in a small, dark, deserted airstrip. Without warning, beams of lights flooded the sky, disorienting the pilot. As the plane, I turned sharply left, veering toward hills. Towering hills. The area looked primitive, undeveloped. I caught glimpses of rocks below and sensed quicksand and big gorges underneath me. I was flying very low, too low. Suddenly, I felt a pulling sensation and made a sharp turn toward the right, but it was too late. A downdraft was sucking me into the hills. As I plummeted out of control, trees rushed to greet me. I was swallowed and concealed by the thick foliage. The next moment, numbers began to enter my mind, and I knew I was no longer the plane. I was two sets of numbers. Breathlessly, I repeated them to my client. I could feel they were important. Now the letters came into my head. I see 3 letters, I said. G, T, and O. They are significant. They could be the initials of towns. They definitely have something to do with the location of the missing airplane. Unexpectedly, the skyline of a large city filled my mind's eye. I told Jessica the approximate number of miles the plane would be from the big city. The images changed again. I was back in the sky, hovering over the crash site, but I was no longer the plane. I was pure consciousness. I could not see the plane because of the thickness of the trees, so I began searching for something I could describe to my client. As I flew over the area, a dirt road came into focus, and I followed the thin yellow thread of a winding road down the mountainside. I told Jessica, there is an old dirt road near the crash site, and at the bottom of it is an old-fashioned house. The house has been turned into a gas station. It's rickety. I see an old rusting sign. It looks like a Texaco sign. An old woman's face came into my mind. Encouragingly, she smiled a toothless grin and then vanished. I said, "There's an old woman who runs the gas station. She doesn't have any teeth. She sells a lot of junk." I told Jessica how confused I was about the old woman. It felt as if she was there and not there at the same time. Later, we learned the toothless old lady had died the year before. My body jerked suddenly, startled by the sound of barking dogs. She has a lot of hunting dogs. I can hear them. I opened my eyes, exhausted. I looked at Jessica as I dragged deeply on my cigarette. She gazed at me, her dark brown eyes full of hope. Her unspoken enthusiasm recharged my psychic energy, and I continued. "When you reach the gas station, take the dirt road up the mountain. You don't need to go all the way to the top. The plane will be found to the right of the road. It didn't explode." I pressed the thin billfold against my forehead, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. I was still hovering over the scene, an uninvolved observer. I looked calmly at the two dead men in the front seat of the crashed plane. Their necks were broken. Then my attention focused on a well-built young man in the back seat. Even though my eyes were closed, I could feel Jessica growing more intent. I saw the young man lifting something with great effort and carrying it out of the mangled plane. After a few steps, he placed it gently on some dark, flat rocks under a tree. "It's your brother. Now he's walking away. He survived the crash," I yelled as I continued to watch him. After he took a few steps, he lunged forward. His leg buckled under him, and he sank to a sitting position. "His leg is hurt. It's broken." As I felt Jessica's increasing excitement, my logical mind broke through my consciousness, and I screamed. "No, he couldn't have. There's no way he could have survived that crash." I was afraid Jessica's desire to find her brother alive had affected the images I was receiving. Maybe I was reading her mind, seeing what she wanted me to see. Opening my eyes, I was almost yelling at her. "It's you. You want me to see him alive. I'm afraid I'm telling you what you want to hear. I can't do any more. I have to stop. I'm exhausted." Jessica, showing more hope than when she had arrived, assured me, "It's okay. It's all right, Noreen. Go rest." Gratefully, I relaxed a bit and told her that the information I had given her was just visions. Everything I saw would fall into place in the end, but it would be up to her to figure out how to put it together. "I'll take this new information back to the officials in charge," Jessica said, gathering her belongings. "Hopefully, we'll search again." She thanked me, paid me, and took the audio tape. After she left, I walked slowly upstairs to bed and fell into a deep sleep. 2 days later, Jessica called me. They had found the plane. My clues had been accurate. Sadly, her brother and the other occupants of the plane were dead, just as I had seen them. With deep emotion, she told me what had taken place. She and Mark had taken my information to the head investigator of the Civil Air Patrol in the area. The crash had already been narrowed down to a rugged area in western Massachusetts, who was pretty skeptical. Information from a psychic did not impress him, and they had called off the search 2 days ago. But when he heard about the abandoned Texaco station and the old woman, he got a lot more interested. In fact, there was an old combination gas station dry goods store nearby with the rusting metal sign hanging in the front. The woman who had owned it had died about a year ago, which jibed with my feelings that she was both there and not there, and that the place was abandoned now. So much of my information was accurate that he felt he couldn't ignore it. In fact, the numbers I had given Jessica turned out to be the longitude and latitude of the downed plane. And the letters, they were the initial letters of the names of 3 towns whose outskirts all connected in the area marked by the longitude and latitude. Now everyone was interested again, and the search resumed. Jessica, Mark, Babyak, and off-duty FBI agent Jim Krause rented a small plane and flew from Virginia to Massachusetts to the general area where it was believed the plane had crashed, near a town called Gardner. They had followed directions I had provided when I was the plane. Landmarks, speed, sharp turns, longitude and latitude, and then they saw what I described. But the bad weather worsened, and they had to return to the airport. Agent Babyak decided to go after the ground crews, and he and a friend got into a car and began the search. Meanwhile, Jessica and the FBI pilot returned to the sky, now heavy with storm clouds. Babyak and his friend had a difficult time tracking the plane from the road because they were unfamiliar with the area. But just before they reached the abandoned gas station, they encountered the dogs, which barked so much they decided not to get out of their car. Soon the clouds erupted into a snowstorm. Despite the weather, the searchers persisted for several hours, but eventually the Civic Patrol canceled the search for that day. They would resume when the weather improved. It was agonizing to be so near, yet not near enough. But this was not the end of the story. Residents of the area couldn't help notice the planes that had been circling overhead, and the following day a man and his daughter who lived in nearby Templeton decided to take up the search. Carl Wilbur, 40, and his 18-year-old daughter, Cheryl, chose an appropriate vehicle for the winter search, a snowmobile, which allowed them to explore the woods unhindered. Following some deer track, they soon found the crashed plane. Cheryl actually tripped over the body of Arthur Herbert. The crash site was exactly the way I described it, thickly forested and rocky with quicksand and big gorges. The hill the plane had crashed into had created a strong downdraft that had likely sucked down the low-flying plane, just as I had felt as I plummeted out of control in my vision. When the authorities arrived, they found the plane intact. All occupants were dead. The two men in the front seat had been crushed by the impact, their necks broken. Sitting on some flat rocks under a nearby tree, as if someone had placed her there, they found the headless body of a young woman. They found the body of Jessica's brother a few yards away, sitting on the side of the hill, his leg broken, a torn piece of his sweatshirt hanging from a tree branch above him. It was clear to everyone that he had been alive when he left the plane. Make of that what you will. That is mind-shocking in any case, regardless of how much of that is true. Let's move on here. Sylvester Toney. Sylvester Toney was a 78-year-old man who had mysteriously disappeared. The Monroeville police had searched tirelessly to find Sylvester. However, they were not able to find him. The Toney family had decided to invite a psychic to help in the search, Nancy Meyer. She had seen in her vision two things. One, that the old man was dead, and two, that he was not a victim of violence. According to Nancy's vision, Sylvester was confused and lost when he was walking in the forest. The psychic was able to sense the last moments of the old man's journey. The next day, the dead body of the old man was found 150 yards where Nancy had her vision. Interesting. There's also not a lot of information on this case. And again, for those that claim that none of these cases exist, if there is a concerted effort by the so-called powers that be to downplay any kind of psychic ability, because you can't, it's a lot harder to manage all the peons for the corrupt profiteers in power if they discover that psychic powers are theoretically possible. So it's obviously now I'm not saying this is true or this is happening, but it would be, if it is true, it would be in the best interest of the powers that be, so to speak, to downplay this and not make all of this available for the public. But either way, so here is another write-up on mirror.co.uk. After police in Pennsylvania failed to trace pensioner Sylvester Toney in 1988, his family feared he had come to a violent end, so they enlisted the help of psychic Meyer. After meeting the family, she was confident of two things: that Sylvester was dead, but that he had not been murdered. Channeling his spirit using his knitted cap, Meyer said Sylvester, 78, had become confused and frightened while out walking and wandered deep into the forest. With Detective Will Greenaway, she retraced Sylvester's last journey until night fell, when she drew a map of where to find his body. The next day, Sylvester's body was found 150 yards from where she had stopped. I mean, that's a curious case, and again, an interview with Detective Will Greenaway would be very helpful here. Next case, we have Patricia List. This one's a little bit more famous. I have heard of this one before. Patricia List was the 16-year-old daughter of John List. She was supposed to attend a rehearsal for an upcoming play, but did not arrive. Ed Iliano, her drama coach, was worried about Patricia since she once told him that her father wanted to kill her. Ed decided to pay a visit to her student's house and had asked the intervention of the police in the matter. The authorities had entered the house but found no one alive inside. John List had shot his mother and his wife along with his 3 children, including Patricia List. John left a letter confessing the murder. November 9th, 1971. On the 13th anniversary of the List family murder, there was sudden interest in the case. The former detective of the case, Jeffrey Paul Hummel, was now working in major crimes for the prosecutor's office. Some believed that John List was now dead, but the detective believed otherwise, since there was no evidence that he was killed. In 1985, he decided to ask the help of psychic detective Elizabeth Lerner. She had given valuable information in the past, which had helped solve other cases before. According to Elizabeth, John List was alive and had traveled to another place by riding a bus. He had, in fact, had a new woman in his life, and that it had some connection with Baltimore. The psychic said that Virginia played a significant role with John List. The psychic visions of Elizabeth were true, since John List had left town on a bus and that he had married Dolores, his second wife, in Baltimore. He then went to Colorado. Finally, John List was arrested in Virginia when a neighbor had called after seeing List's picture on America's Most Wanted. That's kind of curious, though, because if we're looking at, if we believe, so theoretically, he could be outside of the country, but let's disregard that for a moment. That's a 1/50th chance in terms of picking states that, in terms of cities with Baltimore, that's what? I mean, if we're talking all incorporated cities, there's over 30,000, but out of the major cities, even out of just thousands, the psychic picked out Baltimore and Virginia. So that's a 1/50th chance. Now, what are the chances of both of them being true? Obviously, exponentially higher. Now, traveling to another place, riding a bus, I mean, what are you going to do? You can take a car, a train, a bus, a plane, a boat. I mean, that's whatever. Four main, or walk. I mean, that's 4 or 5 different. So that's an easy guess. We could take that out of the picture pretty much. But in terms of the city and the state, I mean, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So let's examine the John List case here. So John Emil List, born September 17, 1925, died March 21st, 2008, was an American murderer and longtime fugitive. On November 9th, 1971, List killed his wife, mother, and 3 children at their home in Westfield, New Jersey, and then disappeared. He had planned the murders so meticulously that nearly a month had passed before anyone suspected that anything was amiss. Although I'm sure you probably couldn't get away with that today. List assumed a new identity, remarried, and eluded justice for nearly 18 years. He was finally apprehended in Virginia on June 1st, 1989, after the story of his murders was broadcast on the television program America's Most Wanted. After extradition to New Jersey, he was convicted on 5 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to 5 consecutive terms of life imprisonment without parole. List gave critical financial problems as well as his perception that his family members were straying from their religious faith as his motivations for the murders. He believed that killing them would assure their souls a place in heaven where he hoped to eventually join them. List died in prison in 2008 at the age of 82. Early life and education. Born in Bay City, Michigan, List was the only child of German-American parents John Frederick List and Alma Barbara Florence List. Like his father, List was a devout Lutheran and a Sunday school teacher. Wow, really? That's messed up. The year before his father's death in 1944, List graduated from Bay City Central High School. In 1943, he enlisted in the U.S. Army and served as a laboratory technician during World War II. After his discharge in 1946, List enrolled at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, where he earned a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's degree in accounting, and was commissioned a second lieutenant through ROTC. Military service and civilian career. In November 1950, as the Korean War escalated, List was recalled to active military service. At Fort Eustis, Virginia, he met Helen Morris Taylor, the widow of an infantry officer killed in action in Korea, who lived nearby with her daughter Brenda. John and Helen married on December 1st, 1951 in Baltimore, Maryland, and the family moved to Northern California. The Army, realizing List's accounting skills, reassigned him to the Finance Corps. After completion of his second tour in 1952, List worked for an accounting firm in Detroit and then as an audit supervisor at a paper company in Kalamazoo, where his 3 children were born. By 1959, List had risen to general supervisor of the company's accounting department, but Helen, an alcoholic, had become increasingly unstable. In 1960, Brenda married and left the household, and List moved with the remainder of his family to Rochester, New York to take a job with Xerox. There, he eventually became director of accounting services. In 1965, List accepted a position as vice president and comptroller at a bank in Jersey City, New Jersey, and moved with his wife children and mother into Breeze Knoll, a 19-room Victorian mansion at 431 Hillside Avenue in Westfield. Murders. On November 9th, 1971, List murdered his entire immediate family using his own 9mm Steer 1912 semi-automatic handgun and his father's Colt 22 cal revolver. While his children were at school, he shot his wife Helen, 46, in the back of the head, and then his mother Alma, 84, above the left eye. As his daughter Patricia, 16, and younger son Frederick, 13, arrived home from school, List shot each of them in the back of the head. After making himself lunch, List drove to his bank to close both his and his mother's bank accounts, and then to Westfield High School to watch his elder son, John Frederick, 15, play in a soccer game. After driving John Frederick home, List shot him repeatedly because, as misfire evidence showed, his son attempted to defend himself. I mean, wow, I don't know if you could even make this case even more disturbing. For him to just shoot his own family and then watch a soccer game like nothing's wrong. I mean, that's kind of weird. And then go home and finish the job of destroying his family. It's just really weird. I mean, clearly this guy is mental. List placed the bodies of his wife and children on sleeping bags in the mansion's ballroom. He left his mother's body in her apartment in the attic. In a 5-page letter to his pastor, found on the desk in his study, List claimed that he saw too much evil in the world and he had killed his family to save their souls. He then cleaned the various crime scenes, removed his own picture from all family photographs in the house. How many photographs were there? Turned a radio to a religious station, and departed. The murders were not discovered until December 7th, nearly a month later, due in part to the family's reclusive tendencies, and in part to notes sent by List to the children's schools and part-time jobs claiming that the children would be visiting their ailing maternal grandmother in Northern Carolina for a few weeks. Helen's mother was in fact ill and had canceled a visit to Westfield because of it. Had she made the trip, List later said, she would have been his 6th victim. List also stopped milk, mail, and newspaper deliveries. Neighbors noticed that all of the mansion's rooms were illuminated day and night with no apparent activity within the house. After light bulbs began burning out one by one, they called the police. Officers entered through an unlocked window leading to the basement and discovered the family's bodies. Westfield, where few violent crimes had been recorded since '63, received national attention as the site of the most notorious felony in New Jersey since the kidnapping and murder of the Lindbergh baby. By the way, that case has been requested as well, so we'll be covering that on Mindshock. A nationwide manhunt was launched. Police investigated hundreds of leads without success. All reliable photographs of List had been destroyed. The family car was found parked at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York City, but police found no evidence that List had boarded a flight. Alma's body was flown to Frankenmuth, Michigan, and interred at the St. Lawrence Lutheran Cemetery. Helen and her 3 children were buried at Fairview Cemetery in Westfield. Breeze Knoll remained empty until it was destroyed by a fire in August '72, 9 months after the murders. Although the destruction was officially ruled arson, it remained officially unsolved with no suspects. Destroyed along with the home was the ballroom's stained glass skylight, rumored to be a signed Tiffany original, worth at least $100,000 at the time, equivalent to $620,000 in 2020. A new house was built on site in 1974. And that is curious, too, because if he understood the value of that Tiffany's original skylight, that could have solved his family's financial woes, and who knows, that might have not pressed him to do what he did. Although, I mean, if he's that deranged... I mean, here's the thing, though. With deranged people, anything could really set them off. So even if you solve that problem, something else could have popped up, and he could have still been deranged, proceeded with his deranged plans of murdering his whole family. Relocation, arrest, and trial. In '71, as the FBI later discovered, List had traveled by train from New Jersey to Michigan and then to Colorado. He settled in Denver in early '72 and took an accounting job under the name Robert Peter Bob Clark. That's a lot of names. One of his college classmates. Although the real Bob Clark later asserted that he had never known List. From 79 to 86, he was the controller at a paper box manufacturer outside Denver. He joined a Lutheran congregation and ran a carpool for shut-in church members. At one religious gathering, he met an Army PX clerk named Dolores Miller and married her in 85. In February 88, the couple moved to a house in the Brander Mill neighborhood of Midlothian, Virginia, where List, still using the name Bob Clark, resumed work as an accountant at a small accounting firm, Madrea, Joyner, Kirkham, and Woody. You know what's weird? Midlothian is also a town in Texas where the infamous Missy Beavers murder took place. How popular a name is Midlothian? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever even heard of a town named Midlothian before the Missy Beavers case, and now all of a sudden it's popping up in Virginia as well. In May 89, the 18-year-old crime was recounted on the Fox television program America's Most Wanted during its first year on the air. The segment featured an age-progressed clay bust sculpted by forensic artist Frank Bender, which turned out to bear a close resemblance to List's actual appearance. On June 1st, less than 2 weeks after the broadcast, List was arrested at a Richmond accounting firm after a Denver neighbor recognized the description and alerted authorities. List continued to stand by his alias for several months, even after his 89 extradition to Union County, New Jersey, finally faced with irrefutable evidence, including a fingerprint match with List's military records, as well as evidence found at the crime scene. He confessed his true identity February 16th, 1990. At trial, List testified that his financial difficulties reached crisis level in 1971 when he was laid off with the closure of the Jersey City Bank. To avoid sharing this humiliating development with his family, List engaged in the same routine and dress as when employed, leaving home each morning on schedule and spending the day at job interviews or at the Westfield train station reading newspapers until it was time to come home. List diverted money from his mother's bank accounts to avoid default on his mortgage. As the year progressed, the family's financial problems became more strained. List encouraged his children to seek part-time work, ostensibly to teach them maturity and responsibility, but in actuality to help keep the family financially solvent. He was also dealing with his wife's alcoholism and her untreated tertiary syphilis, contracted from her first husband and concealed for 18 years. According to trial testimony, Helen had pressured List into marriage by falsely claiming that she was pregnant, then insisted that they marry in Maryland. I see what she did there. Which did not require the premarital syphilis test mandated in most other states at the time. Is that because a lot of people get married in Maryland? Is Maryland the land of marrying people? And is that why they're more lax in terms of their premarital syphilis test mandates? Though her health progressively deteriorated, she said nothing to List or her physicians until 69, when a thorough workup revealed the condition. By then, progression of the disease combined with her excessive alcohol consumption had, according to testimony, transferred her from an attractive young woman to an unkept and paranoid recluse, who frequently and often publicly humiliated List, comparing his sexual prowess unfavorably with that of her first husband. Okay. A court-appointed psychiatrist testified that List suffered from obsessive-compulsive personality disorder and that he saw only two solutions to his situation: accept welfare or kill his family and send their souls to heaven. Welfare was an unacceptable option, he reasoned, because it would expose him and his family to ridicule and violate his authoritarian father's teachings regarding the care and protection of family members. Really? So if care and protection is the number one priority, how is murder an acceptable option? That's kind of weird. I mean, wouldn't a more acceptable option would just be to move his family elsewhere where nobody knew them? I mean, I don't know. That doesn't, I mean, that's kind of a weird variable to kind of state is insurmountable. Why not, if he's worried about the ridicule at their current location, why not just go somewhere else? I mean, in the house supposedly is a decent house, but if he doesn't own it, he has the mortgage, but yeah, he can still sell it for the, I mean, I don't know what the market was at the time, but yeah, I mean, weird. On April 12, 1990, List was convicted of 5 counts of first-degree murder. At his sentencing hearing, he denied direct responsibility for his actions. I feel that because of my mental state at the time, I was unaccountable for what happened. I ask all affected by this for their forgiveness, understanding, and prayer. The judge was unpersuaded. John Emil List is without remorse and without honor, he said. After 18 years, 5 months, and 22 days, it is now time for the voices of Helen, Alma, Patricia, Frederick, and John F. List to rise from the grave. He imposed a sentence of 5 terms of life imprisonment to be served consecutively, the maximum permissible penalty at the time. List filed an appeal, wow, of his convictions on grounds that his judgment had been impaired by post-traumatic stress disorder due to his military service. He also argued that the letter he left behind at the crime scene, essentially his confession, was a confidential communication to his pastor and therefore inadmissible as evidence. Wow. So he didn't even deny that he wrote it. A federal appeals court rejected both arguments. List eventually expressed a degree of remorse for his crimes. I wish I had never done what I did, he told Connie Chung in 2002. I've regretted my action and prayed for forgiveness ever since. When asked why he had not taken his own life, he said he believed that suicide would have prevented him from going to heaven, where he hoped to be reunited with his family. So clearly a disturbed individual, but again, not exactly the MO of a serial killer per se, because apparently he never killed again, supposedly, unless there was evidence, but... List died of complications from pneumonia, age 82, March 21st, 2008, while imprisoned at St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton, New Jersey. In reporting his death, the New Jersey Star-Ledger referred to him as the boogeyman of Westfield. Wow. What a messed up case. And these are known as family annihilators. And another curiosity here is, of course, the Tiffany window, which was incredibly valuable. So then he wouldn't have been, his family wouldn't be subject to ridicule because he would have solved the financial problems if he had the sense to look elsewhere for solutions instead of murdering his whole family. Apparently, he only owed $11,000 on his mortgage, which was a lot of money back then, but still, the Tiffany window worth almost 10 times that, or more than 10 times that. So as far as the psychic's claims, again, there's really not much to go on. Is that by design? Is that not by design? But quite curious either way. Tappa Talk has a little write-up here on the psychic input here. Again, I don't know where this originated from, if it's copy-pasted from somewhere, but I did find this regarding the List case psychic input. The 13th anniversary of the monstrous crimes, November 9th, 1971, came and went, and suddenly there was renewed interest in the List case. Jeffrey Paul Hummel, a detective assigned to it in 1985, talked about the steps he took in the investigation that, aside from local coverage, have never before been revealed. He worked on Major Crimes Unit for the prosecutor's office in Union County, New Jersey, and he spent a lot of time learning about List. Many in law enforcement presumed he, List, was deceased. Hummel said, however, I maintained he was alive because no evidence had ever surfaced to the contrary. Well, how could it surface if you don't know who or where he is? He and an intern reorganized the file. Hummel was aware that attempts to solicit the help of Lutheran Church headquarters had been unsuccessful, and that the composite sketch of the age-progressed fugitive had failed to turn up a good lead. Yet, because Hummel found the crime so repulsive, he was not satisfied to just give up, so he decided to pursue a rather unorthodox avenue that was neither encouraged or prohibited. He turned to a psychic. In May of 1985, he said, I became aware of a psychic living in Ocean County, New Jersey, identified as Elizabeth Lerner. He heard about the valuable assistance she had offered in previous cases, so he decided to contact her. Armed with crime scene photos, I spent about 2 hours with Miss Lerner, who offered her feelings and impressions while touching the rear side of the photographs. While he received no concrete leads, he did hear some information that, in retrospect, was surprisingly accurate. She said that List was alive and had not traveled by plane, as presumed from where he'd left his car, but by train or bus. He had. There was a new woman in his life and had some connection with Baltimore, Maryland. He had married Dolores, his second wife, in Baltimore. He had fled to the Southwest. He went to Colorado. Interesting. I mean, that's pretty accurate. There was some significance with Florida or Virginia. List ended up in Virginia, where he's ultimately arrested. I mean, those are pretty good guesses. I mean, even if she's picking 2 states out of 50, and then also Baltimore, Maryland, I mean, that's kind of random. It's kind of weird. This is all kind of weird. Miss Lerner also made a prediction that gave Hummel something to do. List, she said, would visit the family gravesite on his birthday, September 17th. Hummel got permission to conduct surveillance in Westfield's Fairview Cemetery, September 16th, 85. Dressed in dark clothing, he prepared to sit outside all night on a hill overlooking the graves. He was unsuccessful, so repeated his actions the next night, also to no avail. List did not arrive. Then, Hummel had to quit working on the List case as he was transferred to Narcotics Strike Force. However, because he'd been intensely involved in the List case, he asked to be informed of any activity. He heard nothing, but then he saw a few episodes of a new television program, America's Most Wanted, which asked the public for help in tracking fugitives from the law. Conferring with colleagues on the possibilities this show offered to their cold case, he brought it to the attention of Captain Frank Maranka, who had taken charge of the Major Crimes Unit in Elizabeth, New Jersey. I informed Maranka of my vast interest in the List case, Hummel added, and of my prior activities, along with those of law enforcement personnel in our efforts to find List. Maranka said he'd look at the file. Okay, so yeah, interesting. The psychic got some things wrong, some things right, but again, just the statistics there, the statistical likelihood of those guesses on top of each other, not bad at all. Hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description, and we can get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness in cold cases and missing persons cases. Like and share the podcast. Keep the awareness up. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. And then also, if you want to become a YouTube member, we do have YouTube memberships now for exclusive access to members-only streams and chat rooms. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to Psychics That Solve Cases. Episode 2. An ongoing examination of true crime cases supposedly solved by actual psychics. Make sure you check out episode 1, but this is the continuation. There are quite a few cases out there. There are quite a few police departments that work with psychics. There are quite a few psychics that claim to have solved cold cases, or various true crime cases, cold or otherwise. And the naysayers pretend and hallucinate they don't exist. Now, these cases clearly exist as cited. Now, does that mean actual psychic powers were used to solve the cases? That's what we're examining here in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell for notification. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. All right, let's move on to the next case. Edith Google Kaisorius. Wow, interesting name. Edith Google Kaisorius was a child who was abducted in Brooklyn in 1961. The police had searched everywhere to find the 4-year-old. The search did not yield positive results, much to the dismay and horror of the public, until the vice president of the KLM airline had asked for a popular clairvoyant in Utrecht, Netherlands, to help in the search. Gerard Croiset was a clairvoyant and had agreed to help in the investigation. However, he declined to go to the United States. He said that the bustle of New York would overwhelm him. Instead of going to the place of the disappearance, he asked for the photograph of the child and a map. The following week, the vice president of KLM went and visited Croiset to provide the picture map and some clothes of the child. After receiving the picture map and clothes of the child, the clairvoyant was able to have visions of Edith and the description of his kidnapper. Croiset was able to provide some descriptions, like dark woman sitting in front of a window, a gray building with 5 floors. On the 2nd floor, the dead child is there. The information was then passed to the New York Police Department, and a few hours later, Edith's little body was found. The kidnapper and murderer were apprehended 1 week later. Though the child was not saved, justice was served with the help of the psychic Croiset. Wait, so this guy's all the way in the Netherlands, and he just randomly said that the kid is going to be found dead. I mean, that's not a bad guess. A lot of kidnapped children end up dead, unfortunately. But he said it was a 5-story building, and the kid was on the 2nd floor. And he also had the description of the kidnapper. That's quite mind-shocking. A write-up on this case on ephemeralnewyork.wordpress.com. A little girl goes missing in 1960s Chelsea. It was February 61, Washington's birthday. 4-year-old Edith Kaisorius had taken the subway from her Brooklyn home with her widowed mother and brother to visit her uncle in Manhattan. Her uncle's apartment was on 8th Avenue near 18th Street in the deteriorating neighborhood of Chelsea, as one newspaper described it at the time. Edith spent the afternoon playing outside on the sidewalk. Her uncle left her alone for a few minutes to buy cigarettes, and by the time he came back around 4 p.m., the little girl in a purple snowsuit had vanished. In an era without Amber Alerts or even 911, police seemed to pull out all the stops to find her. Over the next week, they set up special hotlines for anyone who may have seen her. They searched rooftops, sewers, and the bottom of the Hudson. Detectives leafed through records of mental hospitals for women recently released and checked death lists, reported the New York Times, as the police felt that the person who took her might have had a frustrated mother instinct. On February 27th, Edith's body was found on a bed in a one-room flat at 307 West 20th Street. That looks like a 4-story building, not a 5-story building to me. And if it's 307, would that mean it was on the 3rd floor, not the 2nd? Kind of close, but still. a dingy Chelsea rooming house. As Front Page Times piece put it, she had been sexually assaulted and beaten to death. The killer was captured a few days later. Fred Thompson, a 59-year-old drifter who had just rented the room in the West 20th Street house. He admitted to the cops that while in a drunken stupor, he lured Edith to his room by telling her that he had his own little girl she could play with. He assaulted her and beat her, then left her in the room while he spent days drinking on the Bowery. When he learned that the police had found Edith's body and that he was the prime suspect, he fled to Philadelphia and then to a New Jersey chicken farm. Assistant Chief Inspector James J. Walsh of the New York City Police said after questioning Thompson, he had said, "I know I deserve my full punishment for what I did," the Times wrote. Asked what he meant by full punishment, Thompson was quoted as saying life imprisonment or the electric chair. Thompson was tried and found guilty later that year. The verdict carried a mandatory death sentence. But according to one source, Thompson above was instead institutionalized for the rest of his life. So it doesn't really give credit to the psychic here, because how did the police find her in this random room, in a random building? Here's a pretty sad post by Frank here. Remember that case very well. Years after, I went to work for the New York Department of Corrections and assigned to the Fishkill Mental Facility upstate New York. This scumbag was there walking around like he owned the place with a woman's red wig, acting crazy. A couple of years later, all these criminals were transferred to civil hospitals, mostly in Long Island, New York, which was a country club setting. Another serial murderer was also transferred there, and he murdered a medical staff member at her home. Wow, that's messed up. Wow, what a tragic case. But yeah, it's hard to find psychic information here, or how there's no information at all basically on this case. I mean, I know it was quite some time ago, but you would think there'd be more information, unless of course there is some kind of effort to conceal how much so-called psychics help the police. All right, let's move on to Andre Daigle. Andre Daigle was last seen enjoying a game of pool and beer when he was approached by a young woman who asked him to give her a lift home. 4 days later, the young man was reported missing by his family. The police did not take action because they thought that Andre was just taking a time out with the girl. Andre's sister, Elise McGinley of Fullerton, California, had gone to Rosemary Kerr, a clairvoyant, psychometrist, and psychic detective. Elise had brought a picture and map to Kerr and asked for the whereabouts of her brother. Kerr had vibrations on the picture, and she saw that Andre was sitting in his truck. She also saw water, a long bridge, and railroad tracks. She also felt terrible head pains that were so strong that she felt like they were killing her. For the map, she traced her hand on the map and felt a tingling sensation and stopped at the spot near Slidell. According to Dell, she saw that Andre was already dead, but she did not let Elise know. Instead, she told her to ask for help. Meanwhile, Andre's brother, who also lived near Andre, was surprised to see his missing brother's truck ride by his house. He called the police immediately, and the chase was on. When the truck was cornered in the Pearl River near the Slidell, the killers were arrested. Charles Gervais and Michael Phillips were the killers. Both confessed to the killing of Andre Daigle. They had used the girl to lure and kill Andre. During the trial, the psychic had taken the stand and told the jury how she helped the family of Andre find the killers. According to the psychic, the spirit of Andre had communicated to her several times and asked that the family forgive the people who had hurt him. The killers had pled guilty to first-degree murder and had received life imprisonment. So this psychic actually took the stand in this case. That is quite curious. So also not a ton of information on this case, but there's a couple of articles. LA Times, February 7th, 1988. Cyprus psychic tells court of helping to solve murder. A murder trial in this suburban New Orleans town took a strange twist last week when a California psychic testified that she helped crack a Louisiana homicide case last June from her home 2,000 miles away. So is this not the case? So in certain cases, some claim that psychics either know the true culprit or maybe a cop on the case and they can give them some kind of details. But here we have a bunch of cases where the psychics are like thousands of miles away. The trial ended Friday when the defendant, Michael Phillips, 22, of Kenner, pled guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison. But the highlight of testimony came Thursday when Rosemary Kerr took the stand to tell how she helped solve the murder of Andre Daigle of River Ridge. So this is on court record of a psychic solving this case. With a jury of 9 women and 3 men listening in the courtroom of Judge Clarence McManus, Kerr said she led Daigle's family to his missing truck near Slidell. The truck had belonged to the victim and had been driven away by the 2 men later charged with Daigle's death. Kerr of Cypress, California, said that since then she had communicated several times with the spirit of Daigle, a 27-year-old house renovator. She said Daigle had told her that his family should forgive the people who beat and strangled him before dumping his body in a swamp near Mindshock. Kerr said she had relayed Daigle's spirit's message to the large Daigle family of River Ridge. Some family members have not been exactly that forgiving, she testified. Kerr, whose business card describes her as a clairvoyant, medium, psychometrist, and psychic investigator, said she had never been to New Orleans before arriving this week for Phillips's trial. Elise McGinley of Fullerton, California, testified that after learning of her brother's disappearance in Jefferson Parish, she went to Kerr on the night of June 13th upon the advice of a co-worker. Kerr said she closed her eyes and placed a finger on the picture that McGinley furnished. Introduced into evidence, it was a snapshot of Andre and his 2 brothers. I was moving across the picture for vibrations, Kerr testified. She said she then could picture Daigle in his truck sitting beside a man with long blonde hair. She said she saw water, a long bridge, and railroad tracks, and, quote, I felt a terrible pain in my head, and a voice saying, my head is killing me, end quote. She also closed her eyes and moved a finger on a map of the state. I felt a tingling and I stopped, she said. Her finger stopped near Slidell. I told Elise that she should get someone to that area as quick as possible, she said. Kerr testified that at the time she actually knew that Daigle was dead, but I could not tell his sister then. I knew she would have to be prepared for the death, she said. Charles Gervais, the other man found in Daigle's stolen truck when it was stopped by Pearl River police near Slidell, pled guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison before Phillips's trial. At the time of his arrest, Gervais told authorities he and Phillips killed Daigle as a test of nerves. They also needed to kill to get a vehicle and money for guns. You know, it is possible to rob and steal a car without killing somebody. Another article here, apnews.com, June 15, 1987. 2 men say they killed just to see if they could kill. River Ridge, Louisiana, 2 men arrested after being found in a missing man's truck told authorities they had beaten him to death with a hammer just to see if they could kill someone, police said. They wanted to see if they had the nerve to kill him. They wanted to test themselves, said Pearl River Police Chief Benny Rayner. One of the men led police to Daigle's body, which had been hidden in the bottom of a sofa in a weedy area off a highway, Rayner said. Rayner said Pearl River Police booked Charles Gervais, 24, of New Orleans, and Michael Phillips, 21, of Kenner, as convicted felons in possession of weapons, and turned them over to police in Kenner where the killing occurred. Kenner police spokeswoman Jackie Bauer was not in this morning, and nobody else could answer questions about the case, and a woman who answered the phone at the police department. Rayner said the 2 confessed after their arrest early Sunday that they had bludgeoned Andre Daigle, 27, of River Ridge, to death with a hammer, taking turns. They picked him at random and intended to rob him, Rayner said. But in the statement they gave me, they said they didn't really care if he had any money or not. Pearl River Police had received a missing persons report on Daigle last week, Rayner said. Daigle's sister-in-law and other family members had been distributing flyers about him to law enforcement officials when his black pickup truck passed her, Rayner said. Virginia Daigle flagged down a police car. The officers chased the truck and finally stopped it outside Pearl River. I mean, these guys aren't really that smart driving around a guy's truck, a guy who they just killed his truck. As police approached Gervais, the driver reached down to the floor but was stopped by Phillips, who put his foot on a 9mm machine gun and told Gervais not to shoot, Rayner said. Phillips told Gervais not to shoot because they would probably just get a speeding ticket, Rayner said. Gervais told me he intended to kill all my officers if Phillips hadn't stopped him. That's an interesting thing to freely admit to police. According to Rayner, the man told police that on June 9th, a female companion of theirs lured Daigle from a Kenner bar to Phillips's apartment where he was killed, Rayner said. The men said they took turns beating Daigle on his head with a hammer and tried to strangle him with a vacuum cleaner cord, Rayner said. The men said they loaded the body inside a sofa wrapped in curtains and nailed a piece of plywood to the bottom. The woman was still at large Sunday night, Rayner said. Again, not much more info than that, but according to these news articles, a psychic actually took the stand in court. I mean, this is quite mind-shocking. There's actually one more development here in this case. July 31st, 1987, imprisoned man sues to practice satanic rites. Now, looks like there might be a DWB connection in this case. A man charged with first-degree murder contends his constitutional rights are being denied because authorities are preventing him from conducting satanic rituals in his jail cell, his attorney said. Charles Gervais, 24, of New Orleans, filed suit Wednesday, and U.S. District Court lawyer Wayne Walker said. Gervais, arrested June 14th, is jailed in the Jefferson Parish Correctional Center awaiting trial in the May 7th death of Andre Daigle, 24, of River Ridge. Daigle's body was found sewn into a sofa dumped in a swamp near the community of Mindshock, investigators said. 2 other people also are charged with murder in the death. So they did track down... Oh, it looks like they did track down the woman. Investigators said they were given statements by Gervais, Michael Phillips, and Thelma Horn that they killed Daigle to see whether they had the nerve to enter a life of crime. The suit claims Jefferson Parish officials are denying his right to religious freedom because he's unable to practice Satanism in his cell. The suit does not specify what type of ritual Gervais wants to perform. Walker said he does not know what rituals are at issue. Gervais was arraigned on the murder charge early Wednesday, but had to be removed from the courtroom when he repeatedly shouted obscenities at the clerk and deputies court officials said. This guy sounds like quite a character. Wow. Okay, so the next case with alleged psychic involvement we're going to look at are the Soham murders. Now, this is a double child murder, one of the most shocking true crime cases in history. So let's take a look at the case in general first, and then we will examine what the alleged psychic, had to do with it. So the Soham murders were a double child murder committed in Soham, Cambridgeshire, England, August 4th, 2002. The victims were 2 10-year-old girls, Holly Marie Wells and Jessica Amy Chapman, who were lured into the home of a local resident and school caretaker, Ian Kevin Huntley, who subsequently murdered the children, likely via asphyxiation, before disposing of their bodies in an irrigation ditch close to RAF Lakenheath, Suffolk. The girls' bodies were discovered on August 17, 2002. Huntley was convicted of the murder of both girls December 17, 2003, and sentenced to 2 life terms of life imprisonment, with the High Court later imposing a minimum term of 40 years. His girlfriend, Maxine Ann Carr, the girls' teaching assistant, had knowingly provided Huntley with a false alibi. She received a 3.5-year prison sentence for conspiring with Huntley to pervert the course of justice. The efforts made to locate Holly and Jessica in the 13 days of their disappearance have been described as one of the most intense and extensive in British criminal history. At 11:45 a.m., Sunday, August 4th, 2002, Jessica Chapman left her home in Brook Street, Soham, to attend a barbecue at the home of her best friend, Holly Wells, in nearby Red House Gardens. Prior to leaving her home, Chapman informed her parents of her intention to also give her friend a necklace engraved with the letter H she had purchased for her on a recent family trip to Menorca. The 2 girls and a friend named Natalie Parr played computer games and listened to music for approximately half an hour. before Parr returned home. By 3:15 p.m., both girls had changed into distinctive replica Manchester United football shirts, one of which belonged to Wells, the other to her older brother, Oliver. At 5:04 p.m., a photograph of the two friends was taken by Wells's mother before the children ate dinner with the other house guests. They then returned to playing in Wells's bedroom at approximately 6:10 p.m. At approximately 6:15 p.m., the two girls left the Wells residence without informing any of the house guests to purchase sweets from a vending machine at the local sports center. While returning to 4 Red House Gardens, Wells and Chapman walked past the college clothes home of Ian Huntley, the senior caretaker at the local secondary school. Huntley evidently lured the girls into his house, stating that his girlfriend, Maxine Carr, the girls' teaching assistant at St. Andrew's Primary School, was also in the house. Carr was in fact visiting her mother in Grimsby, Lincolnshire on this date. The precise chain of events to occur after the girls entered 5 college clothes is unknown, although investigators believe sections of Huntley's later claims in initial interviews granted to the media prior to his arrest and his later trial testimony, such as that he had been cleaning his dog at the time girls passed by his house at approximately 6:30 p.m., and that one girl had been suffering from a mild nosebleed, may have actually been true. In any event, the cause of death of both girls was later ruled to be asphyxiation. Chapman's Nokia mobile phone was switched off at 6:46 p.m. At 8 p.m., Nicola Wells entered her daughter's bedroom to invite the girls to say goodbye to her house guests, only to discover both children were missing from their home. Alarmed, she and her husband, Kevin, searched their house and nearby streets. Minutes after their daughter's 8:30 p.m. curfew had expired, Nicola Wells phoned the Chapman residence to determine if the girls were at this location, only to learn that Leslie and Sharon Chapman were becoming concerned why their youngest daughter had not returned home. Following subsequent frantic efforts by the families of both girls to locate their daughters, Wells and Chapman were reported missing by their parents at 9:55 p.m. Search and discovery. Police immediately launched an intensive search to locate the missing children. Over 400 officers were assigned full-time to search for the girls. These officers conducted extensive house-to-house inquiries across Soham. Their efforts to search local terrain was bolstered by the assistance of hundreds of local volunteers, and later some U.S. Air Force personnel stationed at a nearby airbase. To assist in the public appeals for information, Cambridgeshire police released a photograph Nicola Wells had taken of the children less than 2 hours before their disappearance, depicting both girls wearing distinctive Manchester United replica football shirts. A physical description of each girl was also released to the media, describing both girls as being white, approximately 4'6" in height, and slim. Chapman was described as being tanned, shoulder-length brown hair, Wells as being fair with blonde hair. The parents of both girls were adamant their daughters had been wary of talking with strangers, having warned them not to trust individuals they did not know from early childhood. This insistence was supported by the head teacher at the St. Andrew's Primary School, who informed reporters, "The possible danger from strangers is something we have impressed upon the children from an early age." Suspecting the children had been kidnapped, investigators questioned every registered sex offender in Cambridgeshire and neighboring Lincolnshire. Over 260 registered sex offenders across the UK, including 15 high-risk pedophiles, were also questioned, although they were all eliminated from the inquiry. Police also investigated the possibility that the girls had arranged to meet with an individual either or both had contacted via an internet chat room, although this possibility was soon discounted. On August 8th, CCTV footage of the girls recorded minutes before their disappearance was released to the public. Oh, look at that. So the last known CCTV footage is usually released in cases, even cases where foul play is suspected. Kind of weird how in other cases they don't release the footage. This footage depicted the children arriving at the local sports center at 6:28 p.m. A televised reconstruction of the children's last known movements was also broadcast nationally on August 10th, and both sets of parents granted an interview with presenter Colin Baker on ITV's Current Affairs program Tonight, which was broadcast on August 12th. Other family members and friends of both girls also appealed via the media for the safe return of the children. These appeals for information regarding the whereabouts of Wells and Chapman would see more than 2,000 phone calls and tips received from the public, with all information obtained entered into the investigation's Homes 2 database. A candlelight vigil was held by the community on August 7th. Shortly after the children's disappearance, Staffordshire police contacted the investigating officers to report their suspicions the girls could have been abducted by the same man responsible for an abduction which had occurred in their jurisdiction the previous year, in which a 6-year-old girl had survived an indecent assault by an abductor who was still at large and whose green Ford Mondeo was identified as having number plates which had earlier been stolen in Peterborough. The individual responsible for this abduction and assault was also believed to have followed a 12-year-old girl in the same area, although in this instance his car had been fitted with number plates which had been stolen in Nottinghamshire. A lot of shires over in England. The same vehicle had recently been sighted in Glatton, Cambridgeshire. The information was later included in a televised appeal pertaining to the children's disappearance on the BBC's Crime Watch, although this potential lead ultimately failed to bear fruition or relevance. Sightings. Several members of the public reported having seen the children in the early days of the investigation. One individual, Mark Tuck, informed investigators that he had driven past the girls upon Sand Street in Soham Town Centre approximately 6:30 p.m. on August 4th. His attention had been drawn toward their Manchester United replica shirts, causing him to remark to his wife, Lucy, "Look, there's 2 little Beckhams over there." A young woman named Karen Greenwood also reported seeing the girls walking arm in arm along College Road approximately 2 minutes later. Another woman living nearby in the village of Little Thetford claimed to have seen 2 girls whose appearance and clothing matched those of Wells and Chapman walking past her home in the morning after the children had been reported missing. Police also received statements regarding a suspicious white van that had been seen in Soham on the evening of the children's disappearance. Investigators located and seized this vehicle from a caravan park in Wentworth on August 7th, although this lead ultimately proved fruitless. And the other thing people don't really talk about, there's not exactly a shortage of predators out there, so it's very possible that there could be an unrelated predator in the vicinity and spotted, just in general if it's a high-traffic area. On August 12th, police launched a media appeal to trace the driver of a 4-door dark green saloon car seen struggling with 2 young girls by a taxi driver who stated he had observed the individual thrashing his arms as he struggled to either placate or contain 2 female children inside his vehicle as he had driven upon the A142 south of Soham towards Newmarket around the time that the girls were last seen. This vehicle was last seen turning into the Studlands Park housing estate. The following evening, a jogger alerted police to 2 mounds of recently disturbed earth he encountered at Warren Hill, just outside Newmarket. The initial speculation by this individual had been that these mounds of earth may have been the impromptu burial locations of the 2 missing girls. However, an overnight examination of this location revealed the 2 mounds of earth to simply be badger setts. So these are just badgers' dens that look like large heaps of dirt. One individual who claimed to have spoken with the girls immediately before their disappearance was 28-year-old Huntley, who informed investigators August 5th he had engaged in a brief conversation with both girls on his doorstep the previous afternoon. According to Huntley, Wells and Chapman, both happy as Larry in mood. That's an interesting thing to say, happy as Larry, had briefly inquired as to whether his partner Carr had been successful in a recent application for a full-time teaching assistant position at their school. When he had replied Carr had been unsuccessful, one of the girls had said, "Tell her we're sorry," before both children had walked along College Street in the direction of a bridge leading toward Clay Street. Police were suspicious of Huntley's account of the children's disappearance. His house was searched by a single police officer August 5th. Although no incriminating evidence was discovered on this date, the officer noticed numerous items of clothing upon the washing line, despite the fact that it had been raining. In reference to the evident extensive cleaning of the house's exterior, Huntley stated, "Excuse the dining room, we had a flood." The officer was unconvinced by Huntley's claims and suspicious of his agitated demeanor, and he remained a strong suspect. Why would he admit that he talked to them, though? One day later, on August 6th, Huntley drove from Soham to Grimsby to pick up Carr. Shortly before the 2 returned to college clothes, a neighbor of Carr's mother named Marion Clift observed the couple standing at the rear of the vehicle with the boot open. According to Clift, a pale, shaking Huntley had simply gazed into the boot for several moments, while Carr stood alongside him, her head bowed, weeping. When Huntley became aware of Clift's presence, he had abruptly closed the boot. I mean, this is not a smart guy, is it? Discoveries. At approximately 12:30 p.m. on August 17th, a 48-year-old gamekeeper named Keith Pryor discovered the bodies of both girls lying side by side in a 5 feet deep irrigation ditch close to a pheasant pen near the perimeter fence of RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk, a location more than 10 miles east of Somme. Pryor had noticed what he later described as an unusual and unpleasant smell in the vicinity several days earlier. When returning to the area with two friends on August 17th, he had decided to investigate the cause of the odor. Walking through an overgrown verge approximately 600 yards from a partially tarmacked road, Pryor and one of his companions, Adrian Lawrence, discovered the children's bodies. Immediately upon viewing the corpses, Lawrence turned in the direction of his girlfriend, Helen Sawyer, and shouted, "Don't come any closer, Helen. Get back in the van." Lawrence immediately reported the discoveries to police. Both girls had been missing for 13 days when their bodies were found, and both corpses were in an advanced state of decomposition. In an apparent effort to destroy forensic evidence, the murderer or murderers had attempted to burn both bodies. In addition, no clear footprints were discovered at the crime scene. Despite the efforts of the perpetrator or perpetrators to destroy evidence and hinder identification, investigators rapidly deduced who the two victims most likely were, and that both had not died at the location of their discovery. Numerous hairs later determined to belong to Chapman were also discovered on a tree branch close to the location of the girls' bodies. The following day, a Cambridgeshire deputy chief constable named Keith Hodder released a press statement to the media confirming the discovery of the children's bodies, adding that both families had been informed of the developments and that although positive formal ID would take several days, investigators were as certain as they possibly could be the bodies were those of Wells and Chapman. ID, August 21st, the bodies of both girls were conclusively identified via DNA testing. 9 days later, a public memorial service was held at Ely Cathedral to remember and celebrate the lives of both girls. This service was attended by approximately 2,000 people, including the girls' classmates, teachers, and the 6 family liaison officers who had provided 24-hour service for both families. The Reverend Tim Alban Jones officiated at the service, informing all present, "Would not the best and most lasting memorial to these two lovely young girls be a change for the better in how we behave towards each other? Today's service is a small milestone in our shared journey of grief and sorrow. It is our hope that we may perhaps draw a line under one phase of our grieving and begin to look forward." An online book of condolence attracted more than 31,000 messages of grief and sympathy. On August 24th, football clubs across Britain held a minute's silence prior to commencing scheduled football matches. Inquest. The formal inquest into the children's deaths were held at Shire Hall, Cambridge, on August 23, 2002. At this hearing, coroner David Morris testified the bodies of both girls were partially skeletonized and that no precise cause of death could be determined for either decedent, although Morris stated that the most likely cause of death of both girls had been asphyxiation. Furthermore, Morris stated that the girls almost certainly not died at the location where their bodies had been discovered, and that both bodies had been placed at this location within 24 hours of their deaths. These conclusions were physically supported by an analysis of the shoots of nettles located at the crime scene, which enabled forensic ecologist and paleontologist Patricia Wiltshire to approximate that the actual time the bodies had been placed at this location had been almost 2 weeks prior. Funerals. The funeral services for Wells and Chapman were conducted on the consecutive days in September 2002. Services for both girls were held at St. Andrew's Parish Church, and both were officiated by the Reverend Tim Alban Jones. Both girls were laid to rest in private ceremonies attended by only family and close friends within Soame's Fordham Road Cemetery. The children are buried in adjacent graves. At the request of both families that their privacy be respected, the media refrained from reporting upon either service. Police investigation. In the weeks following the disappearances, Huntley reluctantly granted several television interviews to media outlets such as Sky News and the regional BBC program BBC Look East, speaking of the general shock in the local community and his apparent dismay at being the last individual to see the children alive. By the second week of the children's disappearance, Huntley had become an unofficial spokesman for the community of Salem. His explanation for this was that he wanted to convey to the media the frustration and despair the community were feeling. In one interview granted to Sky News correspondent Jeremy Thompson during the second week of the search, he claimed to be holding on to a glimmer of hope. The children be found safe and well, claiming that he had last seen the girls walking in the direction of a local library. Carr was also interviewed by the press during the second week of the search for the children. In this live interview, Carr corroborated Huntley's claims to have conversed with the children on their doorstep, as she had been bathing before both girls had walked away from their doorstep, adding, "I only wish we had asked them where they were going. If only we knew then what we know now, then we could have stopped them or done something about it." Curious statements there. Discussing the individual personalities of each girl, Carr described Wells as being the more feminine of the two, adding that Chapman was more of a tomboy, and that on one occasion she had jokingly remarked to Chapman how, unlike many of her friends, she seldom wore a skirt. To this question, Carr stated that the child had expressed her desire to be a bridesmaid at her own future wedding, adding that Chapman had said she would willingly wear a dress for such an occasion. Carr also displayed a thank you card for this reporter, which had recently been given to her by Wells on the last day of the school year. Referring to Wells in the past tense, Carr stated, "She was just lovely, really lovely," before making a direct appeal to the children, "Just get on the phone and just come home. Or if somebody's got them, just let them go." By the second week of the children's disappearance, Huntley had begun to lose weight and was displaying visible symptoms of insomnia. To one officer, he said, "You think I've done it? I was the last person to see them," before beginning to weep. His erratic behavior and apparent distress led him to being prescribed antidepressants on August 13th. Suspicions. Having actively participated in the search for the children, Huntley regularly asked police officers questions such as how their investigation was progressing and just how long DNA evidence could survive before deteriorating. One of these officers observed 3 vertical scratches upon Huntley's left jaw, each measuring approximately 3 centimeters, which he claimed had been recently inflicted by his dog. On August 16th, 12 days after the children's disappearance, Huntley and Carr were first questioned by police. Both were questioned for approximately 7 hours. Each provided formal witness statements to investigators before being placed in a safe house in the village of Histon. By this date, police had received information from several Grimsby residents who had recognized Huntley in the television interviews he had granted to the media. These individuals recalled that he had been accused of rape several years earlier. Other individuals recalled, contrary to her own televised claims, Carr had in fact been socializing in Grimsby Town Center on the night the girls had disappeared, and not at home in Soham as she had indicated in the interview she had granted to the media. The same evening, police conducted a thorough search of both Five College Close and the grounds of Soham Village College, where Huntley worked as a senior caretaker, as the couple remained under police watch at separate locations outside Soham. Although each room of Huntley's home had evidently been recently and meticulously cleaned with what was later described as being a lemony cleaning fluid, these searches located numerous items declared as being of major importance to the ongoing investigation. Although the evidence and artifacts were not made public at the time, the items recovered from the school grounds included items of clothing the girls had been wearing when last seen, including their charred and cut Manchester United shirts, which were recovered from a bin within a hangar at Huntley's place of work. Wow. Fibers recovered upon these items of clothing proved to be a precise match to samples retrieved from Huntley's body and clothing, as well as from Five College Clothes. Furthermore, his fingerprints were recovered from the bin. Huntley's car was also subjected to a detailed forensic examination on August 16th. The forensic examination of this vehicle revealed the car had also been recently extensively cleaned, although traces of a distinctive mixture of brick, dust, chalk, and concrete of precisely the same type used to pave the road leading to where the girls' bodies would be discovered were found around the wheel arches and upon and around the pedals. Furthermore, a cover from the rear seat was missing, and the lining of the boot had recently been removed and replaced with an ill-fitting section of household carpet. You know what's curious, though? If he had never admitted that he was the last to speak to them, if he didn't come forward with that information, would they have gotten onto him and done all these tests? Arrest. After having discovered the children's clothes at Somme Village College, police decided to arrest Huntley and Carr. Both were arrested on suspicion of abduction and murder at 4:30 a.m. August 17th. Although investigators had previously, on August 7th, publicly stated they strongly believed the children had been abducted, they publicly announced their strong suspicions both girls had been murdered on this date. During initial questioning, Huntley refused to answer questions and appeared evasive, confused, and emotionally detached, occasionally drooling throughout police attempts to question him in an effort to feign symptoms of mental illness. Was he really faking, though? The tactic left police with no option but to initially refer Huntley to a mental hospital to undergo an extensive psychological evaluation. By contrast, Carr quickly confessed to detectives she had lied about her whereabouts and her partner's actions on August 4th, as shortly before she had returned to Somme from Grimsby 3 days later, Huntley had claimed to her in a phone call to have seen the two girls shortly before their disappearance, admitting, "The thing is, Maxine, they came into our house." According to Carr, Huntley informed her the children had entered their home in order that Wells could stanch her nosebleed. He then claimed to her Chapman had sat upon their bed as he had helped Wells control the bleeding from her nose before both girls had left their home. Referencing one of the 1998 rapes he had committed but had earlier claimed to her to have been falsely accused of in this phone call, Huntley then began voicing concerns as to again being falsely accused of involvement on this occasion, also claiming his previous arrest had caused him to suffer a nervous breakdown. She had therefore later agreed to concoct a false story with her partner to support his version of events. After being informed of the discovery of the children's bodies and ample evidence attesting to Huntley's guilt, including his fingerprints being recovered from the bin in which the children's clothes had been found, Carr burst into tears, shouting, "No, he can't have been. It can't have been. He hasn't done it." Despite these revelations, Carr initially remained emotionally attached to Huntley and professed her belief in his innocence to both the police and her family. So you know what's curious here is that neighbor's testimony of both of them looking into the trunk. If the bodies were in the trunk, I mean, obviously she would have known exactly what went down, as opposed to choosing to remain in denial. Because how could that be explained? So if this is accurate here, that she was just burst into tears and shouting that he couldn't have done it, he hasn't done it, does that mean the neighbor's testimony was false? Or were the bodies not in the trunk and something else was going on during that incident? Maybe he said he hit an animal or something and that's why there was blood in the trunk, if in fact she didn't help him dispose of the body. Formal charges. By August 20th, investigators had established sufficient physical evidence from Huntley's home, vehicle, and Somme Village College to charge him with 2 counts of murder. He was formally charged with these offenses while detained for observation at Rampton Secure Hospital in Nottinghamshire, and all preliminary hearings against him were postponed until his conclusions of mental health assessment. Carr was also charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice on this date. She was further charged with 2 counts of assisting an offender, January 17, 2003. While held on remand at Holloway Prison, Carr regularly inquired as to Huntley's welfare, and is known to have penned several letters in which she professed her continued love for him. Carr would only sever all contact with Huntley in December 2002. Pretrial assessments. To determine Huntley's state of mental health, he was detained under Section 48 of the Mental Health Act for almost 2 months at Rampton Secure Hospital. Here, his mental state was extensively assessed by Christopher Clark, a consultant forensic psychiatrist, to determine whether he suffered from any form of mental illness and whether he was mentally competent to stand trial. Clark concluded in October that although psychopathic, Huntley did not suffer from any major mental or psychotic illness. Resultingly, on October 8th, Huntley was deemed mentally competent to stand trial. Having been declared mentally fit to stand trial, Huntley was faced with a sentence of life imprisonment if a jury could be convinced of his guilt. He was subsequently transferred to segregation unit at Woodhill Prison in Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire. On June 9, 2003, he attempted suicide by consuming 29 antidepressant, which he had accumulated in his cell. Although staff initially feared Huntley might die as a result of the overdose, he was returned to his prison cell within 48 hours. Huntley was later transferred to London's Belmarsh prison. At a preliminary hearing held at the Old Bailey on June 16, 2003, Huntley pleaded not guilty to the formal charges of murdering Wells and Chapman, although he chose to plead guilty to the charge both stood accused of, conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. Carr pleaded not guilty to the charges of attempting to pervert the course of justice and assisting an offender. Trial. The trial of Huntley for the murders of Wells and Chapman opened at the Old Bailey November 5, 2003, before Mr. Justice Alan Moses. Huntley was charged with 2 counts of murder, to which he entered a plea of not guilty. Carr was charged with 2 counts of assisting an offender and 1 count of perverting the course of justice. In his opening statement on behalf of the Crown Prosecutor, Richard Latham QC described the last day of the friends' lives and how by pure chance they had happened to pass by Huntley's home at a time when Carr was not present. Latham contended Huntley had deliberately lured the girls into his home at approximately 6:37 p.m., and that both girls had been murdered shortly thereafter, with cell site analysis proving Huntley had switched off Chapman's mobile phone either outside his home or within the grounds of Soham Village College after both girls had been murdered. Latham further emphasized that the mobile phone records and eyewitness accounts proved Carr had been in Grimsby on the evening in question, thus proving the statements she had given to police and press alike had been false. Latham then outlined the details of how Keith Pryor and his 2 friends had discovered the children's bodies on August 17th at a location Huntley had known to be restricted via his plane spotting hobby, and thus where they were unlikely to be discovered. Referencing the likely motive for the girls' murder and the actual cause of death of each decedent, Latham stated that due to the extensive state of decomposition of the bodies, the coroner had been unable to determine the precise cause of death of either child, or whether the girls had been sexually assaulted before or after death. However, Latham stated neither body showed signs of compressive neck injuries, knife wounds, drugging, or poisoning, and that both girls had most likely died of asphyxiation. In a direct reference to Huntley's claims both girls' death had been accidental, Latham stated that only one person knows what happened after his friends entered his home. However, he further stressed that the cause of death was undoubtedly murder, adding, 10-year-old girls don't just drop dead. In reference to Carr's attempts to pervert the course of justice, Latham stated that as surely as night follows day, the 2 had conspired to concoct a false alibi to divert suspicion from Huntley. Although he warned the jury Carr could only be convicted of assisting an offender if they believed she had known Huntley had murdered the girls, adding her actual motive for providing lies to the police with reference to the charge of perverting the course of justice was irrelevant. Over the course of 3 days, Latham outlined the efforts of both defendants to divert suspicion away from Huntley, and Huntley's own efforts to destroy all physical and circumstantial evidence linking him to the crime. Although despite these efforts, investigators had retrieved enough evidence to prove the children had been murdered within his home, and within approximately 12 hours of their death, transported in his vehicle to the location where the bodies would be discovered on August 17th. This had included ample fiber evidence retrieved from Huntley's vehicle, clothes and carpets which had been a precise match to the Manchester United shirts the girls had been wearing at the time of the disappearance. Latham then closed his opening statement by again bringing the jury's attention to Huntley's claim both deaths had been accidental, remarking, "We pose this question. 2 of them?" He then speculated Huntley's defense counsel may try and argue that he had been confused, commenting in that case they would have to consider Huntley's behavior over the fortnight between the girls' disappearance and their bodies being found. Testimony pertaining to the forensic evidence linking Huntley was heard on November 24th. On this date, a forensic scientist named Helen Davey testified as to the biological evidence recovered from the girls' clothing, footwear, and a dishcloth discovered within the hangar at Soham Village College on August 16th. Davy testified she had found minute traces of blood and saliva upon these garments, although she had found no positive traces of semen upon the clothing. She further explained the reason for the lack of any definitive traces of semen being discovered could have been a result of the charred and melted condition of the articles she had inspected. A scenes of crime officer also testified on this date that despite Huntley's exhaustive efforts to remove any physical evidence of the crime from his home, a forensic examination had revealed several traces of blood spattering about the hallway and main entrance to the master bedroom. On December 1st, Huntley testified before the court in his own defense. Responding to questions by his own defense counsel, Stephen Coward, QC, interesting name, Huntley admitted both girls had died in his house but denied that either death had been intentional. According to Huntley, he, Wells, and Chapman had entered his bathroom to stem a mild nosebleed Wells had been suffering when the girls had walked by his home. The bath was already filled with water as he had been cleaning his dog that afternoon. In the bathroom, he had slipped and accidentally knocked Wells into his bath while helping her stanch her nosebleed, and this unintentional act had caused her to drown as he himself simply panicked and froze. Does he really think someone could drown in 1 second? He further claimed Chapman had witnessed the incident and began repeatedly screaming, "You pushed her," and that he then accidentally suffocated her while attempting to stifle her screaming, which had preoccupied his attention as opposed to ensuring Wells did not drown. By the time his state of panic had waned, it had been too late to save the lives of either of the children, and that his first coherent memory had been of himself sitting on his vomit-stained landing close to Chapman's body. When questioned as to his failure to call emergency services and subsequent extensive efforts to both destroy evidence and divert suspicion from himself, Huntley insisted he had first become preoccupied with whether the public and the police alike would believe the girls' death had actually been accidental, and he had therefore decided to conceal all evidence of the deaths as opposed to either notifying police or paramedics. Weeping, Huntley admitted responsibility for both deaths, but repeated his insistence both deaths had been accidental. He further tearfully claimed he had not attempted to feign insanity upon his arrest, insisting the trauma of the children's deaths had temporarily erased his memory, and his being in the presence of police had caused his mind to temporarily seize. December 3rd, Carr went onto the witness box to testify in her own defense. Responding to questioning from her own defense counsel, Michael Hubbard, QC, Carr briefly discussed her initial acquaintance with Huntley, their subsequent relationship, and plans to start a family once they both obtained financial stability, before Hubbard directed his questioning toward her return to Soham on August 6th and her discovering Huntley had recently washed their bedding and had evidently cleaned sections of the house. To these questions, Carr explained that her first impression had been that Huntley had a woman in the house, adding their bedding had been washed shortly before August 4th. Carr further testified to having noted a crack in the enamel of the bathtub, which had not been there when she had traveled to Grimsby 4 days previously. When questioned as to why she had then assisted Huntley in his extensive cleaning of the home in the days following the children's murder, Carr claimed she had done so as she had always been obsessive about tidiness. Questioned as to the efforts she had subsequently made to mislead both police and the media to divert attention from her partner, Carr emphasized she had only lied to police, the media, and anyone who asked to protect Huntley, who had repeatedly assured her of his innocence of any wrongdoing and his fear of being fitted up by police for the girl's disappearance should they discover the 1998 rape allegation made against him. She further claimed to have referred to Wells and Chapman using past tense merely because she had worked with the children in the past. Carr further claimed she had initially attempted to persuade Huntley to contact police and be open as to his claims to have invited the children into his home in order that Wells could stanch her nosebleed, but that he had refused to do so as inviting children into their home had been a violation of the rules imposed by St. Andrew's Primary School. She further explained her focus had therefore been to protect Huntley's job and reputation, adding that had she known of Huntley's actual guilt, she would have never attempted to provide him with a false alibi, stating to her counsel, "If for 1 minute I had known or believed he had murdered either of the girls, I would have been horrified." Concluding his questioning, Hubbard cautioned the jury not to succumb to the temptation of judging Carl's morality, but to consider her state of mind prior to her arrest when considering whether the lies she had told warranted any criminal liability, stating she had done no wrong on the date of the children's murder and had not returned to Soham until August 6th. On December 10th, counsel for both prosecution and defense delivered their closing arguments to the jury. Latham delivered his closing argument on behalf of the prosecution by describing both Huntley and Carr as accomplished liars. Before outlining the prosecution's case, both children had to die to satisfy Huntley's selfish self-interest before Huntley, with Carr's support, had embarked on 12 days of cynical deception, with Carr only revealing the truth about her lies to police after being informed of the discovery of the children's bodies. Referencing Huntley's likely motive for the murders and his claims at trial that both deaths had been accidental, Latham stated, We invite you to reject the accounts of both deaths being accidental as desperate lies, the only way out for him. We suggest that this whole business in the house was motivated by something sexual, but whether he initiated it plainly went wrong. Therefore, in this ruthless man's mind, both girls had to die in his own selfish self-interest. Referencing Carr's conscious efforts to deceive the police and media alike, Latham simply stated she had the prospect of marriage, a baby, a nice home, and a new start. She preferred to do what she could to make the best of the position she was in. That involved at all costs protecting Ian Huntley. Following the conclusion of the prosecution's closing argument, Coward delivered his argument on behalf of the defense. He conceded his client was indeed guilty of the physical responsibility of the girls' actual deaths, as Huntley had admitted, and therefore deserved punishment. Although he argued the prosecution had failed to provide definitive proof Huntley had intended to murder the children or cause them actual bodily harm. Furthermore, Coward contended the prosecution has failed to provide conclusive evidence to support their claim that Huntley's actual motive for the murders had been sexual. Coward concluded his closing argument by requesting the jury deliver a verdict of manslaughter in relation to both deaths. Following the conclusion of both counsel's closing argument, Mr. Justice Moses announced the jury would begin their deliberations on December 12th. Convictions. The jury deliberated for 4 days before reaching their verdicts against both defendants. December 17, 2003, they returned a majority verdict of guilty on 2 counts of murder against Huntley. He was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment, with a minimum term of imprisonment to be imposed by the Lord Chief Justice at a later date. Huntley's face displayed no emotion as the verdict was announced, although the mothers of both Wells and Chapman burst into tears. Although Carr willingly pled guilty to the charge of perverting the course of justice, she pled not guilty to the charge of assisting an offender. The jury accepted Carr's insistence that she had only lied to the police and media in order to protect Huntley because prior to their arrest, she had actually believed claims of his innocence. Although we do need to clean up that business with both of them standing at the trunk of the vehicle, because what could be making them cry unless the neighbor made that up? Carr was sentenced to serve 3.5 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. Minutes after the convictions, the parents of both girls granted an interview to the media. Discussing Huntley's mindset, Leslie Champion opined, "I think he was a time bomb waiting to go off, and both our girls were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I hope the next time I see him, it will be like we saw our daughters, and it will be in a coffin." Sentencing. The minimum term of imprisonment Huntley should serve before being considered eligible for parole was decided September 29, 2005. On this date, High Court Judge Mr. Justice Moses announced that Huntley must remain in prison until he had served a minimum of 40 years imprisonment, a term which would not allow parole eligibility until 2042, by which time Huntley would be 68. In setting this minimum term of imprisonment, Mr. Justice Moses stated, "The order I make offers little or no hope of the defendant's eventual release." Huntley avoided eligibility for a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment as the passing of the Criminal Justice Act 2003 had been just 1 day after his conviction, thus taking effect December 18, 2003, and applying solely to murders committed on or after this date. Criminal profiles. Ian Huntley. Ian Kevin Huntley was born in Grimsby, Lincolnshire, January 31st, 1974, the first of 2 sons born to Kevin Huntley and his wife, Linda. The Huntley family were working class and at the time of the birth of their first child lodged with Linda's parents in Grimsby. Following the birth of their second child, Wayne, in August 75, the family moved into a rented property in Immingham, where Huntley attended school. Huntley was a timid child and something of a mother's boy. In his early years, he frequently threw tantrums in order to obtain his mother's attention, although childhood friends would later remark how markedly afraid he was of his stern father. At both primary and secondary school, Huntley was an average scholar. He was regarded as a loner, an oddball, and an attention seeker by his peers, and he became a frequent target for bullies. The bullying Huntley endured escalated when he entered Healing Comprehensive School at age 11, resulting in his academic performance waning. As a result, Huntley's parents enrolled their son in Immingham Comprehensive at age 13. He was again the target of physical and verbal bullying at the school, although he did form a few friendships via a shared interest in computer games. Huntley also enjoyed football and was an avid supporter of Manchester United. At the urging of his father, Huntley joined the Air Training Corps at age 13. His activities with this youth organization fueled an interest Huntley had held since childhood for aeroplanes, and he seriously considered a future with the Royal Air Force. Huntley also developed a hobby of plane spotting. Via this hobby, he became familiar with the environs of RAF Lakenheath. Despite having a few friends, Huntley did form several relationships with girls while attending Immingham Comprehensive. Each of these girls was at least 1 year younger than himself, although none of the relationships lasted longer than a few weeks. In 1990, Huntley finished his schooling, obtaining 5 GCSE passes. He chose not to enroll in either college or university and instead committed himself to finding employment. Between 90 and 96, Huntley worked in a succession of menial jobs, although he seldom held any job for long. He also viewed himself as something of a ladies' man and was scrupulous with regard to his personal appearance and personal hygiene. Marriage. In June 94, Huntley began dating 18-year-old Claire Evans, with whom he first became acquainted with through his employment at a local Heinz factory. After approximately 2 months of courtship, Huntley proposed to Evans. The couple married at Grimsby Registry Office on January 28, 1995, although the marriage lasted scarcely 1 week due to Huntley's volatile temper. On one occasion, he was known to have beaten his wife so extensively she suffered a miscarriage. Shortly after their separation, Huntley's wife formed a relationship with and later married Huntley's younger brother, Wayne. Wow, I did not see that coming. Wow. Okay, that's kind of weird. Why was he not charged in not only beating the wife, but beating her into a miscarriage? So wouldn't that be a count of murder if that was premeditated, that he didn't want to have a kid? But that's really messed up. How is this guy? Wow. That's sad. Previous offenses. In March 96, Huntley was charged with burglary. In this offense, he and an accomplice had allegedly broken into the house of a neighbor in Grimsby and stole numerous electrical goods, jewelry, and cash. Although this case reached court, the prosecution offered no evidence, resulting in a judge ordering the offense to lie on file. Between August 95 and May 96, Huntley established numerous sexual relationships with teenage girls, all of whom were under the legal age of consent. 3 of the girls were aged 15 and one 13. One of these girls would become pregnant and gave birth to a baby girl in 98. Although reported to police on 3 occasions, Huntley was not charged for any of these offenses, as each of the girls denied having engaged in sex with Huntley. Each refused to file criminal complaints and or refused offers of help from social services. Despite not being charged with any of these offenses, rumors of Huntley's sexual interest in underage girls soon became community gossip, and he was regularly insulted by neighbors and colleagues. As a result, Huntley began rebuffing any offers to socialize with colleagues for fear of being attacked while alone in their company. In April 98, Huntley was arrested on suspicion of raping an 18-year-old woman. He admitted engaging in sex with the claimant, but claimed the act had been consensual. He was not formally charged with this offense. Just 1 month later, Huntley was charged and remanded in custody at HM Prison Walds for 1 week after another 18-year-old Grimsby woman claimed to have also been beaten and raped by Huntley while walking home from a local nightclub. This complainant further stated Huntley had threatened to kill her before assaulting her. Huntley admitted in engaging in sex with this woman, although he insisted the act had been consensual. The criminal charge was dropped a week later after the Crown Prosecution Service, having examined CCTV footage from the nightclub and environs and finding evidence of the 2 socializing within the nightclub, determined insufficient evidence existed to secure a conviction for this offense. As a result of this criminal complaint, further rumors regarding Huntley's sexual violence also became community gossip, resulting in Huntley being fired from his job and forcing him to move into his mother's home. Furthermore, he was forbidden from initiating contact with his baby daughter or her mother. In July 98, police were notified that Huntley had also sexually assaulted an 11-year-old girl in September 1997, having also threatened to kill the child if she informed her mother. He was never charged with this offense, although he subsequently confessed to this attack April 2007. What the heck? The police were really sleeping on this guy. The final criminal allegation against Huntley prior to his committing the Soham murders dates from July 99. In this instance, a woman was raped, and Huntley, by this stage suspected by police as being a serial sex offender, was interviewed. Huntley supplied a DNA sample to assist in their inquiries, with Carr also providing an alibi to support his claims of innocence. The victim of this assault subsequently stated her belief that Huntley had not been the perpetrator of the assault. This would prove to be the sole instance in which a suspected or proven victim of Huntley had not identified or named him as being her assailant. By 2001, Huntley's proven and alleged criminal activities had been reported to Humberside Police on 10 separate occasions and to the social services on 5. Wow. Wow. Motive. Huntley's actual motive for killing the children is unknown. Although minutes prior to encountering Wells and Chapman, he is known to have engaged in a heated argument with Carr, culminating in his slamming the telephone down. Huntley had allegedly suspected Carr of conducting affairs throughout their relationship, leading both his mother and some police officers to suspect Huntley had killed the 2 girls in a fit of jealous rage. However, prior to his trial, a criminal profile had resulted in his being ruled by an eminent criminal psychologist as a latent, predatory pedophile who had chosen to lure Wells and Chapman into his home upon a moment of opportunism. Well, could be a bit of both, right? The prosecution had contended at Huntley's trial a likely sexual motive existed for the murders. Testimony from Carr had indicated her suspicions sexual activity had occurred in their home in her absence, as although Huntley had insisted throughout the entirety of their relationship that Carr perform all domestic chores, she had observed that he had washed the quilts, pillowcases, and sheets of their bed in her absence. However, pathological evidence retrieved from the bodies indicated at least one of the girls had been subjected to a sexual assault either before or after her murder, was not disclosed to the jury at Huntley's trial. The reason for this decision had been that both bodies were too extensively decomposed and damaged by fire to enable a conclusive determination of either the actual cause of death or if either girl had been subjected to a sexual assault. Although prosecutors at Huntley's trial contended he had intentionally lured the children into his house with a likely sexual motivation, investigators found no evidence of premeditation in relation to the murders. However, at the September 2005 hearing in which the minimum term Huntley should serve before any form of parole or eligibility was decided, Mr. Justice Moses stated, "There is a likelihood of a sexual motivation, but there was no evidence of sexual activity, and it remains no more than a likelihood." Psychology. Prior to murdering Wells and Chapman, Huntley had established an extensive record of consensual and unconsensual sexual activities with females, many of whom had been beneath the legal age of consent. He would typically use guile and or force to achieve his desires. Between 1992 and 2002, he had committed numerous acts of physical and sexual violence against women and children for which he had been legally unpunished. The youngest girl Huntley is known to have raped was 12 years old, with another girl he attempted to rape being 11 years old. Following his arrest, several former girlfriends and sexual partners stated that although Huntley presented himself as a charming and considerate individual in the early stages of a relationship, he would become domineering and violent upon having established a sense of control. Having established control over his partner, Huntley severely restricted and supervised any contact she held with her family or social acquaintances. He would also emotionally blackmail his partner if he detected any signs of her developing resistance to his control or indicating a desire to leave him. According to one columnist, the fact that Huntley had remained unpunished for these often blatant and continuous acts had embellished Huntley's confidence and reinforced his domineering, misogynistic mindset, in addition to fueling his recidivism. Psychologists have also determined Huntley had mentally blocked any attempts to either accept the reality or enormity of his actions pertaining to his repeated violence against females in order that he might cope with the consequences of his actions. Aftermath. An orange-petaled rose dedicated to the memory of Wells and Chapman was unveiled by representatives of Salem Town Council at the 2003 Chelsea Flower Show. The inspiration for dedicating a flower to the child's memory sourced from a poem read aloud at the memorial service at Ely Cathedral on August 30th, 2002 by the father of Wells, titled Salem's Rose. On April 3rd, 2004, the three-bedroom house in College Close in which the murders occurred was demolished and the site leveled, with all rubble from the property being destroyed and later discarded in various undisclosed locations. The site where 5 College Close once stood is now a vacant patch of grass. Within days of Huntley's formal sentencing, he reflected to the media on the prospect of spending the remainder of his life behind bars and of fears for his security, stating, "I'm going to rot inside this place. I'll rot in here. I know it. I'll spend the rest of my life in here. I'm going to be inside forever, and it'll be torture." In the years since his incarceration, Huntley had been repeatedly attacked by other inmates. September 14, 2005, while incarcerated at HM Prison Wakefield, he was scalded by boiling water by convicted spree killer Mark Hobson. The injuries Huntley received in this attack resulted in being unable to attend the hearing at which his minimum term of imprisonment was decided. Following the attack, Huntley alleged the prison authorities had failed in their duty of care towards him and launched a claim of £15,000 in compensation. He was reportedly awarded £2,500 in legal aid to pursue this claim. Huntley was transferred from Wakefield Prison to Frankland Prison in January 23, 2008. 2 years later, March 21, 2010, he received non-life-threatening injuries to his neck after his throat was slashed by convicted armed robber Damian Folks. The injuries Huntley received in this attack required hospital treatment. Huntley again applied for compensation for the injuries he received in this attack, seeking £20,000 in damages. September 5, 2006, Huntley attempted to end his life by taking an overdose of antidepressants he had accumulated in his prison cell. This suicide attempt resulted in hospitalization and a thorough search of his cell in which a cassette tape was recovered. The cassette tape contains a markedly different account of the murders of Wells and Chapman than to that which Huntley had testified at his trial. In what Huntley had believed would be his posthumous confession, he claims to have confessed to have murdered both girls to Carr prior to their arrest, and his plans to confess to authorities, to which Huntley alleged Carr had slapped his face and informed him to pull himself together, as she did not wish to lose the teaching position she had yearned for all her life. Huntley further alleges Carr had encouraged him to burn both bodies in an attempt to destroy all forensic evidence linking him to the crime. It is believed Huntley had agreed to make the recording for a fellow prisoner who had hoped later to sell the confession to the media after his release, in return for his being provided with the antidepressants he had used to attempt suicide. In April 2007, Huntley confessed to having sexually assaulted an 11-year-old whom he had dragged into an orchard in 1997. This admission, in which Huntley also confessed to having a sexual interest in children while insisting the murders of Wells and Chapman had not been sexually motivated, was welcomed by the victim of this sexual assault. Following Huntley's admission of guilt, this victim issued a press statement in which she confessed to feeling a massive sense of relief, although she concluded the statement with the sentence, "Yet I still feel upset that Huntley was left at large, resulting in the deaths of 2 innocent children." Carr was released on probation from HM Prison Foston Hall on May 14, 2004, after serving a total of 21 months imprisonment, including the 16 months she had detained while on remand. She was given a secret identity to protect her from threats of attack from vengeful members of the public. In addition to being provided with a new home in an undisclosed location, Carr is one of 4 former prisoners in the UK to be given an entirely new identity upon release. Carr won an injunction on February 24, 2005, granting her lifelong anonymity on the grounds that her life would otherwise be in danger. The costs of imposing this order have been reported by deferring tabloid newspapers as being between £1 million and £50 million. Wow. At least a dozen women have been falsely identified as being Carr and either persecuted or physically attacked due to false stories speculating as to her whereabouts and new identity, which have been printed in tabloid publications. Shortly after her release from prison, Carr and her family contacted a Tyneside-based publishing company with view to publish her autobiography. Although Mirage Publishing initially agreed to publish Carr's autobiography, the company soon withdrew their offer after a feature on BBC Radio Newcastle prompted a scores of complaints from the public. You know what's weird? Is that true that she fully knew about all of it and she was the one who wanted to get Huntley to burn the bodies, etc., etc.? That would be messed up. I mean, that's still, obviously, that's not as bad as murder, but that's clearly worse than than supporting someone who you believe is innocent. All right, so let's move on to the psychic aspect of this case. This is express.co.uk. I'm the Soam Psychic. Dennis McKenzie helped police solve the murders of Holly and Jessica. Now, in an extraordinary new book, he reveals what it feels like to see ghosts every day. By Becky Sheaves, October 20th, 2009. I am really sorry, but both girls are dead. Clairvoyant Dennis McKenzie has never forgotten breaking the worst possible news that any parent could hear. When Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman went missing in Soam in 2002, Dennis was called in by Holly's family to help. He knew almost instantly that something terrible had happened. During the agonizing days before the bodies of the two 10-year-olds were found, Dennis came up with a remarkable set of insights. I described the caretaker, Ian Huntley, who would be convicted of the murders, and his girlfriend Maxine Carr, he says quietly, without a hint of pride. I also described the view from Huntley's house, his red Fiesta, the Fenland Road he drove along to dispose of the bodies, and the site where he dumped them. Wait, is that how they found out where the body... Well, supposedly the other guy found the bodies, so... But did this guy know where they were before they were found? I mean, that's curious. So accurate were his readings that Holly's father, Kevin, had publicly stated that Dennis is the genuine article. He gave Dennis's information to the police. Dennis, 55, has since gone on to investigate murders and disappearances all over the world. He has just published his autobiography, which is fascinating reading, whether you believe in the spirit world or not. It is difficult to read it without feeling more than a little convinced by the astonishing discoveries he has made over the years. However, Dennis still charges a modest £40 for a reading and does all criminal investigation work for free. Interesting. I'd never charge a man for telling him his daughter is dead, he says of the Soam case. He and his wife Janet, also 55, still live quietly in their Cambridgeshire village home. I'm aware I have a gift, but it's not a gift for me, it's to help others, he says. I was once offered £10,000 to do a reading for a wealthy woman in Kuala Lumpur, but I refused the check. I always charge the same, whether it's a celebrity, a film star, or a normal person. I feel very strongly that if I did exploit this gift for profit, I'd lose it. He vividly remembers the day 7 years ago when he was asked by a friend of the Wells family to help locate Holly. She and Jessica had gone missing from a family barbecue on the afternoon of Sunday, August 4th, 2002. I was really hoping my spirit guide would give me some good news, but as I got closer to Soam, I had a really heavy feeling of foreboding, he explains. As I got out of the car, I heard my guide saying in a very clipped, precise voice, "They're dead." I felt sick inside. Then I found myself in Kevin and Nicola's presence. I asked them how direct they wanted me to be. They begged me to be straight with them. I had no option but to break the news. Back then, I had never ever had to say anything so terrible to anyone. Words cannot describe my feelings. Dennis went on to say that the girls were dead by 7:30 p.m. on the day they disappeared. He described a woman with a shrew-like face and brown hair, and a man in his 30s with low intelligence who walked with a swagger. He described their accents as northern. Both Ian Huntley, their murderer, and Maxine Carr, his girlfriend and an accomplice, came from Humberside. Dennis also told the family the girls had been transported in an old red car, wrapped in something like carpet or bubble wrap. He described the view from the house where they had been killed, with a ditch outside the window and a tall building, like a windmill, with no sails in the distance. There was also a grain silo outside Huntley's cottage, which did have a running ditch alongside it. Kevin Wells relayed the information to the police. The girls' bodies were found in shallow water, just as Dennis had predicted. Dennis had remained friends with Kevin, who has thanked him for his remarkable contributions during my darkest days. In his book, Goodbye, Dearest Holly, Dennis does possess an extraordinary gift, he says. Dennis says that from his earliest childhood he could see and hear things that were invisible to others. My first memory of a psychic experience was when I was recovering from a burn in a hospital when I was 4. A special nurse used to come in and sit by my bed at night, giving me the feeling of total calm. It wasn't until years later I realized she came from the spirit world. He went on to have what his parents thought were imaginary friends, but he says he has been surrounded by spirits, some benign, others unpleasant, all his life. And if you haven't checked out the Mindshock podcast on imaginary friends, check that out. Now, he can barely sleep at night for the clamor of long-dead personalities demanding to be heard. He sees ghosts every day. It can be totally exhausting, he says. He admits he has wondered if he is mentally ill, although he seems entirely sane. Could it be that the various things he feels, sees, and hears are a sign of some sort of disturbance in his brain chemistry? I've been over it and over it, I can promise you, he says, but then if I am bonkers, how come so much of the time I'm right? Another high-profile case was that of Blake Hartley, a Sandhurst cadet aged 24 who had disappeared in 2004 while training in the French Alps. Dennis traveled to Chamonix and picked up that Blake had fallen into a river after hitting his head on a rock late at night. Soon after, a human thigh bone was found on the bank and DNA tests revealed it was Blake's. Sadly, I wasn't able to tell whether he fell in the water by accident or was pushed. The only certainty is the terrible waste of life. He was a young man with a bright future ahead of him. Dennis was able to solve the mystery of teenager Richard Calley's disappearance in Limerick in Ireland. His mother Mary came to a reading with Dennis, and he instantly picked up that she was worried about a missing child. Once again, he had no option but to break the dreadful news. Her son had been murdered. Dennis felt sure that Richard, 17, had been killed in April 2006 by a gang who had battered his head with a concrete slab. He had been involved in a car crime and had angered a gang leader by unknowingly joyriding in his car. I mean, that is oddly specific. He worked on Mary's case for free, visiting Ireland and using his ability to identify the bridge where Richard was killed. Repeatedly, he came up with the name Brigid and the words Dyke and Bowdyke. I had no idea where they were, and nor did Mary. We thought it might have something to do with her grandmother, who was called Brigid. I also felt Richard's body was pinned down, so much so that I felt my own body being compressed. Soon after Dennis's visit, fishermen found Richard's remains in Lough Brigid, near Bowdyke, in County Clare. 2 concrete slabs had been tied to each of his legs. I mean, that is oddly specific. And he's not even, I mean, he wasn't even in Ireland where he's making this reading. I mean, this is crazy. Dennis has been asked by several well-wishers to investigate the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. I would be keen to be involved, he said, but it's completely against my principles to do anything of the sort without being expressly asked to do so by the parents. While Holly and Jessica went missing, 3,000 psychics wrote in to offer their theories, most of them accusing Holly's dad of the killing. I'm not like that. I wouldn't dream of intruding. He adds, but it's fair to say that the majority of so-called psychics are frauds, so it's no wonder people are mistrustful. I've seen shows where the psychic asks if anyone's lost a loved one to cancer. Of course, half the audience puts up their hand. Or, failing that, they go for a young man losing his life in an accident. Then they're off making it up as they go along. I wouldn't dream of doing that. Sometimes in a reading, I don't get anything. I have to be honest and say so. It's not about doing flashy tricks on TV or pulling the wool over people's eyes. I'm just an ordinary bloke, and I hope I'm doing some good with the gift I've been given. For me, it's all about putting myself at the service of others. I truly believe that helping people is in itself its own reward. Okay, curious indeed, is it not? Okay, so let's continue to TonyEwens.com, a so-called skeptic website. We all know what so-called skeptics, those who say they are skeptical, but they're only skeptical of a position that doesn't align with scientism and the cult of authority worship. They're not actually objectively skeptical of all claims from all sides. But anywho, let's look at the skeptic's perspective here on another case, the Jacqueline Poole case. Did a medium identify a murderer? An investigation by Tony Ewens and Adrian Shaw. In the article below, I challenge the notion that a medium, through direct contact with the dead victim, identified a murderer 18 years prior to his conviction. I'm In doing so, I am conscious of the fact that the victim's relatives are still alive and may be distressed by what is essentially unwarranted intrusion. However, the case has been investigated by members of the Society for Psychical Research, who are convinced that this presents strong evidence for post-mortem survival and intend to publish a full report, now published February 2004. I was challenged to provide a more rational account of what happened, and Adrian Shaw and I decided to carry out our own investigation purely as a response to this paranormal claim. In certain instances, I have not identified everyone by name in order to protect people's privacy. And what is or isn't rational is, of course, very subjective. The definition of rational by itself, according to dictionary.com, based on or in accordance with reason or logic. So not necessarily what's true or not true, just what aligns with reason and logic. For example, if you told an uncontacted tribesman in the Amazon that there are devices where you could see anything in the world going on, they might think it's not rational that you can live stream anything from anywhere in the world because it doesn't align with the amount of information they have about logic and reason. So based on the information they have, it wouldn't necessarily be rational. Okay, so continuing on here, background to the case. Friday 11th, February 1983, 25-year-old Jacqueline Poole was sexually assaulted and then murdered by strangulation in the lounge of her flat in Ruislip, West London. Her body was discovered Sunday, February 13th, after her boyfriend's father was concerned that she was not answering the door. The police were called, and after breaking in, discovered her body. A great deal of jewelry had been stolen, with the murder investigation team led by Detective Superintendent Tony Lundy was anxious to recover. This has never been found. The investigation continued for some 15 months, but eventually closed down, the killer having apparently escaped justice. In 1999, the case was reopened, this time headed by Detective Chief Inspector Norman McKinley. During the 16-year interval, forensic science had advanced considerably, and DNA analysis was now available. Using a new technique known as low copy number, LCN, the police could obtain a DNA profile from very small traces of DNA. Swabs taken at the time of the murder were submitted for analysis, and suspect Anthony James Ruark, nicknamed Pokey, was subsequently identified and charged. The case for supernatural intervention. So here's an article, August 24th, 2001, BBC. DNA catches killer after 18 years. A man who thought he had gotten away with murder for nearly 20 years has finally been jailed for life. The move follows major advances in DNA technology which were used when the case was re-examined in 98. Anthony Ruark, now aged 40, became a prime suspect following the death of his lover, 25-year-old Jacqueline Poole, in February 1983. She was discovered half naked in the living room of her flat in Ruislip, northwest London. She had been sexually assaulted, beaten, and strangled with a bathroom light cord. Despite being deeply suspicious of Ruark's alibis, police were unable to pin the crime on him because of lack of evidence. In 98, Mrs. Poole's clothes were sent away for examination, and semen found on them was matched with Ruark's DNA using a new technique called low copy number. William Boyce, QC prosecuting, told the jury, "It showed Mr. Ruark's body samples were on the deceased. It brings him here to be tried for you for a crime committed 18 years ago." On Friday, Ruark was found guilty of murder and jailed for life at the Old Bailey. Ruark, from Cirencester, Gloucestershire, had denied murdering Mrs. Poole. Jewelry taken. The court heard that she had worn lots of jewelry, including several rings on each finger. Mr. Boyce said much of her jewelry had been taken. The defendant knew she had jewelry. He was her lover for a period. Although he was short of money before the killing, he was found to have more than might have been expected afterwards. Ruark's counsel, Nicholas Price, QC, said he is a man who must have had this on his conscience for 18 years. Judge Kenneth Mackin told Ruark this was a brutal murder of a defenseless woman who had been nothing but kind to you. He commended DCI McKinley and said, but for his re-examination of this case, the matter may not have come to court. The judge said that but for the advances of science, Rourke would not have stood trial. Senior forensic scientist Dr. Jonathan Whitaker said the case shows enormous benefits to the criminal justice system of our new DNA technology combined with a national DNA database. It also shows how useful this can be in old cases where leads have gone cold. With the application of a dose of science and innovation, the investigations can at last bear fruit. Praise for police. People may think they have gotten away with murder for decades, only for science and the law to finally catch up with them. Terry Hunt said Rourke has had 18 years of freedom that he should not have had. But this is finally justice after 18 years of waiting. I have no feelings towards Rourke whatsoever, but I have nothing but praise for the police. She was a loving sister, and we will never forget her. Okay, so back to this so-called skeptics' so-called analysis. The case for supernatural intervention. In an article published in the Police Federation magazine, Tony Batters wrote about an extraordinary aspect of the case that was not revealed at the time. Local medium Christine Holohan contacted the police during the '83 investigation saying she had information regarding the murder. Tony Batters was the police constable who was first on scene when the body was discovered. PC Tony Batters and Detective Constable Andy Smith interviewed Christine Holohan, who was claiming to have been contacted by the spirit of the murdered woman, Jacqueline Poole. After going into a trance, both officers were surprised at the detailed information Holohan provided. She not only described the murder scene, but seemed to know a great deal of personal information about the victim. For example, she mentioned her divorce, that she was suffering from depression, and that she had just been given a prescription by her doctor. She also knew her maiden name, Hunt. But that's not all. She gave a detailed description of the killer and, with automatic writing, wrote down the name Pokey, which we now know to be the killer's nickname. In relation to the missing jewelry, she wrote down Garden. Batters states that out of around 130 points made by Holohan, more than 120 have now been shown to be correct. The two officers found this quite remarkable, and what apparently clinched it for them was an impromptu psychometric reading from Holohan to DC Andy Smith, in which she told him quite personal information that she could not have possibly known prior to the meeting. This case has now been investigated by Montag Keene and Guy Playfair from the Society for Psychical Research, who seem convinced that this represents solid evidence of post-mortem communication. The basis of this claim is that it was impossible for Holohan to have obtained this information by normal means and therefore must, by default, be paranormal. They believe it must have either been telepathy or mediumship. Another secondary aspect of this hypothesis seems to focus on a pullover that was retrieved from Rourke's dustbin following a search by police officers. It is argued that without the timely recovery of this piece of clothing, Rourke may have once more escaped justice. Montag Keene issued a statement which was quoted in a discussion forum. Regarding the pullover, he says, "But the fact is that without the help of the medium's statements, the police would not have retrieved the pullover or interviewed and taken statements from everyone with whom Rourke came into contact with that evening, nor, according to Tony Batters, would they have checked and verified all Rourke's movements during previous fortnight." He then elaborated further. The pullover became vital as it was his only garment retained for forensics, and it showed numerous exchanges of blood and saliva from Jackie Poole to him. This proved an act of violence as opposed to the intimacy which he claimed in his defense at court. I believe the above fairly accurately summarizes the case for the believers. At the time of writing, Keene and Playfair's report had not been published. When it is, I may add to the above. Okay. My interest in the case. So this is the so-called skeptic here. I first became interested in this case following an email from Professor Chris French, who was looking for background info about this case. My initial thought was that Holohan had this information passed to her by someone who wanted to alert the police to the identity of Pokey Rourke and yet remain anonymous. There may still be some truth in this, but further investigation shows that there is rather more to it. I should state at this point that there is very little chance of anyone conclusively proving that any particular theory is the correct one. However, the task Adrian and I set ourselves was to discover whether an alternative natural explanation was possible. I began to look further into the case after Montague Keen mentioned it in The Skeptic magazine and had asked somewhat rhetorically for a non-paranormal explanation. I obtained photocopies of the articles published in local newspapers at the time and went over as much of the other info as was readily available on the internet. Following this, my letter was published in The Skeptic, to which Montague Keen responded. It was shortly after this that I was contacted by ASKE member Adrian Shaw, a currently serving police detective, who shared an interest in the case. We decided to work together and pool our info and began by identifying people who had worked on the case in order to seek their help. Tony Batters very kindly supplied me with a copy of his notes, along with how they related to the crime. We exchanged numerous emails. My impression was that Tony Batters, whilst persuaded by the paranormal explanation, was always ready to listen to my arguments and was extremely helpful on a number of occasions. I believe that he and I are essentially agreed about the facts but arrive at different conclusions. His role during the original investigation was largely administrative, but he feels this gave him a good overview of the case, and he was one of the few officers who remained involved throughout. Adrian Shaw spoke to Detective Chief Inspector Norman McKinley, as well as the detective who originally took Rourke in for questioning, and also retrieved the pullover from his dustbin. I managed to contact ex-Detective Superintendent Tony Lundy, who now lives in Spain. Lundy was the officer in charge of the original investigation, and McKinley dealt with the 99 reinvestigation. We did contact other officers who either did not wish to discuss the case or never returned our phone calls. An alternative theory. The argument for the paranormal hypotheses relies on the apparent lack of opportunity for Holohan to have come by her information by normal means. I suggest that if we can show that it was possible for Holohan to provide the info without recourse to mediumship, then, as this is the simpler explanation, it should be regarded as more likely. And he's got an asterisk here. By simpler, I mean in the Occam's razor sense of the word. Plurality should not be posited without necessity. And again, this is a fundamental lack of understanding of Occam's razor by most scientism cultists, because it's only when two equal explanations are presented should the one with the fewest elements be used, the simpler one. That's what this remnant of medieval science states. Now, it depends, how often do we see when two equal explanations are presented? You either have to make the one with fewest assumptions. So if you start assuming that Holohan had all of this information and knew all these people, now if you can prove she did, then that's fine. Obviously, that's very valid. But if you have to assume all these things just to explain away the paranormal, then that is not in accordance with Occam's razor. Even if it's true, it's not in accordance with Occam's razor. Okay, however, it would be true to say that just because something is possible, it doesn't follow that that's what actually happened. So he does seem to understand that, maybe. Before explaining our findings, let me summarize what Adrian and I believe to be the series of events in 1983. Friday the 11th, February 83, Jackie Poole is murdered sometime during the evening, approximately around 9 p.m. Sunday the 13th. Body discovered by P.C. Batters following a call from the father of Jacqueline Poole's current boyfriend, who was concerned that she was not answering the door. Monday the 14th, Rourke voluntarily attends the local police station to make a statement, following a police appeal for those who knew her to come forward. This information was supplied by Tony Batters, and this seems to conflict with the account from other people connected to the case. However, I am happy to assume this date is correct for now. Unfortunately, we're dealing with events that took place 20 years ago, and understandably, memories fade. There's no written record of the people that came in to make a statement on what date in the 1980s. I mean, there's records of people making statements back in the Jack the Ripper case in the 1880s. It's kind of weird. Tuesday, February 15th, 83, a local detective sergeant who acts as a pub liaison officer makes inquiries at some of the local pubs. Whilst at the Windmill, it is suggested to him that the person he should speak to is Pokey Rourke. As luck would have it, during the visit, Rourke entered the pub. The detective then put Rourke into a police car and took him in for questioning. Rourke has scratches on his hands, which he later claims was due to coming off his motorcycle. Also on this date, the murder is briefly mentioned on the front page of the Hillingdon Mirror, which describes Jackie Poole as a local divorcee. At this point, I am unsure as to when Rourke was released. During the investigation, Rourke was detained a number of times, but I do not have exact details. Thursday the 17th, 83, Detective Constable Andy Smith and Police Constable Tony Batters visit Holohan and note her information. They are impressed by her knowledge of the case and the fact that she gave accurate information about D.C. Smith during an impromptu psychometry reading. The local paper, the Rue Slip and Northwood Gazette, ran a front-page story about the murder along with Jackie's picture, gives a list of the jewelry taken from her flat. In her book, A Voice from the Grave, Christine Holohan confirms that she first contacted the police on Thursday. Friday the 18th, 83, Rourke is arrested, and during a search of his premises, a pullover is discovered in a dustbin and retained as evidence. In fact, this may have happened earlier, but we can't be sure. It is surely reasonable to assume that this murder is going to be the subject of intense local gossip, particularly in places like the Windmill, which was not only the place from which Rourke was taken, but where he also regularly drank with his girlfriend, as indeed did Jackie Poole and her boyfriend. Jackie Poole had a wide circle of friends and acquaintances, including a close friend who told the police of Jackie Poole's rejection of Rourke's attempts to flirt with her, along with a great deal of personal info about Jackie herself. In A Voice from the Grave, Holohan acknowledges that she overheard two women discussing the murder on Monday morning, 3 days before she contacted police. At this point, the address of Christine Holohan becomes very significant. She lived only 1.3 miles from the Windmill pub. Regarding this actual information Holohan supplied about the victim and her murderer, I'll return to it in a moment. But as for the psychometry reading given to the detective constable at the time, I'm afraid I dismiss this as simply cold reading doing its work. Police, no less than anyone else, can be fooled. As far as I know, there are no contemporary notes of what was actually said as opposed to what was remembered. If the info was what I think it was, then I can see why the detective was impressed, but how he interpreted Holohan's words may not be what she had actually intended. I mean, that's kind of a pathetic explanation, though, because how would he know what she intended? And even if she's not psychic in any way, she might have intended exactly what she said in terms of a guess, and that's exactly how he took it. But this so-called skeptic has to resort to all of these hallucinations and pretending that this might have been that and that might have been something else without actually knowing, which is hypocritically the thing that he's accusing the so-called believers in doing. That he was amazed, I have no doubt, but by itself, this is not very compelling. Although Andy Smith appears to have readily assisted the SPR, he has refused to discuss the matter with either myself or Adrian. According to DCI McKinley, who spoke to Adrian, there are no official notes of this meeting, but Tony Lundy does remember Holohan being discussed and asked if she could provide some info that they didn't know already, such as the location of the missing jewelry. Alas, it appears she couldn't, which is a pity, as this would have been of considerable use to the investigation team. Lundy remained unimpressed. Wait, didn't she say it was in the garden? And was it checked? In my first conversation with Lundy, he said Rourke was suspected immediately and held in custody within the first 24 hours of the investigation, and it would have been during this time that Rourke's premises were searched and the vital pullover discovered. At the time, if a suspect was under arrest, no search warrant would be required. This would have been at least 3 days before Holohan was interviewed. The officer who brought Rourke in, but not actually under arrest, also thought this happened within the first 24 hours. However, according to Tony Batters, Rourke attended voluntarily on the first Monday, but even after his being taken in, it wasn't until Tuesday. This was still 2 days before Holohan was interviewed. Unfortunately, there seems to be no way to pin this event down. Rourke was interviewed on a number of occasions, and the pullover may well not have been retrieved until after she was interviewed. From the above info, it can be seen that it would be certainly possible for Holohan to obtain at least some information. Jackie Poole would have no doubt been discussed in some detail, as would Rourke. Both Tony Lundy and Norman McKinley said it was common knowledge that Rourke was regarded as a suspect. At the time, Holohan was 22 years old and lived with her sister. The probability is high that they would have mixed with other people of a similar age. In 83, Rourke was also 22. However, Holohan came out with other details that helped make an impression on Tony Batters and his colleague. Well, here's the other thing about these so-called skeptics. If she is a psychic, and she does happen to be local, Her being at the bar and hearing local gossip about a local murder, how would that disprove her psychic powers? Because if she happens to be a local psychic, she would have some of the information. Again, this is what false dichotomy logical fallacies are. And a lot of skeptics, they're pretending to be skeptics looking for rational explanations, but they don't even understand basic logical fallacies. Now, this doesn't prove she's a psychic in any way, of course, but this does expose this so-called debunking as illogical nonsense. What did Holohan actually say? Tony Batters has generously given me permission to publish his notes, which can now be read here. If you remove all the personal references about Jackie Poole and Anthony Rourke, which I believe would have been easy to find out about at the Windmill and other local pubs, the notes are reduced quite drastically. There are also some references to the jewelry, such as the St. Christopher that was mentioned in the local paper. Holohan also provides details of the crime, and it would be upsetting for her family to have those debated in public. This text has been removed. Well, so how would they know if it's accurate or not? Nevertheless, certain things can be inferred from what was stated in the newspaper article above, i.e., she was beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled. It is impossible to know what sort of info was discussed publicly by the many friends and acquaintances who knew Jackie Poole. People like to play amateur detective, and aspects of the crime could have been discussed. This is just conjecture on the part of Adrian and me, and we leave others free to disagree. Well, here's the other thing, too. If someone is a psychic, they might have even actually known the individuals in question. This isn't points for or against any of their psychic abilities. And again, we have to look at one case is not really enough to debunk or prove psychics. This is why we have all these other cases, especially the cases I found interesting is when the psychic was not local, living in another country completely. Those are interesting. There are a few trivial items that impressed Batters and his colleague and latterly Montag Keene. Example, 2 cups in the kitchen, 1 washed up. She made cup of coffee. What might these words actually mean? How many ways could they be interpreted? Is she saying that Jackie Poole only had 2 cups in her entire kitchen, 1 in the cupboard or 1 on the work surface, and the other washed up on the draining board? Did she make coffee for the murderer, a friend? Or perhaps it implies she made coffee for herself. When did she make coffee? Tony Batters fits the remarks to the facts. Kitchen, first left of hall as entered. 2 cups on view, others stored. 1 washed and upside down on the draining board, other cup unwashed, quarter full of coffee. Interesting. Whatever was meant by this particular piece of trivia, it did not provide any relevant information regarding the crime. It is entirely possible this was simply a guess. In his article, when referring to some of the info, Batters himself says, these could have been guesswork. Well, 120 out of 130 points, I mean, that's some pretty damn good guesswork. Again, we do need to see the other thing with a lot of these cases, we don't have their batting averages. I mean, has this psychic conferred with police on other cases, and what was her batting average in the other cases? Like, we need to have all this information. I tend to agree, unsatisfying as this suggestion might be, it remains a possibility, as even if it were wrong, it would be difficult to disprove. No, it wouldn't. If she had like 20 cups in the kitchen and she was a tea drinker instead of a coffee drinker, that would be easily disproved. If 1 cup was washed or unwashed had been found, would Holohan's statement still fit? I mean, it depends, but okay. There's another possibility. When the body was discovered, the father of Jackie Poole's boyfriend entered the premises with Tony Batters. Maybe he saw something and maybe he didn't, but the flat was quite small and this remains a possibility. Perhaps he looked through the window. As far as I know, the front window of the flat looks out from the kitchen. The man was also one of the last people to see Jackie alive and left her flat about an hour prior to the murder. Were these cups there at the time? I don't know, but if they were, then obviously he already knew about them, and if they weren't, then maybe he caught sight of them later and thought this was significant. Of course, he didn't just run off and tell Christine Holohan, but perhaps if the cups puzzled him, he may have mentioned it to someone. Who's doing the guesswork now? I mean, this is what's so curious about these skeptics. They don't understand how clueless and illogical they sound. They might be correct about the conclusion that there's no such things as psychics, but the illogical nature in the way they analyze all of these things and the hypocritical nature I mean, they're that clueless, they don't realize how hypocritical and illogical they're being while desperately trying to sound rational, so-called rational. In fairness, I cannot fully explain this away, and neither am I likely to be able to, but if all the other details have been removed, would the police have been so impressed with that information that was left? Personally, I doubt it. And he doesn't even know what the other details were because it was removed from the text. So, all guesswork on the skeptic's part as well. 2 men called earlier. She didn't want to go. According to Tony Batter's comments, 2 people were due to take Jackie to her new temporary bar job at Whispers nightclub and called for her at 7:45 p.m. Also, according to the same notes, the father of her boyfriend didn't leave until 8:05 p.m. and thus may have known about the earlier callers, either because he was there or because she told him afterwards. Again, did he mention this to anyone else? How would he know that there were men calling, even if he was there and he heard 2 phone calls? This is quite a desperate attempt by this so-called skeptic. The actual content of Tony Batters' notes sounds suspiciously like cold reading to me. As Adrian noticed, sometimes Holohan talks as if she is Jackie Poole speaking directly through the medium, whilst at others she slips back into third person. She says things like, "You have got the right group," rather than "You had the right man in custody last Monday." Again, why would mediumship be an exact science? If she's a psychic and she's getting information, and then she's also being a channeling in and out of a dead person, a dead person's aura or whatever, being able to contact them, why would she stay in one frame the whole time? That's kind of a weird thing to hallucinate. Would have to be done if mediumship is real. It's so weird. In his article, Tony Batters writes, she knew that in the course of robbing her, the killer had left 2 of the many rings she always wore. According to Batters' notes, what she actually said was, someone knows about the jewelry, she had some stolen, some left, was there another ring from these 2? Remember that the theft of jewelry had been reported extensively in the local paper, so general comments about jewelry are not that remarkable. She doesn't actually say 2 rings were left behind. These notes were taken from a verbal statement. Perhaps Holohan actually said, was there another ring from these 2 TOO, which was then misinterpreted by Batters. As this jewelry has never come to light, the statement about someone knowing about it might also be wrong. Tony Lundy feels sure that he had tried to sell it, something would have eventually surfaced. But didn't he have a lot of money after, so maybe he did sell it? And if he sold it to a fence or some kind of illegal outfit, there would be no record of it. Why would criminals come forward about that info? So again, this general guesswork by this so-called skeptic, I mean, this is one of the sorriest attempts to debunk a psychic or the paranormal I've ever read. I mean, it is quite pathetic. Did Holohan actually help the investigation? Much has been made of the pullover retrieved from Rourke's dustbin, and how if it wasn't for Holohan's information, this might have never been seized. But just how significant did this piece of evidence turn out to be? When asked by Adrian Shaw, DCI McKinley couldn't even remember the pullover. Wait, isn't that where they got the DNA evidence? Tony Lundy does recall fibers being mentioned at the trial, but he and McKinley are emphatic that the conviction was achieved by DNA evidence from semen and skin found underneath the victim's fingernails. Okay. The pullover played no part, and even if it did, it was not due to anything Holohan had said. I find it curious that Holohan gives a pretty detailed description of Rourke, but not once describes what he was wearing at the time. And even if she did describe what he was wearing, the skeptic would say, oh, she was local, so she saw him walking, she could have seen him walking around that day or talked to someone who did. See how that works? If this pullover was of such significance, why didn't she say what he was wearing? One explanation might be because she didn't know. What Tony Lundy is sure of, and he has restated this unequivocally, is that at no time during the investigation did he take any action based on information supplied by Holohan. He only ever followed normal police procedure. It could be argued that Lundy ordered various gardens to be dug up, but if so, all that did was to waste police time. I can't be sure if this garden digging did in fact happen, but let's suppose it did. Let's also suppose Rourke was arrested because the entire investigation team was so impressed with Holohan that they went straight out and arrested Rourke and searched his premises. Does this affect the claim that the source of information was in discarnate spirit? Of course not. As far as I can tell with any certainty, she provided no information that affected, influenced, or progressed the investigation in any way whatsoever. But wasn't the claim about whether or not she was psychic or not whether or not she secured convictions according to the laws in place and police procedure? Shift, who solved the case? Last of all, both Adrian and I would like to point out that the case was eventually solved as a result of diligent and professional investigation carried out by the police, combined with the tremendous advances in forensic science. This is where any credit for solving the case should be focused. In the end, the hard work of the original investigation team enabled DCI McKinley to eventually get a conviction. I mean, not really. The original team, there were 2 investigations and they didn't yield anything. And then it was only way later with the DNA evidence. Okay, had Tony Lundy had access to modern DNA techniques as opposed to a medium, Rourke would have been serving his sentence that much sooner. And if he had access to both, perhaps even sooner than that. Summary, let's look once again at Holohan's information. Anthony Rourke was already ID'd as a major suspect at least 2 days before Holohan wrote down his nickname, Pokey. Well, also, was his nickname made public? Because this doesn't... That's not clear here. According to both McKinley and Lundy, it was common knowledge that he was a suspect, and apart from his arrest, he had been seen hanging around both Jackie Poole's flat and her place of work. Holohan only lived about 3 miles from the murder scene and less than 1.5 miles from the Windmill Pub. It would be entirely possible to discover much of the information from local gossip. Due to a similarity in their age, it is quite likely they moved in similar social circles. Not everybody who's 22 moves in similar circles. Wow, I mean, this is really pathetic guesswork. It may have been that Holohan knew something about either Rourke or Poole long before the murder had taken place. And even if she did, if she's a psychic, that wouldn't make her not psychic just because she knew the individuals. We cannot even be certain that a close friend or even Jackie Poole herself had not consulted Holohan in her capacity as a psychic. I mean, making all these assumptions? That's not very like a skeptic. In Lundy's final report, he wrote that, of all the people interviewed, Rourke was still the most likely person to have committed the murder. On appeal, there still remain questions that need to be answered, and if you can provide any info about the case, then Adrian and I would be very pleased to hear about it. Okay, so, yeah, this is... Yeah, I mean, this is really pathetic on the part of skeptics, because couldn't they actually do the legwork and do a real investigation? Can't they find out if she visited that pub? Because if she never even went to that pub, I mean, and that's where all the gossip was discussed, or at least most of it. Because he's making all this big deal of how close she lives to a pub. I mean, there's a lot of pubs in a lot of places. If she's not the pub-going type, not every single 22-year-old who lives in the vicinity of a pub visits the pub. So if they actually did a real investigation, they could have found out. Because if she never even visited the pub, and if she didn't run in similar circles at all, you know, how many 22-year-olds are in the vicinity of West London, and they all run in similar circles? Of course not. That's a nonsensical claim. I mean, these goofs are this triggered that a psychic was somehow credited with something, and this is obviously not a great case for proof of psychics at all, but just the pathetic nature of this attempt to debunk, I mean, that's quite mind-shocking. And of course, there's plenty of other cases where the psychics are not even remotely local. So, yeah, obviously it doesn't prove her psychic ability in any way, and I am not arguing for her psychic ability, I'm just pointing out the terrible attempted debunking here. Alright, so that's it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime in the Psychics That Solve Cases series. Plenty more to come. There are a lot more cases and a lot more psychics to go over, so stay tuned. More follow-up episodes coming soon. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Psychics That Solve Cases series, and we'll be taking a look at even more psychics that have solved cases. This is episode 3 now. We'll be taking a look at a number of cases in Ireland specifically, but plenty of cases have been met with psychic involvement. And family members, police detectives have credited psychics with aiding in the investigation. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they have supernatural or paranormal powers, but they've provided intel to the investigation that has proved fruitful. Something coincidence theorists deny, and scientism cultists that pretend and hallucinate that there's 0% chance that psychics have ever solved cases, which is obviously patently false, demonstrated by all these cases credited to have been solved by psychics. Now, sometimes they're local psychics, so the connections could be dubious. They might know a local police officer. They might have gotten intel somehow. But sometimes the psychics are on another continent entirely and don't know anything about the case in pre-internet era, etc., etc. And these are quite curious cases indeed. And we go over them in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront without falling for logical fallacies like all these other true crime podcasts seem to do. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative and entertaining, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit the bell for notifications. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, let's continue to another case here. This is the case of Deirdre Jacob. So let's do a quick rundown of this case from Ireland. Deirdre Jacob is an Irish woman who disappeared near her home in Newbridge, County Kildare on July 28, 1998 at the age of 18. In August 2018, the Garda Síochána announced that her disappearance was being treated as a murder case. Wow, so 20 years later, it switches from a missing persons case to a murder case. At the time of her disappearance, she had completed her first year as a student teacher at St. Mary's University, Twickenham, UK. Disappearance. Deirdre was last seen about 3 p.m. July 28, 1998. She had gone to the Newbridge branch of Allied Irish Banks to get a bank draft to pay for student accommodation at the university, then went to the post office to post the bank draft. She also visited her grandmother, who owned a shop. The last sighting of her was close to her house at Barrettstown Road. At the time of her disappearance, she wore a dark t-shirt with white shoes and was carrying a black bag with a yellow Caterpillar Inc. logo. The bag has never been found. Aftermath. Deirdre's parents have never been able to move on and still hope that someone with information regarding their daughter's disappearance will come forward. They had appealed to the public for information several times over the years. In 2016, her parents said that there was not as strong a link between their daughter's disappearance and convicted rapist Larry Murphy as was often supposed. Garda were never able to place Murphy in Newbridge the day she disappeared. The only connection found was a piece of paper with Larry Murphy's name and phone number among the belongings of Deirdre's maternal grandmother after the latter's death. She had owned a shop in Newbridge, and Murphy had left his contact details with her grandmother as he was making wooden children's toys, but this was years before Deirdre's disappearance. Wow, so this convicted rapist has a job of making wooden children's toys. Okay. In July 2018, on the 20th anniversary of her disappearance, her father called for a dedicated missing persons unit to be set up. Her parents were satisfied that the Garda in Kildare were doing everything possible to locate their daughter, but that a dedicated unit would help investigations into missing persons cases. By 2018, Garda had conducted 3,200 lines of inquiry and taken 2,500 witness statements. Okay, that seems to be a pretty good investigation. Case upgraded to murder investigation. In 2018, the case was reclassified as a murder inquiry because of new information and a review of the case. Although Garda did not reveal the new information, they said there was a definite line of inquiry. In October 2018, Garda stated that they had significant new leads in the murder probe and identified Larry Murphy as a person of interest. Jacob's family still lives in Newbridge, and although they knew the reclassification of her disappearance as murder was to happen, they still found it heart-wrenching and shattering to hear the language of a murder investigation used about their daughter's disappearance. Search on Kildare-Wicklow border. In October 2021, Garda began searching woodland near Usk Little on the Kildare-Wicklow border. The search was begun after review of evidence and involved as many as 15 people from the Garda Technical Bureau, as well as a forensic archaeologist. The area is about 3 acres and the search took weeks, but they did not find any remains. However, an ancient settlement from around 500 BC was unearthed. Interesting. Okay, so let's get a little deeper here. Deirdre Jacob is part of Ireland's missing triangle area. Quite a few disappearances. Many suspected the work of a serial killer. So let's look through all of the available information here. Unresolved Mysteries, a great subreddit, has an interesting write-up here by Katie a number of years ago. Deirdre Jacob was 18 when she disappeared. She was home for the holidays from university in London and had spent the afternoon running errands on Newbridge's High Street. She visited a bank, then the post office, and called in to her grandmother's small news agent directly from across the road before she walked home. She almost made it home. The last sighting of her was outside her parents' house. She never made it to the front door, and she hasn't been seen since. 2 months after she disappeared, Garda, the Irish police force, linked her disappearance with that of 5 other women over the 5 previous years and set up Operation Trace to review these cases. They were Annie McCarrick, 26, on March 26th, 1993. Is that a coincidence? Annie was an Irish American who was studying in Dublin. She took a trip to the Wicklow Mountains, a short distance from Dublin, and has not been seen since. Jojo Doulard, 21, on November 9th, 1995. She was using a public phone box in Moon, Kildare, and was talking to her best friend when she said a lift had arrived and abruptly hung up. Fiona Pender, 25, August 23rd, 1996. Fiona was 7.5 months pregnant when she disappeared. Ciara Breen, 17, February 17th, 1997. Wow. The coincidence stack is piling on here. 2 of these missing persons disappeared on a day of the month that happened to be their age. She was 17, February 17th, 1997. She sneaked out of her house to meet someone and never returned. Fiona Synod, 19, between February 9th and 18th, 1998. So this is one a year? Huh. The single mother let the father of her child stay the night after they spent an evening with friends, and he was collected by his mother the next morning. No one saw her alive again. That sounds a little suspicious. And these aren't the only ones as part of the triangle. I'll be getting into this even further. Larry Murphy. Murphy was born February 7th, 1966, and he lived in Baltinglass, Wicklow. He was a carpenter by trade, traveling between counties Wicklow, Dublin, Kildare, and Laos for his work. In 1999, after the death of Deirdre Jacobs' grandmother, the family were sorting through her belongings when they discovered a pay stub for Larry Murphy. He had been contracted to carry out some carpentry work in her grandmother's shop around the time she disappeared. Attempted murder. On February 11th, 2000, who's Okay, so nobody went missing in 99. I'll be getting further into it. It's like almost one a year. So in 2000, an unnamed woman was walking to her car when she was accosted by a man who demanded money from her. When she refused, he punched her, breaking her nose. He made her remove her bra, which he used to bind her hands. Then he loaded her into the trunk of his car, turned the stereo up to drown out her screams, and drove away. He stopped after 12 kilometers, moved her to the front of the car, and raped her. When he was finished, he bound her hands once more. In an attempt to calm her down, he told her his name was Michael, that he was from Baltinglass in County Wicklow, but he worked in Dublin. He told her he was married and had children. He promised he would release her. Instead, he drove another 25 kilometers to a remote forest in Wicklow, dragged her deep into the trees, and raped her 3 further times. Orally, anally, and vaginally. He covered her head with a plastic bag and tried to strangle her as he shoved her back into the boot of the car, but she fought back even as he slammed the open boot on her legs. And then there were the headlights. They belonged to a car driven by a pair of deer hunters. As her attacker was stunned for a moment, she broke free and stumbled towards them, catching herself on barbed wire. The rapist ran to the driver's side, hopped in the car, and sped away, but the hunters had recognized him. What? Note, I could understand anyone being incredulous of this sheer coincidence that they could have recognized the offender. However, Ireland is a unique and wonderful place, and having spent a reasonable amount of time there during my life, I do not find this to be far-fetched at all, particularly in someone's hometown. Outside of Dublin, Ireland is like one big small town. Okay, so I guess she's alleging the population is rather small there. They took the woman to the closest Garda station, Baltinglass. The next morning, Garda officers visited the home of Larry Murphy. Though he initially claimed his innocence to his wife, he eventually pled guilty in court and was sentenced to 15 years for the rape and attempted murder of the woman. During his questioning, he made comments like, "Well, she's alive, isn't she?" and stated that she was lucky. He has never showed any signs of remorse or guilt. He has been questioned in relation to the other disappearances, but he has never provided any information. He has been acknowledged as a suspect by Garda. No one has disappeared since he has been imprisoned. That is curious. So there's at least one disappearance per year in the area until the year he's caught. He was released August 12, 2010. His release caused outrage in Ireland. Afraid of vigilantism, he initially fled to Spain, but his location was publicized in the Irish press, and he moved again to Amsterdam. Once again, footage of him going about his daily life was published, and he moved back to Spain via France. He was known to be working as a carpenter in London in 2015. Here's an article on Murphy here. dailymail.co.uk. Rapist worked in shop owned by family of Newbridge teen who vanished. By Valerie Hanley and Karen Rice, August 14, 2010. The Irish Mail on Sunday can today reveal sensational evidence linking freed rapist Larry Murphy to college student Deirdre Jacob, who disappeared in July 98. This paper has learned that Murphy, long suspected behind the disappearance of at least 3 young women, was doing work for Deirdre's grandmother in her sweet shop at the time the 18-year-old vanished from Newbridge. So I just checked the population of Newbridge in Kildare. It's over 20,000. It's not that small. Because I was about to say, if it was only, let's say, a couple hundred or even 1,000 or 2,000, 2016, the population was 22,742. So it does seem quite coincidental that he happens to be working. We have even more coincidences coming, but continuing here, Garda sources have revealed Murphy was carrying out carpentry work at the shop which Deirdre visited just hours before she went missing. The revelations will add fuel to the calls for better monitoring of Murphy following his release from jail for rape. The MOS has also learned that Murphy was very familiar with the area where Deirdre lived and disappeared. He once worked at a stables just half a mile from Deirdre's home, and visited Newbridge again in the weeks before the trainee teacher's disappearance to view a potential carpentry job at a local pub. Murphy also returned to the Kildare town 2 months after Deirdre went missing to carry out the work at the pub. The links to Deirdre will add weight to the clamor for a law change, which would allow Garda to monitor Murphy much more closely in the wake of his release last week, having served 10 years of his 15-year rape sentence. But wasn't it also attempted murder? I mean, shouldn't that be a lot more? I mean, that's crazy. While the prospect of a convicted rapist on the loose is alarming enough, many people, including serving and former Garda, believe Murphy may represent a far greater danger. One officer involved in his rape case and the Jacob investigation said yesterday, "It requires a certain type of callous person to do what he did. He refused to take part in any treatment in prison, and he will probably re-offend." Trainee teacher Deirdre was one of 3 women who went missing in the area before Murphy was convicted in 2000 of the abduction, rape, and attempted murder of a woman in the Wicklow Mountains. The 18-year-old was last seen as she walked towards the gateway of her Newbridge home on the afternoon of July 28, 1998. Earlier that day, she had visited her grandmother, Bridget Grady, at the shop she ran for many years in the heart of Newbridge. Deirdre dropped in on the elderly lady before and after going to the local bank and post office. She then left the shop to walk home. It is about a 25-minute walk from the town center to the bungalow Deirdre shared with her parents, Michael and Bernie, and her sister Sierra. Her family home on the outskirts of Newbridge is concealed by tall trees, and it has been established that Deirdre never made it to the front door. Sierra is also the name of one of the other missing women. How popular of a name is Sierra in Ireland? At the time, nothing pointed to Murphy as a suspect. It was another 2 years before he was arrested after 2 hunters interrupted him as he tried to kill the woman he had abducted and raped. Deirdre's family discovered the link between them and Ireland's most notorious sex offender only after Deirdre's grandmother died. You know what else is kind of messed up? Was it only 1 count of rape? Because if he raped the woman 4 times, shouldn't that be 4 sentences for each criminal offense? And plus the attempted murder charge? I mean, how did this guy get out of prison? It's kind of crazy. Deirdre's family discovered the link between them and Ireland's most notorious sex offender only after Deirdre's grandmother died. The 94-year-old died in December 99, and it was as the family went through her possessions that they discovered Murphy's name on a check stub. A senior Garda involved in the investigation into the disappearance told the MOS Deirdre's grandmother had a shop on Newbridge Main Street, and after she died, when the family was going through her things, they found a checkbook stub with Murphy's name on it. He did carpentry work for her, but the family knew nothing about it. The grandmother hadn't told them, and the first they knew was when they found the receipt for the work at the shop. The Garda source said that, in his view, the stub added weight to the belief that Murphy was involved in Deirdre's disappearance. "No one has gone missing since Murphy was jailed," he said. "It all points to him." Garda visited Murphy at Arbor Hill Prison and questioned him twice about Deirdre. However, he refused to cooperate or even try to clear his name by giving an alibi for the day in question. The Garda source said Murphy had other links to the area. 2 years before Deirdre went missing, Larry Murphy did some work at a stables about a half-mile from her home. And he was in Newbridge before she went missing, viewing work at a local pub, but he didn't start that work until September. Between March 93 and July 98, 2 other women went missing in Leinster. They were American student Annie McCarrick, 26, and Jojo Dillard, 21. An only child, Annie had left her home in New York to study in Dublin, and she went missing in March 93 while on a trip to Johnny Fox's pub in the mountains. 2 years later, on the night of November 9th, 95, 21-year-old JoJo disappeared after making a phone call at a public phone box in Moon, Kildare County. She had missed a bus and was hitching a lift home to Callan when she went missing. Callan is in Kilkenny County. Garda have carried out extensive investigations into the disappearances, but so far have had no breakthrough in solving them. 2 years ago, the Garda brought a team of FBI agents to Ireland to review the evidence they had accumulated. These experienced profilers who specialize in investigating serial killers in the U.S. concluded that the unknown killers matched the Murphy profile. The rapist was released from Arbor Hill on Thursday and was met by a public and media frenzy. On Friday, he took the train to Cork, returning to Dublin later in the day. It is not known where he was staying. You see, it's cases like this that really make people think that vigilante justice is not inappropriate. I mean, this guy is clearly capable, willing and capable to commit these crimes. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people would have a problem with a little bit more physical interrogation with this scumbag. I mean, even if he's not guilty of all these other crimes, after what he is guilty of to that one woman, I mean, a rough interrogation, I think, would be perfectly appropriate. Revealed how the woman was raped by Larry Murphy, rebuilt her life, and invited the men who saved her to her wedding. It was just after 8 p.m. Friday, February 11, 2000, when the 28-year-old locked the doors of her business and began walking the short distance to her car. As she made her way through the secluded car park, a man appeared in front of her. "Give me your money," he said. She refused, and he punched her in the face, breaking her nose and knocking her to the ground. Ordering her into the car, he demanded that she take off her bra, which he then used to tie her hands behind her back so tightly they hurt. He removed her boots and then drove her across the car park to the parking bay where his own Fiat Punto was hidden out of sight. Ignoring her desperate pleas, he bundled her into the boot of his car. "I have to because you'll start making noise," he told her. With the car stereo blaring to drown out her screams, the attacker drove 12 kilometers to a remote laneway in Beaconstown. He put her on the seat of the car, removed her trousers, took a headband in the Carlo GAA colors to gag her, and raped her. When he was finished, he dressed and told her to do the same before using her bra to tie her hands behind her back once more. Trying to calm the woman, he told her that his name was Michael and that he was from Baltinglass, but he worked in Dublin. He said he was married and even told her his children's names. He also promised to set her free. Instead, he forced her into the boot of the car before driving another 25 kilometers to Kilrenlaw, a remote forest in Wicklow County, where he parked, leaving the side lights on. At about 10:15 p.m., the rapist pulled the woman out of the boot and made her strip naked. He dragged her down a forest trail before violently raping her another 3 times. "Make love to me," he demanded, kissing her mouth as he violated her. Placing a white plastic shopping bag over her head, he told her that she would never see her family again and forced her back into the boot of his car. He began to suffocate and strangle her, but the woman kept struggling to get the bag off her head. He took the bag and stuffed it in her mouth. She felt lightheaded and struggled to breathe. But she somehow found the strength to kick and managed to get her right foot out of the boot. She kept struggling until eventually she had her 2 legs over and could feel her feet touch the ground. As she struggled, he repeatedly slammed the boot lid on her legs, leaving her writhing in pain. At one stage, I asked if he had a gun because he may as well have shot me. The pain was so bad, she said later. Suddenly, the lights of an approaching car lit up the forest. The rapist let go of the naked woman, who stumbled forward, running in blind panic into a barbed wire fence. The lights were from a car belonging to deer hunters Trevor Moody and Ken Jones. This was not their usual route. In fact, they only took it around 4 times a year. At first, they assumed that the 2 figures in the car were young lovers or people throwing out rubbish. But as the men who were carrying rifles drew near, they saw the violent struggle. Jones was just feet away from the rapist when he ran around the back of his car, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off. In the forest of Kilrenlaw, the victim, still gripped by terror, thought she was also in danger from the 2 men who had saved her life. She initially thought they were accomplices of her attacker, but as they entangled her from the barbed wire, she realized she could trust them. They gave her a jacket and drove her to Baltinglass Garda Station. She had survived the attack, but could she now also survive its aftermath? The next morning, Garda called to the Baltinglass home of Larry Murphy. He knew why immediately. Throughout his questioning and arrest, Murphy remained calm and collected. Initially, he proclaimed his innocence to his wife Margaret before pleading guilty in court, guaranteeing himself a shorter prison sentence. The calculated, sadistic, and merciless nature of the repeated rape and attempted murder of his victim was truly shocking, but what was almost as disturbing was the fact that outwardly, Larry Murphy was the last person one would think was capable of such a vicious crime. Locals knew him as a quiet man who worked as a carpenter and had even worked on the local courthouse, and who enjoyed a few pints before going home to his family. His wife recalled that on the night of the rape, he had come home and had sex with her as well. Murphy was born on February 7th, 1965, in Stratford-on-Slaney, just outside Baltinglass, one of 7 children of Lawrence and Sheila Murphy. A farm laborer, Lawrence Sr. had married his wife in June '59, and they raised their 5 daughters and 2 sons in a modest home in the West Wicklow village. Larry did not excel academically at the national school in the town, but showed an early aptitude for woodwork. At 16, he left school, and a former woodwork teacher took him under his wing for 6 years, during which time he made wooden tableware. His other passion was hunting, a hobby which meant he was familiar with the terrain around Baltinglass and the Wicklow Mountains. And I guess is that why the other hunters knew him? Because they were all hunters? In the 90s, Murphy branched out from woodwork and started working as a carpenter and roofer, a job which took him all over Wicklow and the east of the country, which meant he was often on the road. As his business took off, he met and married Margaret, or Mags as he called her, and the pair set up home in Baltinglass. But while it appears that many knew Murphy to sea, no one knew him particularly well. He was described as a loner. He stood apart, one local said. And while Murphy had not been known for threatening behavior, there were some who were unnerved by his rather bizarre demeanor. When he went to the local pubs, he gained something of a reputation for staring at women and making them feel uncomfortable. He stared at one woman in particular on a continual basis. Then, not long before the attack that would make him notorious, he attacked his wife's best friend. He was driving the woman home one night when he took her to a remote laneway and made a pass at her. When she told him she wasn't interested, he put his hands around her neck and tried to strangle her in the passenger seat of his car. She managed to escape, but he ran after her saying, "Please don't tell Mags." The woman did not report the incident to the Garda. In another disturbing episode, Murphy was in the Glen Lounge pub in Donard when he made an aggressive grab for a female customer. The incident did not escalate, but when the woman spotted Murphy again on another night out, she pointed him out to her brother and to his best friend, Trevor Moody, the same Trevor Moody who would happen upon the brutal attack on the night of February 11th, 2000. And I just looked up Donard. It's a village. It's a small village in Ireland, Wicklow. Population as of 2016, 196 people. So that makes it obviously far less coincidental. While awaiting trial in the high security wing of Clover Hill in 2000, Murphy barely spoke to any of the prison guards or inmates. His wife, who works in a supermarket, stopped visiting him in prison when he entered a guilty plea and was sentenced to 15 years. She severed all contact with him, but he continued to receive visits from his brother Thomas until 2005. When Thomas asked him why he did it, he replied, "I flipped." This week, Thomas went on television to state that neither he nor his sisters, 3 of whom are living in Kildare County, would give shelter to Murphy on his release and want nothing more to do with him. "I hope no other woman suffers at the hands of Larry Murphy," he said in a public denunciation, which has caused a rift with some of his other siblings who believe nothing should be said. Said to be a broken man after his son's conviction, Lawrence Murphy Sr. died soon after Larry was imprisoned. But Murphy's mother, Sheila, who is in her mid-70s and living with a daughter in Wicklow, has made a number of visits to him. In prison, an unrepentant Murphy made no friends and never spoke about his crime. But Murphy's modus operandi and his proximity to the area in which 3 women, Annie McCarrick, 26, JoJo Dillard, 21, and Deirdre Jacob, 18, went missing, presumed murdered, made him a potential suspect in their disappearance. In keeping with his secretive nature, Murphy refused to answer any questions about these investigations when questioned by detectives in prison, and no evidence was produced against him. But the manner in which he abducted, raped, and tried to kill his victim in 2000, coupled with the fact that he lived close to where these women were last seen, stoked fears he could be Ireland's first serial killer. No other women have disappeared since Murphy was imprisoned. One of the comments on this article is, "Someone put a bullet in him, please." So he's a suspect in a couple of other cases, too. There's apparently 8 total. This is known as Ireland's Vanishing Triangle. Annie McCarrick, 26 in 93. Eva Brennan, 39, 93. Imelda Keenan, 22 in 94. Jojo Dillard, 21 in 95. Fiona Pender, 25 in 96. Ciara Breen, 17 in 97. Fiona Sinat, 19 in 98. And Deirdre Jacob, 18 in 98. So that's 2 potential. The one that's 39, is she too old to meet his MO? I mean, I don't know, unless she looks really young. But that's approximately 1 per year. No other disappearances occurred while Murphy was in prison. Apparently, Murphy has been ruled out as a suspect in the Doulard and Fiona Sinat investigations. In the case of Wexford woman Fiona Sinat, it is believed that her killer was a man who was well known to her. And if he's doing exactly 1 per year, if Eva Brennan is not his victim, then it's exactly 1 per year if Fiona Sinat is not his in 98, because that was Jacob. So let's take a look at the breakdown of Ireland's Vanishing Triangle straight from Wiki. The Vanishing Triangle disappearances cases all appear to have some common characteristics. The women's ages range from late teens to late 30s. They disappeared inexplicably and suddenly, with no substantial clues or evidence of their fate has ever been found, despite large-scale searches and campaigns by the Irish police force to find them. The triangle is in the eastern part of Ireland, roughly the boundaries of Leinster. Due to similarities in the cases, a popular hypothesis is that they may be the result of a serial killer or killers being active in the area during this period. The cases of these missing women feature in the Irish media periodically, and the disappearances have been the subject in a number of unsolved crimes documentaries. The TV3 production Disappeared in the Mountains being one example. Irish police set up Operation Trace to focus on unsolved disappearances, but to date, this has failed to turn up any substantial clues as to the fate of the women, despite a 10,000 euro reward for the information resulting in the recovery of a body. The following women are usually included in the unofficial listing. Annie McCormick, 26, of Long Island, New York, went missing March 26, 1993. She was living in Sandymount, Dublin County. The last confirmed sighting of hers was at a post office in Enniskerry, Wicklow. However, there was an unconfirmed sighting of her outside Johnny Fox's pub in Glencullen in Dublin County. This sighting was by a doorman of the pub who said she was with an unknown man. They left the lounge of Johnny Fox's pub and entered the cabaret room where the unknown man paid for both of them to enter. McCarrick had invited her friend Hilary Brady and his girlfriend Rita Fortune to dinner at her apartment the next day. When McCarrick was not there, they contacted her parents in New York and she was reported missing. McCarrick's parents, John and Nancy McCarrick, arrived in Ireland shortly after their daughter was reported missing, but left after a 6-month-long unsuccessful search for McCarrick. 2. Eva Brennan, 39, of Rathgar, Dublin County, went missing July 25, 93. She was depressed prior to her disappearance. She disappeared after leaving a family lunch at her parents' house in Rathgar. Brennan's father went to her apartment because she had not come to the family home for 2 days. He rang the doorbell. He then went over to the Horse and Hound pub, which was the Brennan family owned, and asked a barman to come over, and they broke a window to get in. The jacket she had worn on the day she was last seen was there, so Brennan must have gone back to her apartment that day. There was no initial Garda investigation known to the family for around 3 months. The Brennan family have criticized the Garda on how they dealt with Brennan's disappearance. A rumor that circulated and was repeated by some Garda suggested that Eva may have known double killer Michael Brambrick, who was convicted of killing and burying Patricia McGauley and Mary Cummins in Clondalkin, Dublin. Brennan's sister, Colette McCann, said it was extremely unlikely she would have known Bambrick and had not, to anyone's knowledge, been to Clondalkin or the South Inner City where Bambrick originally came from. She said her sister visited her parents' home every day, had lunch there, and returned to her apartment and rarely went out. The experience of the Brennan family is not dissimilar to the family of Marilyn Wren, who disappeared shortly before Christmas in 95 and was later revealed to have been murdered between December 26th and January 7th, 1996, by David Lawler. Wow, the popo in this area does not inspire confidence. 3. Imelda Keenan, 22, of Mount Mellick, Laos County, went missing on January 3rd, 94. She was living in Waterford City, Waterford County. She had initially gone to stay with one of her brothers in Cobb, Cork County, but left after a short while when she went to stay with 2 other brothers in Waterford City. She was living with her boyfriend Mark Wall. They both lived in an apartment in the town on William Street. Keenan attended the Central Technical Institute in Waterford, where she undertook a computer course for a short period. Keenan told Wall that she was going to the post office. Keenan left the apartment at 1:30 p.m., walked down William Street onto Lombard Street. The last confirmed sighting of Keenan is at this time when she was seen crossing the road by a local doctor's secretary who knew her well. The secretary and a friend observed Keenan crossing the road at the corner of the Tower Hotel and Lombard Street. She was never seen again. 4. Josephine Jojo Dillard, 21, of Callan County, Kilkenny, went missing on November 9th, 95. She was living in Harold's Cross, Dublin County. She had recently dropped out of a beauty therapy course after finding it very difficult to juggle work and college. On the day she disappeared, she was planning on moving home to Callan. Is that a coincidence? She had missed her bus home to Callan and had to take a bus to Naas, Kildare County instead. She disappeared in the Moon area of Kildare. She was hitchhiking home from Dublin to Kilkenny. She had been driven from the Dublin area to Kilcullen in Kildare County and then taken from Kilcullen to Moon. She was last seen using a payphone, and through telephone records, police found that the call was made at 11:37 p.m. to Dillard's friend Mary Cullinan. She ended the call as she was about to enter another car. There was also an unconfirmed sighting of her walking along the road to Castle Dermot, Kildare County. The driver of the car has never been identified. Wow. Okay. 5. Fiona Pender, 25, of Tullamore County, Offaly, went missing August 23rd, 96. She was last seen leaving her apartment by boyfriend John Thompson. Pender was 7 months pregnant at the time of her disappearance. In 2008, a small wooden cross bearing the name Fiona Pender was found on the Slieve Bloom Way at the border between Laos and Offaly, which led to the belief that Fiona was buried in the Slieve Bloom Mountains. So that's interesting. So would a serial killer take the trouble to make a small wooden cross and put her name on it? Or was that a friend or family member who just, that was their way of grieving, and it has actually, they have no idea where she is or what happened to her, and that was just something they did? Unclear. 6. Ciara Breen, 17, of Dundalk, Louth County, went missing February 13th, 1997. She was last seen by her mother, Bernadette, who said at the time they had both gone to bed just after midnight. After 2 a.m., Bernadette got up to go to the toilet and discovered she was missing. She had left a window on the latch, and it is believed that she did so that she could climb back in. In 2014, 2 credible witnesses came forward with sightings of Ciara from the night she disappeared, and in 2015, a man in his 50s was arrested but released without charge. Wow, some interesting developments in that case so many years later. Here's an interesting article from the Irish Mirror, February 20th, 2022, pretty recent here. Mystery letters could be key to finding out what happened to Louth teen missing since 97. A former top cop believes the disappearance of teenager Ciara Breen could finally be solved if the author of 2 anonymous letters comes forward. Retired Detective Inspector Pat Mary said he believes that the person who sent them to the Garda in 2013 and 2014 could hold the key to finding Ciara's body. The 17-year-old vanished on February 13th, 97 after sneaking out of her house in Dundalk, Louth County, and is feared dead. The retired detective inspector said he believes the author of the letters was a close associate of the prime suspect in the case who died 4 years ago. Mr. Mary, who re-examined the case in 2010, told the Irish Sunday Mirror, "We did receive 2 anonymous letters. It's said that we should talk to him, the prime suspect, about it, that he knows something about her disappearance. The person might very well know more. There are certain people who do know more. If the person who wrote the letter was to come forward, they might have some knowledge which may lead to where Ciara's remains are." I took up the investigation in 2010 and put it together and took a different viewpoint on it and was able to come up with more evidence. The prime suspect in Ciara's disappearance died suddenly of a suspected drug overdose while in Garda custody on another matter in 2017. He had been arrested twice on suspicion of murdering the teen, once in 99 and again in 2015. But on both occasions, the DPP decided not to file charges. Mr. Mary said he believed this man was at one stage close to confessing. He said he almost admitted it to us. When we arrested a second time and we were interviewing him and he was crying his eyes out and he was down on his knees and just about to pop and tell us, and his solicitor came in. He got a second wind and then said nothing to us. Mr. Mary, who also led the investigation into Rachel O'Reilly's murder and the probe into the fatal shooting of Detective Garda Adrian Donahoe, said he would like to see all 17 acres of Balmer's Bog searched. The investigation team carried out a dig of just over 2 acres of land there in 2015 and unearthed a floral dress he believes belonged to the missing teen. He continued, "There were 17 acres of bog, but we only had money to do 2.5 acres. I believe her body is in there somewhere. We had an anthropologist on our dig, and the bog had been full of drains, and we believe she was in one of the drains. But when we went digging and discovered someone had filled the drain in with rubble to try and build up the bog, we kept going anyway." So apparently, now I guess it hasn't been released the exact details of what these anonymous letters said, but apparently this is weird because they were onto this guy in 99. So the Irish Sun in 2017, they named this guy Liam Mullen. I don't know why they didn't put his name in the more recent articles, but this is the Irish Sun, published July 8th, 2017 by Stephen Breen. Killing suspect dies in custody. Man repeatedly linked to the disappearance of teenager Ciara Breen dies in Dundalk Garda Station. Was it really an overdose, or did some officers just take the law into their own hands, so to speak, if they truly believed he did it? Liam Mullen, the chief suspect for the 97 Dundalk murder, overdosed following his drunk driving arrest this week. The chief suspect for the murder of missing Ciara Breen has died after being nabbed for a road offense. Liam Mullen, who had long been linked to the case, was arrested on suspicion of drunk driving Thursday night. The Irish Sun has learned after being taken into custody he swallowed what is believed to have been a bag of heroin and took ill. Despite the efforts of a doctor in the Garda station, Mullen passed away a short time later. The Dundalk man was arrested twice over Ciara's disappearance, in 99 and 2 years ago after Garda received fresh information, but was never charged. It is believed he even admitted several times to killing the 17-year-old. A source close to the investigation explained Mullen made a number of drunken confessions to the crime on various occasions over the years, but always retracted it when he'd sobered up. Ciara was last seen at her home in Bachelor's Walk in Dundalk in the early hours of February 13th, 1997. In an emotional appeal for information, her mother, Bernadette, later told RTE, "I had just one little girl, my heart, my soul, my world, And just like that, she was gone. She was not streetwise, and she paid the price. Garda believes she was murdered on the night she vanished, but have never found her remains. Friends claimed that Mullen, who was almost twice her age, had approached Ciara in a chipper, and they made arrangements to meet after dark. But he repeatedly denied the conversation ever took place. And that is very, very sad. So apparently apparently this would not be part of a serial killer if it was just this one drunken guy who was never linked to anything else and apparently confessed. 7 on the list, Fiona Sinnott, 19, of Rossler, Wexford County. Went missing February 8th, 98. She was living in Broadway, Wexford County. Fiona was last seen leaving Butler's Pub in Broadway. She left the pub with her ex-boyfriend and father to her 11-month-old daughter, Sean Carroll. During his conversation with investigators, Carroll told them that he had walked Sinnott back to her house in Ballyhead, Wexford, and that he had spent the night sleeping on her couch. Sinnott, who had been complaining of pains in her arms and upper body, had gone straight to bed, and that the next morning, Monday, February 9th, Carroll said that he walked into Sinnott's bedroom and saw that she was awake. According to Carroll, Sinnott had told him that she was still in pain and that she had intended on hitching a lift to her physician later that day. Because Sinnott said that she had no money, Carroll told Garda that he had given her £3. He then left the house and took a lift from his mother, who was waiting in a car outside. Carroll and his mother then drove back to their family home, which was where Sinnott and Carroll's daughter Emma had been staying at the time. Sinnott was never seen again. During the investigation into Sinnott's disappearance, it was discovered that she did not see a doctor that day. There were no records of her having visited any of the surgeries in the vicinity. The investigation also failed to find any evidence that she had been thumbing for a lift. During a technical examination of Sinnott's house, Garda noticed that it had been stripped bare of a number of her personal belongings. According to a retired detective, Alan Bailey, there was a complete absence of clothing and other personal items, indicating that a teenage girl and her 11-month-old daughter were actually living there. Later, locals would report they had seen a number of black refuse bags outside of the property. As news of Sinnott's disappearance continued to spread, a local farmer approached Garda with news that he had discovered a number of black bags in the corner of one of his fields. Inside, he had found a number of items and documents that had Sinnott's name written on them. Unfortunately, the farmer had set fire to the bags, as he initially thought this was just another case of illegal dumping. It wasn't until news of Sinnott's disappearance reached him that he realized how significant they were. At this point, the investigators began to suspect that someone was trying to mislead them into thinking that Sinnott had run away. On September 12, 2008, a memorial plaque for Sinnott was stolen from a cemetery in Our Lady's Island in Wexford. The marble plaque, which had been cemented into the wall, was removed the night before it was due to be unveiled. Wow, that is really weird. This is quite a bizarre case. In an article from the Independent.ie, there's an interesting article here, February 9th, 2022, by Pydrag Byrne. We won't give up. Family of missing Fiona Sinnott renew appeals for info 24 years on. It's kind of weird. They're saying, so was she last seen at the pub? Or at her house, if they don't believe the ex-boyfriend and the father of her child. I feel that something really tragic happened that night, Diane said. She was in a place where she walked out of the pub, and she wouldn't have gotten on a bus or train. The pub is in the middle of nowhere. We do believe that people in Wexford have information. It is really hard knowing that she is still out there. We would love closure. We want to put her to rest. At the time she went missing, Fiona was just 19 and had an 11-month-old baby girl now grown up. She was in the process of planning a birthday party for her daughter and was looking forward to Diane's 21st at the end of the month. Diane is her sister. On the night she went missing, between midnight and 12:30 a.m. on February 9th, at Kisha Cross Junction, a man and a woman were seen having a dispute or argument. Two other men in their late teens or early 20s were also standing nearby. These people have never been identified, and Garda are still seeking to talk to them all these years on. That's curious. Yeah, I'm not quite understanding. They don't believe the boyfriend that they made it home? The ex-boyfriend? Irish Mirror, November 15th, 2020. Two fresh digs for missing Irish woman Fiona Sinout, planned after new information emerges. Exclusive, her devastated family believes she may have been killed on the night she disappeared and buried in a shallow grave nearby. So they're not believing the story. They're not believing Sean Carroll's story that they walked back to her house. He spent the night sleeping on her couch, and that he saw her in the morning, and then he left and gave her money. Very specific amount, £3, not 4, 5, or 10. Okay, continuing this article here. Two fresh digs for missing Fiona Sinout are planned after her family received new information about where she could be buried. The mother of one has not been seen since leaving Butler's Pub in Broadway, Wexford, on February 9, 1998. She was treated as a missing person before her case was upgraded to murder in 2005. All those years later. Her devastated family, who have never given up searching for her, believe she may have been killed on the night she disappeared and buried in a shallow grave nearby. Her sister Diane said Fiona, who would have turned 42 last month, was a devoted mother to daughter Emma and would have never left her. She revealed they received credible information from the public about land that should be searched in the coming weeks. Speaking exclusively of this Irish Sunday Mirror from her home in Bridgeton, Wexford, Diane said, "We have received a few tip-offs in recent weeks, and there are 2 areas of land now which we want to search. One is a field where cement was put down around the time Fiona disappeared. We are in constant contact with the guards, and we are hoping the searches will happen soon. Logistics need to be sorted out first, but they are actively looking into these areas, and we are confident that it will be looked into very soon. We follow up on any tip-offs and appreciate the public's help. We will never give up searching for Fiona." Diane said there is no way she would have walked out on her young daughter, and therefore they believe something sinister happened to her. She continued, "Fiona was 19 years old, and she had an 11-month-old baby, and she went out on a quiet night to Butler's, and that was the last anyone has ever seen of her. We were always a very close family, but Fiona and I grew up together and were so close as there was only a year between us. Coming up to her disappearance, she was looking forward to going on a shopping trip to Waterford for my 21st and stuff for her daughter's first birthday, which was the day after my 21st. So we do think she came to a tragic end that night. She didn't just walk out on her family. She loved her daughter and was proud as punch of her. Emma was getting to the stage where she was starting to stand up on her feet, and Fiona said it would be no time before she was running around the place. She absolutely doted over Emma. Garda said in the past, a motorist saw a male and female on the road near Kisha Cross, Broadway, at around midnight on the night Fiona disappeared. There were also 2 males in the late teens or early 20s seen in close proximity. None of these people have ever come forward, and Garda are anxious to trace them or anyone who was in the area at the time. Officers have conducted 459 inquiries and taken 355 statements to date in the case. Diane added, "We believe that there are people that know what happened. It's not like she walked out from a pub onto a busy street and took a bus or train. In Butler's 20-odd years ago, you wouldn't get a taxi from there. Anyone who was in the pub that night would have known each other." Diane said her mother Mary can no longer go for walks around the area Fiona disappeared as it's too upsetting. Her father Pat died in 2004, aged 59, with a broken heart, and her sister Caroline died in 2017, age 47. Diane added, "My mother used to love going down to Ladies Island to do the Pilgrim Walk every year, as she is a churchgoer, and now she can't go anywhere near it because she feels very gloomy going down there, and that's outside her own doorstep. It's around that area that Fiona disappeared, so the area is just not the same to her anymore." Diane said that the passage of time has only made things harder for her family. She appealed for anyone with information about Fiona, who she described as being lovely and bubbly, to come forward and end their heartache. She said the family just wants her home, and anyone who has any bit of information, regardless of how small, we ask them to come forward. There is also a 20,000 euro reward for any information that helps bring her home. As time goes by, it gets worse. It's 10 times harder for us now than when she first disappeared. It's knowing that she's out there buried somewhere, and our family believes she could be right under our noses, too. She added, we would like to thank the locals and public for all their help. They have been so helpful and supportive. Her family are hoping a new podcast, which is due for release in coming weeks, will also help jog people's memories. Okay, I mean, this seems like it would be a good idea to do some kind of radar searches, and it also doesn't say what those 2 tips were. So were they anonymous tips? I mean, I still don't understand what the deal with the boyfriend is. So that's a suspicious story if they believe she really disappeared the night of. Did the boyfriend or the guilty parties see? How could the guilty, unless they're saying after the boyfriend left, whose convenient alibi is his mother, he left, somebody else broke into her house, kidnapped and or killed her, then packed up all her stuff, put it in garbage bags, and then what? Left the garbage bags abandoned somewhere? That doesn't seem like a good plan, because if they're trying to frame it as if she left, why would she leave her own stuff in garbage bags? Unless she was mad at somebody and packed up her own stuff and was planning to leave and someone stopped her from leaving, and her bags were left wherever, just dumped. Is that a possibility? I'm going to go over one more right up here on WexfordHub.com, the disappearance of Fiona Sinnott, February 5th, 2015. It was Sunday, February 8th, 98. The song Dr. Jones by Aqua was at the top of the singles charts, and the movie Titanic was smashing box office records. The Winter Olympics had started in Japan, and news about a devastating earthquake in Afghanistan was receiving worldwide media attention. Locally, the Wexford People paper was reporting on the concerns of Wexford-based poultry farmers who were worried about the spread of the Newcastle virus, a contagious disease that had already wiped out over 1 million birds in Northern Ireland. Broadway. In the small village of Broadway, County Wexford, mother of one, Fiona Sinnott, was sitting with her friends in a local pub called Butler's. According to the book Missing Presumed, by retired Detective Sergeant Alan Bailey, the 19-year-old spent the evening chatting and joking with her friends about a night out they had enjoyed the previous Friday. Fiona's ex-partner, Sean Carroll, was also at the pub. However, he was sitting at the bar alone, smoking and having a pint. At some point in the evening, Fiona called her brother and asked him to join her and her friends at Butler's. However, he declined her invitation because he had just returned home from work. When the night came to a close, Fiona said goodbye to her friends and left to take the short walk back to the house that she had been renting by herself in Ballyhid. At 12:10 a.m., she left the bar clutching 2 packets of peanuts in her hand. Carol, who was the father of their 11-month-old daughter, decided to accompany her home. This was the last time that Fiona was seen in public. Little did her friends know that they would never see her again. Reported missing. It wasn't until February 18th, 98 that Fiona was reported missing. Wow, 10 days? That's crazy. 10 days. You see, Fiona was a very independent young woman. In the past, she had previously left home to visit Cork for a couple days. You also have to take into account the fact that she lived 16 kilometers away from her family home, and that mobile phones were uncommon at the time. Before the rise of the handheld device, communication occurred through landline phones, written correspondence, and face-to-face conversations. Because of this, it was common for family members not to have contact with one another for a number of days. Every Friday, Fiona would get a bus into Wexford town so that she could meet up with her family for coffee. When she failed to show up for the second week in a row, her family began to worry. As the days went by, it began to dawn on everyone that something was wrong. On the 18th of February, Fiona's father sounded the alarm when he contacted the Kilmore Garda station to inform them that his daughter had not been seen in public since the 8th. In response, a full-scale missing persons investigation was launched. See, what about her friends, though? This makes me a little bit suspicious of the friends that she was out with as well, because they didn't report her missing. I mean, unless we don't know how often she socialized with them, but according to them, they had been out the previous Friday. So how many days would go by? I mean, this is all kind of weird. Sean Carroll. In his book, Missing Presumed, Bailey tells us how Garda contacted Fiona's ex-boyfriend after she had been reported missing. And also, what about him? How often does he see the mother of his child? He doesn't even, I mean, that's kind of weird. Because Fiona Sinnott and Sean Carroll had left Butler's pub during the same time frame, it was obvious that he would become one of the first people to be contacted by Garda. During his conversation with investigators, Carroll told them that he had walked Fiona back to her house in Ballyhit and he had spent the night sleeping on her couch. Fiona, who had been complaining about pains in her arm and upper body, had gone straight to bed. In the morning, Carroll said that he walked into Fiona's bedroom and saw that she was awake. According to Carroll, Fiona had told him she was still in pain and that she intended on hitching a lift to her GP later that day. Because Fiona said she had no money, Carroll told Garda that he had given her £3. He then left the house and took a lift from his mother, who was waiting in a car outside. Carroll and his mother then drove back to their family home, which was where Fiona's daughter Emma had been staying at the time. That was the last date that anyone would report seeing Fiona alive. Why didn't they give her a ride to the doctor? Especially if she has no money. During the investigation into Fiona Sinnott's disappearance, it was discovered that she did not see a doctor that day. There were no record of her having attended her GP in Broadway. The investigation also failed to find any evidence that she had been thumbing for a lift. A theory that she had left the country with a Welsh trucker was ruled out. 2 nights before Fiona disappeared, she had spent the night with a trucker in his cab. Although the idea of a large truck driving down the narrow roads of Ballyhit was met with skepticism, Garda still had to pursue it. After Garda made contact with the trucker in question, he agreed to return to Ireland so that he could be interviewed. His alibi checked out, and he was able to prove to investigators that he had been driving on the continent when Fiona went missing. During a technical examination of Fiona's house, Garda noticed that it had been stripped bare of a number of her personal belongings. It was spotlessly clean, which was considered to be unusual for Fiona. So wait a second. So if it wasn't just her stuff that was taken, if the whole place was completely cleaned thoroughly, I mean, that would lead one to think that she might have been harmed in the house. According to retired Detective Sergeant Alan Bailey, who served as a national coordinator for the Specialist Garda Task Force Operation Trace, there was a complete absence of clothing and other personal items indicating that a teenage girl and her 11-month-old daughter were actually living there. Later, one local would recall how he had seen over a dozen black refuse bags, I'm guessing garbage bags, lined up outside of the property. What the heck? Black bags. As news of Fiona's disappearance continued to spread, a local farmer approached Garda with news that he had discovered a number of black bags in the corner of one of his fields. Inside the bags, he had a number of items and documents that had Fiona's name written on them. Unfortunately, the farmer had set fire to the bags as he thought it was just another case of illegal dumping. The correspondence that he discovered had George's Street written on them, which was where Fiona had previously rented an apartment with her ex-boyfriend. This address did not correspond with the address that was being listed in the missing persons appeals. It was at this point in the investigation that Garda began to suspect that somebody was trying to mislead them into thinking that Fiona had run away. The search. At the time of the disappearance, Fiona's daughter Emma was about to celebrate her first birthday. According to her family and friends, Fiona was looking forward to this, as well as her sister's upcoming 21st birthday. She even had plans to go to Waterford so that she could buy her sister a birthday present. All of this lends credence to the widely held belief that Fiona did not decide to run away. Since day one, detectives have been convinced that Fiona's body is buried somewhere in the south of County Wexford. Fiona's family are also of the same opinion. I believe she's not far. She's closer than what we might think. You could be driving by her on the road all the time. In June 98, the nearby lake in Ladies Island was drained, with Garda keeping a 24-hour floodlit watch. The operation lasted a month and the entire lake was searched. However, no trace of Fiona was found. Searches at other lakes suggested burial sites also failed to turn up anything. In 2001, a man that was suspected of having been involved in the disposal of Fiona's body died from a suspected drug overdose. Wait, is this the same? No. According to Bailey's book, Missing Presumed, the man in question had been finding it increasingly difficult to live with the guilt of having been involved. However, he could not provide the Angarda Siochana with an anonymous tip-off because only 3 people knew about the exact location of her whereabouts. Telling somebody, he said, would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Wait, what? This is information I haven't seen before. On September 16th, 2005, Garda announced they were now treating the case as a murder investigation. Earlier that day, around 7 a.m., the prime suspect in the murder of Fiona Sinnott was arrested at his home and detained under Section 4 of the Criminal Justice Act. In the days leading up to his arrest, 5 other people had been detained by Garda on suspicion of withholding information. Over the course of 3 days, 6 people in total were arrested. The prime suspect, the suspect's mother, his sister's boyfriend, his ex-girlfriend, and a male friend. After questioning, they were released, and files outlining their suspected involvement in Fiona's disappearance were submitted to the Director of Public Prosecutions. In the end, no charges were filed. Wait, is this the ex-boyfriend? I guess they're not releasing any names, because it says the suspect and his mother. It also says that the suspect died from a suspected drug overdose. Huh. The arrests came on the back of vital information that Garda received from a woman that was known to the suspect. Mill Pond Cross. During the investigation, one person came forward to say that they heard a woman screaming in the Mill Pond Cross area on the night that Fiona had left Butler's pub. Another motorist stated that he has seen a couple who appeared to be arguing with one another at the entrance of a quarry. These reports have never been proven, nor have they ever been successfully linked to Fiona's disappearance. There is a firmly held belief that a number of people in the Wexford area know what happened to Fiona. According to Bailey, there have been persistent rumors that local youths were involved in the cover-up of her murder. Reports have also suggested that people have maintained their silence because they fear the suspect in question. Other info: serial killer. Fiona's case is often mentioned whenever the topic of Ireland's vanishing triangle is brought up. The term itself refers to the disappearances of a number of women during the 90s, all of which occurred in the same geographical region in Ireland. These include Fiona Sinnott, Fiona Pender, 2 Fionas, Anna McCarrick, Eva Brennan, Imelda Keenan, Jojo Dullard, Ciara Breen, and Deirdre Jacob. It has been theorized that a serial killer may have been involved in some of the disappearances. However, the suspect in Fiona's case is a man that was well known to her. Recommendations. In Bailey's book, he recalls how Operation Trace made a number of recommendations to Wexford Garda. These recommendations outlined what actions should be taken against those involved in Fiona's case. In the mid-2000s, it came to light that these recommendations were never implemented. Previous assaults. After her disappearance, it came to light that Fiona had suffered a number of brutal assaults at the hands of an ex-boyfriend. So is this not the ex-boyfriend that's the father of her child? On more than one occasion, she was hospitalized as a result of these attacks. However, Fiona discharged herself and did not press charges. The first time that she was brought to Wexford General Hospital, it was because she had suffered bruising to her face. On another occasion, she had bite marks on her legs and had been beaten around the head and back. In 96, Garda were called to a house close to Rossler Harbor. When they arrived on the scene, Garda found Fiona being comforted on the street by another woman. Inside the house, they came across the man who had allegedly threatened her with a knife. He had been drinking and was asleep on the couch. What? See, they're not naming any people, so we don't know if this is all the same guy. Fiona collected her belongings and left. No charges were pressed. Collected her belongings and left. Garda also heard details of another brutal assault, which Fiona had told a number of people about. According to Garda, it was a very serious attack that would have seen the perpetrator facing up to life in prison. The Sinnott family have been unsuccessful in their attempts to make contact with Fiona's daughter, Emma, who is now in her 20s, remained in the care of her father's family after Fiona disappeared. Wow. Well, that's kind of messed up. Somebody knows something. In an interview with Irish Examiner, Fiona's family expressed their belief that 2 people besides the main suspect had information about her whereabouts. However, these people were believed to be fearful of him. They also expressed their belief that Fiona's body is somewhere in County Wexford. The weather that night. Small details like the weather may seem insignificant. However, the rain and temperature can all play a huge part in the decisions we make. There is also the small and hopeful chance that these kind of details will jog someone's memory of that Sunday. On Sunday, February 8, 98, BBC weatherman John Ketley started his forecast by pointing out how exceptionally mild it was going to be. Quote, "We are really going to see a taste of spring throughout the British Isles with temperatures way above where they ought to be for this time of year," end quote. That February had started off cold. However, by Sunday the 8th, the weather had started to change for the better. According to historical data from the Wexford Wildlife Reserve, Saturday the 7th had seen minimum temperatures of 2.8 degrees Celsius. By Monday the 9th, those minimum temperatures had risen to 9.6 degrees Celsius. As Ketley pointed out in his forecast, there were strong southwesterly winds gusting up from the Atlantic that week. These winds would have been stronger than usual, and there is a chance they may have influenced what route Fiona decided to take home. If Fiona took the southerly route home, she would have been walking against these strong winds. However, if she took the northerly route, as her family believes she did, then the wind would have been behind her for most of the journey. Very interesting. Fiona's father passes away. Sadly, Fiona's father, Pat, passed away in 2004, having never discovered what had happened to his daughter. His family say he died of a broken heart. Before his death, he used to wait at the front gate in the hope that she would one day return. On his deathbed, he told his sons, "Don't stop searching for her. Find her." Spat at. In January 2006, the Sunday Mirror reported that Fiona's family were spat at by a man during the search for her body. The man in question also laughed at her grieving relatives as they awaited the results of the dig. The operation had been carried out at a field in Kilnick. I'm assuming they identified this guy? Was this guy just some kind of drunken loon? I mean, was he not prosecuted for assault? Spitting on people is not legal. That's your DNA on somebody else's body. Huh. I mean, there's no names here. I'm assuming this can't be this couldn't have been the father of the child or possibly even the ex-boyfriend. So what's the rumor here? That there were youths that were responsible? So were these non-affiliated with the father of her child? I mean, there's so many suspect things here, like the father of her child and their family not even allowing Fiona's family to see their granddaughter or their niece for the brothers and the sister. I mean, none of this makes any sense. I mean, this case is just flat out mind-shocking. And, I mean, to me, the number one thing that stands out, we need to know how often her friends that she was at the pub with, how often do they socialize with her? Because if they socialize with her every few days or at least talk to her, there's not a peep for 10 days and they never say anything or report her missing. I mean, you have to put them as the number one suspects, possibly with the father of her child, or even without, even if we remove him from the equation. Of course, FBI statistics would indicate that he is not suspect number one. But even let's say he's innocent, just for the sake of argument, who are the friends? Why did they not report her missing? Do they just never contact her? I mean, the information that we have suggests that they do, because they were either with her that previous Friday or from the weekend before. Either way, I mean, 10 days, that's a long time. Or did she tell them she was going on a trip and then something happened? I mean, that would be an innocent explanation. Psychic. July 2006, Garda carried out a search of a lane outside of St. David's Church in Mulrankin. The search, which failed to find anything, came after the site was identified by a clairvoyant. The clairvoyant had stated that Fiona was bludgeoned to death and that her body was buried under a septic tank. A human skull was found in Ket's Strand in 2007. However, investigators soon learned that the skull belonged to an older and smaller woman. Stolen memorial plaque. September 12, 2008, a memorial plaque for Fiona was stolen from a cemetery in Our Lady's Island in County Wexford. The marble plaque, which had been cemented into the wall, was removed the night before it was due to be unveiled. In his book, retired Detective Sergeant Alan Bailey states that it was almost certainly the case that the suspect in Fiona's disappearance was somehow involved with the removal of the plaque. So if this is someone who just hates Fiona and her memory and has no regard for being caught, is this the same guy that spat at the family and laughed laughed at them during the search. I mean, this guy's brazen if that's the case. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Digs. In April 2015, what was believed to be human hair was discovered at a dig site in County Wexford. DNA testing would later disprove this. In August of 2015, Fiona's family revealed that they had ID'd 2 sites in the southeast, and they were awaiting on the go-ahead from Operation Trace to search them. These digs have been carried out with the help of Joe Blake from Trace Missing Persons Ireland, who uses specially trained cadaver dogs to search for forensic evidence in human remains. So, assuming nothing was found. Chief suspect complicates future extradition bids. In December 2017, the Irish Sun reported that the chief suspect in Fiona's murder had fled to another country in an attempt to complicate any future extradition bids. The newspaper reported that the suspect had been previously living in the UK and in Spain, and that he had recently moved to another country. The newspaper did not name the country that he had moved to. Wait a second. This can't be the same guy as before from the other cases. Larry Murphy. I mean, how would he have known her? And was he placed in the area here? She was also beaten by her ex-boyfriend, I'm assuming not the father of her child, the previous ex, or was it the father of her child? I mean, there's so much that doesn't make any sense here in this case. Okay, so I wasn't able to find that much more other than on Reddit, where it was stated that the family does believe he killed the mother of his child. So it was the most recent ex-boyfriend. And if this is the same guy that had beaten her before, now what connection does he have with these youths that are afraid of him? And does that explain why there's no contact between that side of the family and the daughter? Very, very sad. I mean, this case really needs to get solved. If they did have him in custody, and is this why in all these articles there's no reference of his story because it was discounted? And so if they had him in custody at one point, and his associates, if this story is true about some kind of argument and there was some kind of fight, and possibly there were friends, were her friends also the friends of her ex? And did they cover for him either because they were scared of him or because they were friends with him? And even if they weren't friends with him, if they knew what he was capable of and he somehow threatened them to the point where they were too scared to do anything about it, does that check all the boxes? I mean, it seems like it does. All right, let's continue here to, of course, Deirdre Jacob, who we already went over. So Eva Brennan and Fiona Pender have been linked to the murders of Antoinette Smith and Patricia Doherty. Smith, a 27-year-old separated mother of 2, went missing in July 1987. Her body was discovered the following June in a shallow grave at Killakee in the foothills of the Dublin Mountains. Doherty, age 34, disappeared while shopping December 23, 1991. In June 1992, her remains were found by men digging turf in the same area of the Dublin Mountains. Although it is possible that a serial killer may have been involved in some of the disappearances, the suspect in Fiona Synod's case is a man who is well known to her. Renewed interest in 2012, so we're talking about the Irish vanishing triangle as a whole now. The disappearances came to an end by 2000. But in late October 2012, there was renewed interest in the unofficial list of missing women when news broke of a 30-year-old pregnant Laois woman named Aofe Phelan, who had inexplicably disappeared as she walked home from a house of a friend. Her remains were later found, and a 24-year-old man who was known to her has been charged with her murder. He is too young to have been connected with the other cases, which occurred when he would have been aged 5 to 10. Possible explanations and suspects. It is widely suspected that at least some, if not all, of the disappearances were due to a possible serial killer acting either alone or with an accomplice in the Leinster area in the 90s. Irish police have often claimed that Larry Murphy, a native of Baltinglass, a village well within the triangle, is the main suspect in at least some of the cases. Murphy was convicted and imprisoned in 2001 for the rape and attempted murder of a Carlow businesswoman in 2000. He was attempting to strangle her in a wooded area of Wicklow Mountains at night when he was surprised by two hunters who happened upon the scene and intervened, saving the woman. Larry Murphy has maintained that he is unconnected with the disappearances and has been questioned on the cases on numerous occasions by police. To date, there is no solid evidence connecting Murphy with the disappearances. It is widely known, though, that Murphy, a carpenter, had completed work in a shop owned by Miss Jacobs's grandmother. Okay, so what is the most likely outcome here? Let's not fall for false dichotomies. Is it possible Larry Murphy is responsible for some of the disappearances, but not all? And that's, would anybody be surprised if that were the case? Now, Garda did release CCTV footage of Deirdre Jacob from the day she disappeared in 98. Apparently, this was many years later, though, which is kind of weird because why wouldn't they release it immediately? All right, so some final thoughts here. Unresolved Mysteries, Vanishing Triangle, Ireland's Great Mystery by Kyle8414, 5 years ago. He basically laid these cases out again. The other thing that's kind of strange is that Deirdre Jacob was spotted yards away from her parents' driveway. Passing motorist witnessed Jacob approaching within yards of... See, if we really want to go down the conspiracy theorist rabbit hole, did she make it to her parents' home and then something else happened? But let's look at some analysis here from Astrolab. I've been thinking about this ever since it became a thing because I live in Ireland and I would have been roughly the same age as some of the women at the time they vanished. I often look up the individual cases to see if there's any news about them. I have a couple thoughts on the Vanishing Triangle if you're interested. Even though it's a small area, many women went missing there over the space of a few years, I don't think any of them are connected. A police task force was set up called Operation Trace to examine the cases of 6 women, but they could establish no connection between any of the missing 6 women. I have read everything I can get my hands on over the past 10 years or so, and this is what I believe happened to each. Annie McCarrick, American woman first to vanish in the Dublin Mountains. It's now believed a disgraced member of the IRA met and killed her opportunistically. He had been banished from Northern Ireland by his fellow IRA men for child abuse. Whilst drunk, he confessed to a friend that he killed Annie, and apparently the Garda believed the account, as he corroborates certain details. However, he lives abroad now and has never been charged. No name is available. Jojo Dillard disappeared while hitchhiking at nighttime, was at a phone booth and ended the call abruptly, telling her friend a car had pulled up to give her a lift. I don't know the identity of the suspect, but her sister says she knows who did it and it's not Larry Murphy. Here's an article, Irish Mirror. Family of missing Jojo Dillard claim her killer has been protected for over 20 years by political connections. A senior Garda told Mary and her husband Martin at a meeting in 96 that officers knew the identity of the man who abducted, raped, and killed Jojo. By Mick Garrickle. This is March 2017. The devastated family of missing Jojo Dillard claim her killer has been protected for more than 2 decades because of his strong political connections. The 20-year-old Kilkenny woman disappeared without a trace in 95, but now her sister, Mary Phelan, has told for the first time how she believes Garda and prominent politicians at the time conspired to ensure her murderer never faced justice. As a state probe into a smear campaign against Garda whistleblowers begins, she claims some officers waged a similar blackening of Jojo's name to lessen public sympathy with her case. A senior Garda told Mary and her husband Martin at a meeting in 96 officers knew the identity of the man who abducted, raped, and killed Jojo. He was able to give disturbing details of how the psycho disposed of her body, saying she was wrapped in plastic and buried 10 feet underground using a digger. But he also told them the investigation won't go anywhere. Jojo's family believed he was telling the truth, but was later warned to toe the official line that the case was being fully investigated. They also alleged Garda engaged in a smear campaign just like they did to Maurice McCabe to quieten the public interest in the case. Described by her family as a quiet girl who held down several part-time jobs and had been studying beauty therapy, Mary insists Officers painted her in a bad light, even leaking details of an abortion. They said all kinds of horrible things about Jo. They said she was drinking, taking drugs. They drove her down to dirt. I'll never get over the smear campaign. Jo was a lovely girl, a quiet girl. She didn't deserve that. The abortion, was her own personal thing. Destroying her reputation was what they did to make people stop looking for her, to stop asking questions, to make it go away. Why would that work, though? I mean, even if all the made-up stories were true, how does that mean she deserves to be killed and no justice? I mean, it's kind of weird. Mary thought long and hard before bringing medical notes on the procedure to Garda, but was desperate to do everything to help find her. She added they swore on the Bible it would be kept confidential, but then they went and told a newspaper. That was nothing to do with her death. It was a conscious attempt to stop me pushing JoJo's case. Smearing her was to stop me speaking out. Man, that's a scumbag move. On the night she disappeared, JoJo missed the last bus home from Dublin to Kilkenny. She took one as far as Naas and from there planned to hitchhike. A man who came forward to Garda and was never considered a suspect gave her a lift to Kilcullen. Another driver then dropped her off in a phone box in Moon, Kildare County. At this point, she called her friend and flatmate in Callan, Kilkenny County, Mary Cullinan, and told her that she would call her from the next stop before telling her a car had pulled up. It was the last anyone had heard from her. Later, Garda claimed a witness dubbed the 999 Girl came forward and said she traveled in the car with JoJo as far as Carlow Town before she got out at a set of traffic lights, with JoJo continuing her journey with two men. 2 years later, the woman came to Mary saying she was the 999 Girl. She apologized for lying, insisting she never saw JoJo, and Garda had told her to make the false claim. Mary said, I just told her it was okay, what else I was going to say? She told me she wasn't well at the time and was frequently in the Garda station, so they knew her. She claims officers made this vulnerable woman pretend she was with JoJo, who was still alive when they traveled as far as Carlow, to take the focus of the investigation out of the area where the body is buried. The 999 Girl approached Mary at the unveiling of a monument in JoJo's memory at the site where the phone box in Moon stood. A short time after her disappearance, it was decided to remove the phone box. Mary's husband Martin said it was the last place we know JoJo was, and they tore it down. You usually leave flowers at the side of the road when a person is killed in a crash. They couldn't even let us have that. A women's group in Kerry donated a monument in her memory. Martin added, we had to fight hard just to be allowed to put that up. He explained that when they arrived to dig the foundation to insert the small stone memorial, 2 council workers were there to stop it. But eventually they got their way, and the memorial was erected in 1998. JoJo's family insists Garda were desperate to take the focus off the South Kildare-Wicklow area. Martin said they were trying to push us down into Carlow, where they knew we wouldn't find anything. Mary later met a government minister to push for more to be done to help find JoJo's remains. That minister told the family they had a report from Garda which stated everything possible was being done. Martin added, we then asked if the army could be brought in too, and the minister replied in a sarcastic manner, where shall I send them? To Cork? We have to have a specific area. We mentioned searching the Wicklow Mountains, but the minister said army men could be lost as it is boggy. I felt at the time, what have we an army for? Wait a second. The minister is saying that the army men would get lost because it's boggy. Wow. Eventually a search was sanctioned, but the families say they were not told about it beforehand because they would have objected that the focus was on the wrong area. They insist the farmland in Wicklow is where they believe her body remains, was given just a cursory glance. The couple, who are now retired from farming, say they will spend every day until the end fighting to get justice for Jo. They have led a long campaign for the setting up of a dedicated missing persons unit. Last month, they retained Belfast human rights experts KRW Law to represent them in a legal challenge for a fresh probe into JoJo's disappearance and the handling of the criminal investigation at the time. With the launch of the Charlton inquiry, the family believes people are beginning to take claims of corruption seriously. They are now appealing to the retired Garda, who may have information about an effort to cover up her death, to blow the whistle. Last week, they also met Sinn Féin MEP Lynn Boylan, who has vowed to support their campaign. In a statement responding to claims of Garda malpractice surrounding the case, the force's press office said, "This is an active investigation, and as such, we will not be commenting. We are still appealing for anyone with information to come forward and contact Garda. If anyone has a complaint regarding an investigation, they should contact the Garda Síochána Ombudsman Commission." See, there needs to be like an independent international commission that oversees these agencies, because if there's internal corruption, how would that ever be brought to light? See, yeah, this is all kind of weird. But continuing Astrolab's post here. So, yeah, they believe that it's a politically connected individual, so that's not Larry Murphy either. Fiona Pender, she was 7 months pregnant when she disappeared from her home in the town center. Her then-boyfriend, John Thompson, is believed to have killed and buried her. He lives in Canada now and recently made the news when his latest partner told police that he admitted killing Fiona and threatened to do the same to her. Wow, it looks like the boyfriends or ex-boyfriends really here are responsible for most of these cases. Yeah, there's really not a lot of information on the Fiona Pender case. Fiona Sinat, young mother who went missing after an argument with her ex-partner one night. Though he has never been named as a suspect, it is widely known that he's the only suspect in the case, and he is believed to have killed the mother of his child after a fight. Certain members of his family also believe this, according to newspaper interviews. Ciara Breen, the 17-year-old, vanished after leaving home to meet an older man one night. It is believed that this man killed her, but that is not Larry Murphy. Deirdre Jacob, I don't know about the radio interview with her mother. That was the only one where I thought Murphy might be involved. There was a connection. It was discovered he had previously done carpentry work on his grandmother's shop, which was one of the last places she visited before she vanished. He may have seen and stalked her. Also, in relation to Deirdre Jacob, a fellow inmate of Larry Murphy claims Murphy confessed to him, giving very specific details about the crime. This was taken seriously by the Garda because the details mirrored those previously given by an alleged psychic whose information had not yet been made public at that stage. And this is why we're here, and we even started this investigation into the Vanishing Triangle of Ireland, was because of psychics that have information that has not been made public. And I'll be circling back to that, but let's finish the write-up here. What I've always found strange is that women had previously vanished and been found murdered in unsolved crimes across Ireland and have since. There have been others within the triangle whose cases were not included in it. Some examples of other missing or murdered women are Eva Brennan, Dublin, Imelda Keenan, Waterford, Sandra Collins, Sligo, all missing, and Reynald Murray, Dublin, Sophie Toscan du Plantier, Cork, Irene White, Dublin, Mary Kilmartin, Laos, Antoinette Smith, Dublin, Patricia Doherty, Dublin, Elaine O'Hara, Dublin, all murdered. Somebody has been convicted for that last one only, but I just think it's odd that none of these cases were ever talked about in connection to the Vanishing Six. Well, they actually were. A great book to read about the Vanishing Triangle and many of the women I mentioned is Missing by journalist Barry Cummins. Although it was written several years ago, it's a good place to read about the disappearances because there haven't been many developments in any of them in several years anyway. Although it's tempting to suspect Larry Murphy for at least some of these crimes, I don't think he's involved with most, if any, of them. People speculated that he had raped and killed before he was convicted for the rape and attempted murder of a woman and confessed to those charges. People then suspected him of other murders. But in my opinion, that case was opportunistic. He ambushed and attacked the woman using her own bra to tie her up. He drove her in her own car to the Dublin Mountains, where he tried to suffocate her with plastic bags he found in the boot of her car. No freshly dug grave was found when Garda searched the areas where the crime took place. There are the signs of somebody who was unprepared and who made do with whatever tools came to hand as he went along. Because of the lack of grave, I speculate that he had not even decided what to do with the body afterwards. Larry Murphy's crimes were appalling beyond belief, and it was such a blessing that some poachers happened upon the scene in the remote area as he was trying to kill that woman. But I don't think it has any of the hallmarks of an experienced killer. Rather, it seems like somebody who has perhaps raped women before, but not actually killed yet. Just my thoughts. I hope I didn't bore you too much. Of course, we have the psychic issue, but we'll get to that in a moment. User since deleted posted this. Damn, that is a lot of women in a not very large area. Just on Deirdre Jacobs, I actually think at your front door is likely to be an optimal spot for someone to grab a victim. You're maybe concealed by a fence or a hedge from the road, you're distracted looking for keys, you're away from the field of streetlights. Fairly easy for someone to lie in and grab you. And Miss Jacobs' mother was interviewed on the Ray Darcy show saying that they knew Miss Jacobs' killer and that it wasn't Larry Murphy. Suggests to me that maybe it was somebody known to the family. Surely you wouldn't hold on to that information if you thought it was a serial killer. A response here, there are a few options for the remark. One, she could provide an alibi for Murphy. Two, she saw the murder happen but doesn't know the murderer's name. Three, she was the killer herself. Four, she's protecting the killer, the most likely is. Five, she doesn't actually know, she just has an opinion and can prove absolutely nothing. That is kind of a weird thing to say, that they know it's not Larry Murphy. I mean, how coincidental is it that he worked for the grandmother and at another area close by? I mean, that's kind of crazy. Wow, this is just a crazy post. Similarly, in the Sierra Breen case, Sierra's mother said she knows who killed her daughter and that she still sees him around the area, which must be gut-wrenching. Here's the thing. Ireland's small, so generally when anything happens in an area, people in that area know who's responsible, and in some instances that includes the Garda. The problem is that there is no evidence, and obviously you can't convict someone on hearsay. Okay, so let's get to the psychic information here. This is a post on a forum. I don't know, it was copy pasted. I don't know the original source here. There's a case here in Ireland of a missing woman from Newbridge. The 18-year-old disappeared in broad daylight, yards from her house on a relatively busy road. No trace of her has ever been found. Her name is Deirdre Jacob. Many people, including the Garda police, believe that she is a victim of convict Larry Murphy, who was later jailed for the torture and attempted murder of another young woman. The psychic bit. An apparent psychic contacted the Garda and gave them details of what had happened. A man in a car had pulled over under the pretense of asking the girl for directions. He had strewn children's toys around the seats of the car in order to make himself look wholesome, a gentle dad, a family-oriented sort of guy. The psychic said that he had dragged the girl into the car and subsequently killed her, and that her body was in a lake. Understandably, this psychic's claim was not made public at the time, but for some reason the Garda considered it to have some credibility, so they questioned Murphy in prison about it. He refused to speak to them, but when they spoke to a fellow inmate of his, the inmate allegedly told them there in prison Murphy had admitted killing Deirdre. He said that Murphy followed the girl home, and as she was about to go in her gate, he pulled over and asked for directions. He had strewn kids' toys about the car in order to make himself look like a trustworthy father and not a serial killer. As the girl leaned nearer, he knocked her out and put her in the car. When she came around, she was having convulsions of some sort, and he beat her to death with a hammer and disposed of her body in a lake. Later, when the psychic story leaked and people got wind of the inmate's allegations, it seemed to give credence to the psychic's information. I just thought I'd give this example because the detail about the toys was very specific and unusual. I'm not saying I believe it, but it really makes me think that some psychics might actually be genuine, although most seem not. This is questionable, as the mother said in an interview that she knows the killer, and it's not Murphy. Curious. Very, very curious. I know that was a bit of a long aside, but it had to be done. It had to be done because this is Mindshock, and of course, all of those people deserve closure and justice as well. So that's it for today, and again, believe it or not, there's many, many more cases credited to have been solved or assisted in some fashion by so-called psychic detectives. Feel free to chime in on your thoughts, theories, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section. Also, if you enjoy the podcast, want to help support Mindshock, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.